City Commission meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach. Today is Wednesday, February 21st, 2024. It is 4 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Here.
Commissioner Filtz?
Here.
Commissioner Esnicki?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Here.
Mayor Petrilla?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, do we have any amendments to the agenda as proposed? Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
I'll move to approve the agenda for February 21st, 2024.
I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Filtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Esnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any audience comments?
I don't have any general comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move to item 3, resolution, quasi-judicial hearing on resolution 2023-21. City Clerk.
Resolution 2023-21, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, approving a conditional use permit pursuant to sections 35.3B1 and 35.4B of the Land Development Code to allow the construction of a 290 temporary lodging unit, 10-story, 115 feet 6-inch tall hotel with rooftop features not to exceed 127 feet 6 inches in total height from base flood elevation on the northern portion of the site, and a 130 temporary lodging unit, 8-story, 88 feet 6-inch tall hotel with rooftop features not to exceed 100 feet 6 inches from base flood elevation hotel on the southern portion of the site, along with ancillary and accessory structures, and permit a rooftop dining and drinking amenity that includes the playing of outdoor music to parcel number 06-3216-801-72-000-010 with addresses of 5300, 5350, 5380, and 5390 Gulf Boulevard, incorporating the conditions outlined herein and providing for correction of Scrivener's error and an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. If I could just make a few quick, just preliminary comments, that would be helpful. As you know, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, special set, in order to hear this resolution for the conditional use permit. The process itself, generally, the way that the agenda would follow is that the city staff, the professional planners here, would present the item, go over their staff report, talk about any conditions that are part of their recommendation itself. You may ask them questions, either once they conclude their presentation, or if you want to wait until after all the presentations are done, you can do that too, or you can do both. After the city staff is finished, then the applicant will go. They have attorneys and experts here. They will make their presentation. Typically, they'll want to reserve some time for rebuttal. So one of the things you might want to do is ask them how much time they need. And then you would open it up for public comment, and then you would go through the public comment. As you know, there are a couple of organizations that have requested special status or party status or intervener status, however you want to call it. One of the things that the city has done is adopted procedures for public comments, where if there are organizations, they get more than the general 3 minutes that's allotted to an individual. And then I think there are other procedures for allowing people to offer time. But some of that is discretionary for you all to decide, okay, we'll give you whatever amount of time. But generally speaking, the parties to this quasi-judicial hearing is the applicant and the city. The city code itself does not have any criteria for which to designate somebody as an intervener party or an affected party or an interested party. So therefore, I'd recommend that you not try to make up any kind of procedure or criteria for doing that. I would just rely on the principle of fairness and due process in terms of like giving and following the procedures that we've adopted for public speaking at these hearings to do that. And then again, follow your instincts in terms of like fairness and due process and giving people the ability to address whatever it is they want to address, of course, without being redundant. The other thing would be that once public comment is finished, the applicant would obviously may want to have some time for rebuttal. You may want to work that out with them when they get up first and ask them how much time they need for their case in chief and then how much they would like for rebuttal. And then the other thing that I want to mention to you is also is the idea of ex parte communications, okay? So one of the things that has been adopted via Florida statute, and this is Florida statute 286.0115, and the title of that is Access to Local Public Officials' Quasi-Judicial Proceedings on Local Government Land Use Matters. And this is such a matter. And essentially, it's come out of some cases that took place years ago. And essentially, it's understood that, or granted that you as local decision makers here will be approached and people will want to talk to you about things that are going to come before you, and that the statute itself was adopted in order for you as a local public official to be able to talk and discuss with people matters that come before you, and that it wouldn't be deemed prejudicial so long as you disclose it here at the public hearing. Unlike, in a judicial setting, judges are not to be having private conversations with people. This is a quasi-judicial system. It's understood that, people are going to come and speak to you. So the way that the statute outlines that is that any person may discuss with any local public official, that would be you, the merits of any matter on which action may be taken by board or commission on which local public official is a member. The following procedures shall remove the presumption of prejudice arising from what is called an ex parte communication with local public officials, as long as the substance of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. It goes on to say that, if you receive written communications, you're allowed to do that, but as long as you make that part of the record. And in the past, I've recommended to you all that if you do receive things, that just send it to the clerk and then it'll be made part of the record. Local public officials may conduct investigations and site visits and may receive expert opinions regarding quasi-judicial action pending before them, except for they must disclose all of that. So the idea, and by the way, this has been also almost verbatim adopted into your code of ordinances as well. This idea of just disclosing is the way of being able to cure, if you will, any presumption of prejudice that you've had any discussions. Now, the city has gone a step further. As you know, we've adopted our lobbyist ordinance a few years ago, where if somebody is here to being compensated, and you know, they were to register with the city clerk and as a lobbyist. And then there are people who they are lobbying, including yourselves, are required to submit lobbyist logs showing who you've been, who has approached you and you've had discussions with. All of this is in the spirit of transparency and good faith, and being able, so the public has the ability to know who's talking with the people that are going to make the decisions, and so forth and so on. So as you get started with this procedure, the first thing you should do is go through and disclose any ex parte communication pursuant to statute and also pursuant to your city code, sufficient enough so that anybody that would be affected by any of that ex parte communication or information would have the ability to know about it and to ask questions should they want to. So hopefully that gives you enough information about the ex parte communication. I think the public policy behind it is a good one, because it's very difficult for you all as public officials to be in your capacity and not be approached by someone who wants to talk to you about an issue that's going to come before you, especially something as important as the one that's going to be before you tonight. So with that, hopefully that answers the question about ex parte communication. Again, I'll reiterate the subject of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. The individuals who are going to be testifying in front of you all, like experts, city's experts, the applicant's experts. And when I say experts, I'm talking about people that are maybe traffic experts, planners, architects, things who have expert information that they want to provide to you will do so under oath, and the clerk will administer the oath. And those are the individuals that are going to provide to you the substantive information that they should be addressing the criteria that this CUP is to be reviewed under. And that is considered expert testimony that you would want to weigh and give weight to as to whether or not they are providing you enough information, factual information, that is relevant to the criteria. And you all have seen the criteria. It's in the staff report laid out. As to lawyers, lawyers are here to make legal arguments or to address procedural issues. Lawyers are not allowed to be giving expert testimony on a subject matter like, for example, planning or design or urban design or natural resources or something like that. So keep that in mind. And then with regard to the public is definitely important in this process, public participation, especially when you have public comment that is fact-based and can be is personal to that individual, can be considered as lay testimony, considered lay witness testimony. It's you have to give it its own weight. It's very different than someone who is qualified as an expert, like a civil engineer or an urban planner, or so forth and so on. But it is testimony that you can take into consideration, but it should be given the proper weight as opposed to from experts. So at the end of the day, you will be hopefully looking at the criteria that's going to be explained to you, that you've had a chance to read also in the staff report, and also whether or not you're getting enough information from expert testimony that says whether or not that criteria has been met. So with that, happy to answer any procedural questions, or if you want to just get started, we can do that too.
Any questions? All right, let's get started.
Was that sufficient?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Shall we start with the ex parte?
Yes. which side, however you want to do it.
You looking this way? Sure. So I have met with a number of residents, both in person. I've spoken to a number of residents on the phone. I've met with some members of the Protect St. Pete Beach group, although I don't think any of them were representing the group as a whole. I've met with the lawyers for the developer. I've met with a representative from the Seamark condominium and on their site. And then, of course, the dozens of email correspondence that I and I think we all have received as well.
Thank you.
Okay. I've walked the property. I've researched Columbia, Sussex, and associated individuals, researched JW Marriott, spoke to planning board members, spoke to other board members, reviewed the comp plan, land development code. I watched numerous previous commission meetings, including the December 5th hearing and planning board meeting, met with staff, met with lobbyists, reviewed emails from Protect St. Pete Beach, reviewed Protect St. Pete Beach's website, met with applicants' counsel and spoke to their architect, reviewed documents that were submitted, staff report, etc. Met with residents, condo and homeowners, met with condo board members, met with the VP at the Seamark, Mike Gordon, spoke to Lisa Reich of Saving Wildlife Now, spoke to residents, many residents on the phone, reviewed social media, and read numerous emails, ones that came in within the past 24, 48 hours. I didn't have as much time to review as I would have liked, but I've reviewed many of the emails.
Commissioner?
So I've been involved, or I've heard much testimony, probably since the first community meeting. So I've been to all the commission meetings where this hearing had taken place in the audience, obviously not as a commissioner. I've met with applicant's lawyer and their team, and spoke to other people with the applicant. I can't remember all their names, but we met about 3 times, I think it was, between the phone and in person. Met with many staff in the city of St. Pete Beach. I met with, I can't even tell you how many residents. I've went to 3 different association meetings between Lido Beach, Boca Sands, the Don Cesar, so numerous. I did a walkthrough through Seamark, met with Mike Gordon. I walked the property. Gosh, I don't know how many emails we got. We got a lot of emails, plus I read emails from those from the past too. So I went through some of those, some of them repetitive, but went through all of those. I think that's about it.
So watched the December 5th video twice. Planning board video I've watched in depth. I've talked with members of the historic board. I've got some slides on turtle advocacy. Let's see, I've actually parked at the condo across the street from the Serrata about 10 times and just stared at that whole property. I've met with Jolynn Larson from Protect St. Pete Beach, the director of that group. I've obviously met with the Serrata lawyers. Also Mike Gordon from the Seamark. We walked that property. And then I held a meet and greet for D4 residents where the subject came up, among other subjects.
Thank you. All right, I have attended the applicant's community meeting. I attended the planning board meeting. I was here for the previous commission meeting on December 5th. I reviewed documents from the applicant, from TRC, from the planning board hearing. I've rewatched the planning board hearing. I reviewed the Land Development Code comprehensive plan, the documents submitted for the records of this hearing, roughly 2,000 pages just for that. I've had several conversations with city staff, current and former FDOT staff. I've reviewed and received a few hundred emails from residents. I've met with members of the public, individual and in groups at community and association meetings. I feel like I've been left out from the Seamark. I didn't get to tour the property. I did attend one of their HOA meetings. I've met with one advocacy group. I've met with the applicant, their representatives, and I've received several emails from the applicant's attorney, their lobbyists, and staff. City Clerk. Would you care to do the swearing in, please?
I will. Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you are about to give is truthful?
I think if you're going to testify, please stand, raise your right hand. Same if you're going to be giving the audience comment, please stand, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you are about to give or present is truthful? Thank you.
All right, city staff, I believe you're up.
Good evening. I'm Brandon Berry, one of your city planners. Tonight's case is case number 23053. This is a conditional use permit. There's associated resolution 2023-21. The property is Serrata St. Pete Beach at 5300, 5350, 5380, and 5390 Gulf Boulevard. The applicant is requesting a new large-scale lodging development and rooftop dining, drinking, and music area. The owner applicant is CP St. Pete LLC, represented by Elise Batzel Esquire, care of Stearns Weaver Miller. This is a two-part request. The first is to permit the construction of a 290 temporary lodging unit, 10-story, 115-foot, 6-inch tall hotel with rooftop features not to exceed 127 feet, 6 inches in total height from base flood elevation. That's on the northern portion of the site. On the southern is a 130 temporary lodging unit, 8-story, 88-foot, 6-inch tall hotel with rooftop features not to exceed 100 feet, 6 inches from base flood elevation, along with ancillary and accessory structures, which will increase total site density to 646 units. That's just under 75 units per buildable acre, and exceed 50 feet in height for new construction. This request is made pursuant to Land Development Code Section 35.3B1. The second part of the request is to permit a rooftop dining and drinking amenity that includes the playing of outdoor music. This request is made pursuant to Land Development Code Section 35.4B. So just to get everyone up to speed on the application timeline, the applicant held 2 community meetings back in April of last year. The second one met the noticing requirements for a city community meeting. On June 20th, the applicant made complete their application for request number 1. Again, that was for the new lodging developments. July 5th was a technical review committee for that first request. The applicant resubmitted additional documents along with an amended application on August 28th. That included the request for the rooftop dining, drinking, and music area. Staff held a technical review committee for request number 2 on November 1st. There was a planning board hearing on November 13th. It was recommended to the City Commission 4-1. I will go into more detail on that in a moment. December 5th was the first City Commission hearing. The case was continued to January 10th, where it was rescheduled to tonight. On February 5th, staff noticed the 361 unique property owners within 500 feet. There was a legal ad posting on February 7th, and February 12th, staff posted signs at the property. Here's a listing of exhibits. So I just wanted to go briefly over both the definition and the description of a conditional use permit in the city's code. Pursuant to Land Development Code Division 2, which is the city's definition division, conditional use means a use that is operational, physical, and other characteristics that may be different from those of the predominant permitted use in a zoning district, but which is a use that complements or may otherwise be compatible with the intended overall development within a district, provided that specified standards are met. In Division 4, which is the conditional use permit division, certain uses are conditional rather than uses by right. They are subject to the conditional use regulations because they may, but do not necessarily, have significant adverse effects on the environment, public services, the desired character of an area, or they may create nuisances. A review of these uses is necessary due to the impact they may have on the surrounding area or neighborhood. The conditional use review provides an opportunity to allow the use when there are minimal impacts, to allow the use but impose mitigation measures to address identified concerns, or to deny the use if the concerns cannot be resolved. Here's an aerial map of the property. It's located at the western 5300 block of Gulf Boulevard. So here's the site plan showing request number 1, moving from north to south along the site. On the northern part of the site, currently there exists a 6-story temporary lodging development, part of the Serrata development. There's also a northern wing of the Serrata development. The applicant is proposing to demolish the northern 6-story building, as well as the northern portion, or northern wing, rather, of the Serrata, and construct a new 10-story development. Again, that would be 115 feet, 6 inches with rooftop facilities that will contain 290 temporary lodging units. In the center of the site is the existing remodeled Serrata. This is currently 8 stories, 73 feet in height. There would be no change to that. 226 units would be the result after the demolition. It is currently 382 units. And they are also proposing renovated facilities, particularly the pool, facade, and restaurant. At the southern side of the development is a proposed hotel number 3. This would be proposed to be 8 stories, 88 foot, 6 inches with rooftop facilities, and contain 130 units, and again, 646 units across the entire site. This is showing request number 2. This is for the rooftop dining, drinking, and music area. This is a staff graphic. It's an overlay of the floor plan just to give you a sense of what the location of this drinking area. This is the Northern Hotel, Hotel 1. North is to the top of the screen, south is to the bottom of the screen. The area in green at the bottom left of the screen is where the music and the dining is proposed to be located. That is on floor 4. There is a T shape to the hotel that rises up to block this area from the north and from the east. And you can see that in red there. There is no rooftop dining or customer space proposed for the top of floor 10. It is only that green area. And this rendering hopefully shows a little bit better where that area is proposed to be. It's on the southwest side of the proposed Hotel 1. So going back to the planning board hearing, again, this took place in November. It was recommended 4-1 to the city commission. At that hearing, staff had found adequate support for 13 out of 20 criteria, and we had found partial support for 7 out of 20 criteria. We had asked the applicant for additional support for those remaining 7 criteria. At and following the hearing, the applicant provided additional support for the 7 criteria, which staff found was adequate to make a recommendation of approval. The planning board recommended again the case 4-1 to the city commission with conditions. And just briefly going through the 7 criteria for which staff had found partial support, starting off with criteria 4.4A2D, whether the application will have significant adverse impacts on the livability and usability of nearby land due to noise, late night operations, or safety issues. Staff found that that was adequately addressed through valet service being provided on the northern side of Hotel 1. The applicant was willing to provide photo documentation prior to and vibration monitoring during construction. That was made a condition. Stormwater mitigation requirements of the FDOT and Southwest Florida Water Management District substantially exceed the local. That had been a concern of staff's. And the applicant has supplied an assessment from a wind consultant engineer stating that no significant degradation of wind comfort at Seamark is expected. The second criteria that staff found partial support for was whether the transportation system was capable of adequately supporting the proposed use in addition to existing uses in the area. Evaluation factors include street capacity and level of service. Prior to the planning board hearing, staff had asked for the applicant to amend their traffic study to include derived peak hour Saturday counts adjusted to peak season. Those have been collected in August 2023. They were adjusted to peak season. The city had a transportation expert look at the study. They did express agreement with the procedure, analysis, and conclusion in the amended traffic analysis that was made part of your packet.
Excuse me, Brandon.
Yes.
Would you mind clarifying for us what you mean by full support versus partial support?
Partial support was, there were outstanding staff concerns on those 7 criteria that were brought to the planning board, and we had asked for additional testimony and support from the applicant to provide adequate support for those 7 items.
So would you say you have a full resolution or just partial resolution to provide partial support, or I'm just trying to understand what that means?
It is full resolution. I'm recommending approval of this.
I understand, but what I'm trying to understand is when you say there's 7, 13 in one case, 7 in the other, where you said there's partial support for 7 out of the 20.
Yes.
Is it still partial at this time?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. The third criteria to which staff had concerns was whether the minimum off-street parking area required would be provided and would function properly and safely. This project's planned to proceed not in phases, but with the Northern Hotel beginning construction, the Hotel 3 undertaking construction while Hotel 1 is under construction. So there were staff concerns about the ability for parking to be provided throughout the various portions of the development of the lot. We did talk with the applicant, and we found that there were solutions that could be handled either on-site or on the 2 distance lots that the applicant currently maintains to ensure that there is adequate parking for the operational facilities while construction takes place. Criteria 4.4A6 was whether the applicant had demonstrated the financial and technical capability to complete any improvements and mitigation necessitated by the development as proposed. The applicant supplied a write-up to staff on November 7th listing a number of Columbia Sussex Corporation's developed and operated resorts. Staff also made a condition of the resolution that any finding of financial and technical capacity extends solely to Columbia Sussex Corporation during the development. So if the project were to be sold off at any point during development, it would need to return to the City Commission for another finding of technical and financial capability. I did also want to point out that the applicant, after the prior December 5th meeting, did submit a proof of funds letter from their bank. I will get to that in just a moment. The 5th criteria, 4.12A1, prevention of any unreasonable and disproportionate negative impacts on utility infrastructure, including sanitary sewer. We do have a public works director who can speak broadly about this. Again, this is something that's typically handled at the site plan stage. The applicant did submit instantaneous flow calculations, which our city engineer has looked over, but this is something that would be checked over for concurrency purposes at the site plan stage if this use is approved. Staff also added a condition that if any off-site improvements are required, the developer is fully responsible for the actual and documented cost of those improvements. The 6th criteria, 4.12A4, aesthetic and architectural features of the development, including design and appearance of building facades. Staff had a few concerns, particularly about the porte-cochere on the front of the Serrata Hotel, as well as the frontage design of Hotel 3. Again, this was at the planning board hearing when this came forward to the City Commission on December 5th. There had been a more involved request for updated renderings, which have been provided by the applicant. I'll show those in just a moment. And finally, the 7th criteria for which staff had found partial support at the planning board hearing, 4.12A9. For projects of this size, the amount of separation provided between the proposed temporary lodging use and any existing building on adjoining properties and the resulting impact on sunlight and views. Staff had requested from the applicant a shade study. They have provided that. The shade study shows the most significant impact on the Seamark building at winter equinox. Shade would be over half of the building at 10 a.m., but the shade does clear the building by 12 p.m., and that was also included in your packet.
Hey, Brandon, before you move on, the top bullet on the last slide, it talks about, it's kind of got a ... there, I think, at least on the slide I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
But when I read through that, it talked a little bit about views and vistas and that type of thing. Is there like a legal definition, either in the LDC or the comprehensive plan, that talks about views and vistas? Like how far you have to be from neighbors or that type? If you're going to get to that, we can wait.
Sure, I could talk about it now. We do talk, and a few of the conditions relate to that, but I could talk about it now. So part of the city's settlement in 2015 was the addition of multiple, and they're in the comprehensive plan. They're also the final 2 criteria that were added in as part of that settlement, talking about views, maintaining views from the neighbors, maintaining views and vistas generally. The city adopted 2 standards related to that into its large resort development when those conditional use permit criteria and comprehensive plan policies were adopted. One of them is requirement for properties located adjacent to, that are in the large resort district, that are located to adjacent properties that are outside the community redevelopment district. And that only applies to one property. It's the northernmost property in the large resort district. They have an increased rear setback compared to all the other structures in the large resort district. This property has a rear setback of the coastal construction control line, which is met. The other criteria that was added in as part of that settlement was the allowance for the city commission, and let me just double check the exact language, but if there's a finding that it's in the public interest, the side setback for the portions of the building over 50 feet in height can be offset by more than the 30 feet that's required. So those are the two practical standards that were put into the code when it was amended in 2015 at the time that the comprehensive plan was amended with the views and vistas standard.
So is there any provision for properties that are east, like across Gulf Boulevard, that type of thing, blocking their views or vistas?
I'm not familiar with that in terms of any kind of zoning dimensional standard, no.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
On the same line, Brandon, I
Yes.
know at the last December 5th meeting, we had asked the applicant for sketches, graphs, rendering something that showed the current views versus what the views would be after the proposed building if it were to be built. Did we receive anything along those lines?
not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
So I wanted to get back to that update following the December 5th City Commission hearing on what the applicant has supplied. They have supplied updated renderings, particularly of the Hotel 3. I'll show the front of that in just a moment. They have provided a wind impact letter. I say a bank credit letter up here, but I actually meant to say a proof of funds letter for CP St. Pete LLC and its affiliates. Staff has also added a few conditions pertaining to maintenance of large-scale development amenities, mitigation of telecommunications service degradation to the C mark caused by development, minimum quality ratings for Hotel 1 and Hotel 3, and requirements for dune walkovers and expanded easement next to the wet sand line. I'll highlight these when I go through the conditions in just a moment. So this is the first of the 3 updated documents that we received showing the updated rendering. You can see on the right side of the screen that that was what was shown previously. At the prior City Commission meeting, it had been asked that the design be updated, and the one on the left-hand side is what the applicant has submitted as an updated design. These were also included in your packet. The applicant prepared a wind consultation letter from Wind Engineering Consultants. This was responded to staff requests to determine potential significant changes to C-Mark residents' perception of wind comfort. The letter found that wind conditions remaining similar to current existing conditions. If there were slight increases, they are not sufficient to affect users' perception of wind comfort and should not necessitate any alterations to the current design of the development. That's a summary of what was included in your packets in this letter.
Brendan, a question
Yes.
on that. Is that study a full analysis?
It's not a full wind study. We had asked for just a letter, an opinion. It was signed by 2 engineers from the consulting firm, but it wasn't a full study.
Thank you.
As for the bank proof of funds, the applicant has supplied a bank proof of funds letter showing the owner, CP St. Pete LLC, and its affiliates have more than $200 million in liquidity. Huntington Bank, who completed this letter, has also provided an indication of interest for construction financing of JW Marriott.
Can you go back a second, because I was trying to read this
Oh,
small.
of course. Sure.
And I don't know, as far as, I have a question about, the names, but I might wait until they present on who is CP St. Pete LLC. I know that's not something you're going to be able to answer, but I'll ask when you guys present.
Thank you. So again, staff finds that the applicant has supplied adequate support for the 20 conditional use permit criteria. Staff recommends approval with conditions, subject to the applicant resolving any concerns that arise among the City Commission related to the conditional use permit criteria. So I wanted to go through the recommended conditions. Any conditions that have been added or significantly changed since the December 5th meeting are highlighted in red text. And again, if you have any questions about these are all summaries in the resolution. They are complete. But if you have any questions, feel free to just stop me. I'd be happy to answer. Starting off with rooftop dining music requirements, rooftop dining is permitted only on level 4 of Hotel 1 except for the amendment of this conditional use permit. So if the applicant in the future ever wishes to offer any new kind of rooftop dining or music, they would need to return to the City Commission for that request. And again, that is in that area that I showed earlier in the presentation. All rooftop equipment shall be permanent. There shall be no visiting musician equipment permitted. The applicant must allow noise tests before operating, limit decibel levels at the property line to be equivalent with ambient, and provide a sound governor with lockbox accessible only by management. Moving on to administrative project review requirements. The applicant is responsible for the actual and documented cost of off-site improvements to accommodate sewer flows. The applicant shall pay and the city shall perform the work. The site plan shall be substantially similar to the one under review tonight if it's approved. No increases in height, density, number of floors, setback encroachments, and so on are permitted without permission of the City Commission. The city's code already has standards related to what needs to return to the City Commission, so that condition doesn't necessarily cover everything. It just makes it stricter to more or less confirm that what you're seeing on the plans would be in line with what you would be getting at final approval. Condition 6, applicant shall prepare renderings for inclusion in the building permits that match the current renderings in terms of building design and landscaping. That would be made part of the permit package to ensure that if the design is approved by the commission, if you're accepting of what's been shown, it would look like what it's being shown as tonight. This is a new condition that was added. The applicant shall provide a covenant ensuring that the properties function together as one large resort development, regardless of future subdivision. I did want to note that if there ever is any kind of subdivision of the site, it is currently unified as one parcel. It would need to return to the City Commission. Actually, twice you would be reviewing both the preliminary and the final subdivision plat. So there's no option for them to move forward with any kind of subdivision without future City Commission approval. That's not proposed tonight. It's proposed to be developed as one site. But this would ensure that if that were to come forward at any point in the future under this commission or one in the future, it would need to remain as one functional site under a covenant.
Brenda, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If I remember correctly from the meeting, what was discussed was a condition of no future subdivision. So a restrictive covenant or a deed restriction that would prohibit future subdivision, which this is a step below that.
Okay. If that's the direction the commission would like to go, absolutely. When we had spoken with them, it was subdivision for the purposes of ownership, but the covenant would tie it together practically for development purposes. But we'd be happy to make that modification if the commission wishes.
Commissioner?
Yeah, my question is very similar, well, not completely similar, but also to explain. I know we spoke, because I had that as something that I came to staff with, a good explanation of what that covenant means, because from my understanding was if they are subdivided, meaning that building-wise, that building 1 could be owned and managed by one entity, building 2 could be owned and managed by another entity. So just to be clear, we're not saying that a parcel of that property is being sold off, but we're talking about buildings. Is that correct?
I believe it would. I'm not sure. I would direct that to the applicant. I'm just not 100% sure on that, what their future plans are.
Okay.
Continuing with administrative and project review requirements, a licensed engineer shall opine to any significant degradation in telecommunication signal strength or quality at CMARC and make improvements if necessary. Condition 9, any finding of technical and financial capacity extends solely to Columbia Sussex Corporation. If the property sells or transfers, the City Commission may reevaluate the technical and financial capacity. The applicant shall demonstrate concurrency for all facilities at the site plan stage, so no demonstration of concurrency is being certified tonight. That would be at the site plan stage. Applicant shall work with staff during the site plan stage to demonstrate that there is adequate parking at each phase of the project. That was brought up earlier as well. These are both added conditions. Hotel 1 shall be franchised as a JW Marriott or another 4-diamond or above hotel per the AAA travel guide. This had been brought up at the previous City Commission meeting just to make sure that not only is the hotel established as, but it's maintained as a high caliber hotel. Just to give some examples of 4-diamond and the AAA travel guide, the Ritz-Carlton Sarasota and the Vinoy are both 4-diamond, just to give an idea of what the quality level of that is. Hotel 3 shall be franchised as a Hampton Inn or another 3-diamond or above hotel per the AAA travel guide. And as far as examples, that would be developments like the Sheraton Residence Inn or Hyatt Place.
Brandon, I have a quick question for you on that one. That's a condition of the approval would be that those hotels be franchised as such. Is that a perpetual condition? And if it, I mean, you know, like, once the project is built, there's kind of like, you can't exactly take it back, right? I mean, like,
Right.
like if it becomes a different kind of hotel or a lower service hotel 5 years down the road, we can't, like, you can't tell them they have to tear the buildings down, right? So, like, is there any, and maybe this is a better question for the city attorney, is there any remedy on a condition being violated down the road?
The city reviews its conditional use permits, you know, all of the conditions that are associated with it. So if there's a violation of any of the conditions, it will have to be addressed by the owner or applicant, whoever is in charge. So I would say that they can't let this backslide to a different level of hotel if this is in fact the condition that you adopt. So they have to maintain these conditions, all of them, and otherwise bring it back before the commission for a modification of just as Brandon had explained. If there's a subsequent different owner, that particular issue has to be resolved before the commission to address that issue of the CUP.
Thank you.
And that was the intent as drafted, that it be franchised. It doesn't necessarily need to be a JW Marriott perpetually, but of that caliber.
Yep.
I've got a question. Mayor, I've got a question as well. For condition 9, if you don't mind going back. So that's talking about if they were potentially to sell one property or all of the properties during construction.
During construction, correct. That's it's particular to completing the improvements, their ability to complete the improvements.
Okay. And then could you also touch on, I guess from a zoning or planning perspective, of their potential ability to build 3 hotels, to building 2 additional hotels on one property?
Just in terms of their ability to do so?
Yes.
Okay. It's not limited by necessarily number of buildings. The density and intensity are the items that or the criteria that we really look at in terms of a site build out. There's permissions, for example, in the large resort district, not being proposed tonight, but the ability to mix density if they wanted to do partial residential and partial lodging, you know, in different buildings, that would be permitted. It's not necessarily a limitation on the number of buildings, but based on lot coverage, floor area for the site, setbacks, height, other features like that. So.
Thank you.
Condition number 14, the applicant shall amend, provide for review, and record an enforceable covenant requiring the entire development to be closed as soon as practicable following a hurricane watch alert. So this is a heightened standard that both the city promotes through its comprehensive plan and the county promotes, that effectively guests that are visiting the hotels are evacuated before residents. So evacuation efforts can really be focused on residents as the warning comes into play. Condition 15, the applicant shall comply with the beach ordinance as adopted and when amended. 16, the applicant shall design and provide a discount program for residents. 17, each resort development shall have a dedicated spot for the freebie or successor circulator and ride share available within a certain distance of the front of the hotel. Condition 18, the applicant shall dedicate an easement for a beach walk along the coastal construction control line upon being issued a notice to proceed. This walk is contingent upon future City Commission and FDP approval. We're only asking for the easement tonight. It's to ensure that if this were to move forward at some point in the future, the easement's available. We're not requesting any kind of development approval for a beach walk or any kind of boardwalk or anything like that tonight. It's only the pedestrian easement. And finally, for 19, the applicant shall demonstrate compliance with all relevant operational and design-related components of the community redevelopment district at an appropriate stage. Some of those come into play in the site plan review, some of those come into play in the building permit review. Condition 20, under operational and design requirements, the applicant shall revise the porte-cochere and front facade of Hotel 3 to ensure consistency with the minimum design requirements. Again, this had been drafted prior to the request for the renderings to be updated. You do have a new set of renderings to review tonight, so we welcome your feedback on that. And for 21, no more than one monument sign is permitted per hotel.
Excuse me, Brendan.
Yes.
This is one parcel, or is this multiple parcels?
This is currently one parcel.
Okay. And if you had one parcel, how many signs would you be allowed?
You're allowed up to 2 for the freestanding. This would be, again, contingent on any kind of future subdivision, if that's something that's permitted for the development.
So we're allowing for more signs than what is permitted?
No. They're not asking for any kind of a variance. It's only if there were to be any kind of future subdivision, it would still limit them to 1 or 2 monument signs per.
So how many signs would they be allowed now?
Currently, they would be allowed the 2 based on the sign code.
Okay. But it says no more than one monument sign per hotel, and that's 3 hotels.
Correct. If there were any kind of future subdivision where there would be potentially 4 monument signs permitted, it would still limit them to 3. That was the intent with that.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
So right now they're allowed 2.
Correct.
This is saying they can have 3. Right? They can have 1 monument sign per hotel. There'll be 3 hotels.
That wasn't necessary. Well, the intent was not to allow them an additional monument sign. The intent was just to ensure that in the future, if there's any kind of subdivision or any future permission to have more than the 2, they would be still limited to 1 per hotel.
Okay.
I could or revise the language if that's not clear, but that was the intent.
Maybe add if they were to subdivide, so it's clearer, because that would still have to come back to commission, correct, if there's a subdivision? And I know that there's discussion on new sign ordinances too, so.
Yes.
Right.
Well, whatever the new sign ordinance is, just like any other business, they would have to comply within whatever the allotted time is. Thank you, Brandon.
Moving on to the resort development requirements. Condition number 22, all public benefits shall be provided prior to certificate of occupancy for Hotel 1, except for the sidewalk and Hotel 3 frontage landscaping in specific circumstances that may allow deferral to Hotel 3 or utility undergrounding completion. The entire property must be compliant with the new development standards for beachfront lighting. Part of the planning board recommendation and the comments that we received at the previous city commission meeting, I want to make it clear that these beachfront lighting conditions are the higher of the new standards set by the city, the county, or the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. That would be the entire resort would need to be brought into compliant, whether the development is remaining or not. Staff also added a requirement that dune walkovers are required, and the wet sand easement would be expanded from what was recommended to be 10 feet up to 15 feet.
Brendan, could that be specific, the walkovers, that they're, I hate to say structural, but structural, not just a pass-through? I don't know if there's a confusion between what maybe we are desiring versus what the applicant may be proposing.
Brandon, I'm sorry. I've got a question on 22.
Mm-hmm.
On 22H regarding sea turtles.
Mm-hmm.
How quickly does their existing lighting need to be changed? I'm under the my understanding is that roughly half of it is non-compliant currently.
Okay.
I'm just curious, how quickly would that need to be changed?
It's written to require before certificate of occupancy of Hotel 1, if that's acceptable to the commission.
Okay.
That would be for the entire resort. Of course, the 2 new developments would need to be compliant from the get-go, but the existing Serrata and any exterior lighting would need to be by the end of the certificate of occupancy for Hotel 1.
Okay, thank you.
Are they currently compliant? Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say, if they're currently not compliant, the Serrata building, I'm not talking about future building. The future building shouldn't be over what's current, right? The current needs to become compliant. Season is coming in May, they should be compliant now.
Okay.
Not occupancy, that could be years, a year down the line. So-
Okay, absolutely. If the commission wishes, I can move up the date for that. This had been under Hotel 1. The city does have standards for existing lighting. They're not nearly as stringent as the new lighting standards. So if you wanted to move the new lighting standards up to prior to turtle season, that's something to definitely bring up with the applicant.
I would say yes, because if I don't know if you have the report of how long prior they haven't been compliant. I've been on beach stewardship committee, so I'm aware of many properties that are non-compliant and want them all compliant,
Understood. Mayor, did you have a question?
Same question. Are they currently in compliance?
I'm not aware of any open code complaints regarding the property.
Doesn't really answer the question, does it?
No.
And I'll disclose, because I met with staff, so I did meet with Pete, our code enforcement, so I know there's a current problem, and I know Pete Dewar did mention to me that the staff ramp up right before turtle season opens, and they go out and they take their surveys, and then they put out citations and so forth. So it's coming, obviously. We're not in season right now, but that's what I was told. They're not compliant currently.
But based on the report that we have in here and in the last meeting, that notice was sent to them in June or July of last year. So they've been non-compliant for almost an entire year now, throughout all of turtle season?
June, and end of, right, because it's May to, I'm going to throw it out wrong. Is it November? I forgot the whole season.
The end of October. early
End of
November.
October, so the half the season, correct. Now, and I will say that I did see documentation that the Serrata was addressing it. There is communications between Mr. Dewar and the Serrata, so it's not that it's being ignored. But there is current discussions right now with them to address this.
Two thoughts, if I could, on that subject. I kind of read some of those turtle studies, too, and if I remember right, it was like 90% of the hotels are out of compliance. Maybe I misread that statistic. So I just want to make sure, and I'm all in favor of turtle lighting, absolutely. But I just want to make sure we're not putting a condition on the current Serrata that it's got to be done between now and May. I don't know if that's just like unscrewing light bulbs and putting in different light bulbs, or are we talking about like major facade reworking?
I don't know if we're saying that it's a condition. I think what we're saying is if the current building is non-compliant, just like any other building in the city of St. Pete Beach needs to become compliant, that occupancy doesn't give them permission to wait.
Okay, but you're not putting you're not asking the Serrata to get that done before they do any other construction, are you?
They need to get it.
But you're not making that a condition, you're just, that's a request.
I don't know. I think it's more of a clarification of what you just read, because it makes it sound like they can wait till occupancy to get, the property in compliance.
Correct, and there would be the requirement for the existing standards, which would be enforced this turtle season, and then potentially down the line, the new standards. But if you want to, absolutely, if the commission wants to move up the deadline for the new, and that's where you would get the window film, you would get the full replacement of outdoor bulbs and so on. So,
Okay.
written that down.
Can I comment on that as well? I've got some questions that are probably better suited for the applicant regarding what remodeling plans are for the current Serrata as well. So, but just kind of in that category, I don't know what their plans are. And in speaking, as I mentioned, when I spoke with Lisa Wright, she was the one who educated me. I understand we all received emails as well. That they are working towards getting compliant, but are not 100% compliant right now. So that's it. Thank you.
Condition 23, the applicant shall photographically document conditions on adjacent properties as requested and use vibration monitoring during construction. The applicant shall demonstrate Southwest Florida Water Management District Water Star compliance, a 35% indoor water use reduction below baseline through the LEED certification or equivalent, Staff had concerns about the drought, unprecedented really drought that our region is going through, so we wanted to make sure that there were commitments to potable water use reduction. And the project shall generally follow the phases shown on the phasing plan that was supplied to staff. Condition 26, the applicant...
I have a question, but
yes.
just to ask, in number 24, is it because of the concern of water, overall, citywide, Pinellas County-wide, I mean, if you want to think of it that way too, should that be better, or can it be better? Is that a minimum standard? Where did we get that number?
So the minimum standard for LEED is 20% reduction. That doesn't award any points toward the certification. The applicant's pursuing LEED certified for the Hotel 1 and LEED Silver for Hotel 3. So that's a minimum standard, is a 20% reduction below the federal baseline. 35% is right at the middle. 50% is where you get the full points for LEED certification. That's 6. 35 is, I believe, 3. So it could be improved. I'm not sure how the applicant landed on that number. It was really just to codify a commitment made by the architect that we discussed last summer. If the commission would like that to be higher, by all means, if we could discuss it with the applicant.
And I would. I don't know how to put it here, but to talk with the applicant when they present, because we're increasing density, right? So to me, that's way impactful, right? And we have a concern, citywide, countywide on water. So I definitely would want to discuss that.
Understood. Condition 26, applicant shall use augering or another alternative to pile driving and construction. They have committed to that condition. Going back to the LEED certification, LEED BD plus C, hospitality certified for Hotel 1 and Silver for Hotel 3 is the minimum standard for development. The applicant must show through a crosswalk that an equivalent environmental impact is provided if a new standard is chosen. LEED certification is certified at the start of the building. I believe it starts at 60% build out, and then it's certified at completion. But if it, for whatever reason, they decide to not use the LEED certification, we would be expecting a crosswalk to ensure that the standards are met with whatever the new certification would be. And LEED provide points not only for water, but for energy conservation. It's one of the standards that's promoted in the city's code for energy and environmental conservation.
And I will have a question, I guess, to the applicant, because why not Silver being higher, correct?
Correct.
If it's a whole site, why not the whole site Silver? And again, it's a plus toward the green standard that as a city that we're looking to have, I would say the whole site should be Silver.
Understood. Condition 28, at least 50% of trees and ground covers shall be Florida friendly. At least 50% of trees and required buffers shall be Florida native or Land Development Code recommended trees. So the Land Development Code requires an overall green space standards for the lot, and then it has specific buffer standards. You have those in the front and along the sides of the property. So the expectation is that the required buffers would be Florida native, and the all other landscaping on the site be at least 50% Florida friendly. In terms of why the percentages were come up with, there is some ornamental landscaping currently shown in the landscape plan. We had initially received positive feedback towards some of that landscaping. It's not Florida friendly, it's not invasive necessarily, but it's just not, it doesn't meet that University of Florida standard for Florida friendly. We picked 50% to kind of give a balance, but the commission feels it should be higher or lower. We're certainly open to that.
And Brendan, that is something, I know I spoke with you, and I also spoke with the applicant on this, and actually, I guess their landscaping engineer who was on the call. So I'm going to assume they're going to present that later, right? Okay, so, because I do want to see that percentage higher.
Condition 29, planter boxes shall be planted with lush Florida-friendly material equivalent to that shown in the renderings and maintained for the life of the project. The applicant's proposing some planter boxes at the front of the JW Marriott parking garage. There's a requirement in the city's code that effectively when you look at a parking garage, it not be evident from the street that it is a parking garage, except if you're looking at the entrance or the exit. So with that landscaping providing that, some of the screening that the code requires, we want to make sure that over the life of the development, it's treated the same as any other buffer landscaping. It needs to be maintained by the applicant. If it dies, it needs to be replaced at a lush standard. Condition 30, the applicant must install the southern buffer and public beach access regardless of whether Hotel 3 ever moves forward. I think I mentioned before, this isn't an actual phased plan where the applicant's proposing to develop one hotel, close out the permit, and then move on to the next one. To my understanding, they would be working on both at the same time if this request is approved. But we want to make sure that if Hotel 3 never moves forward, the public still gets that benefit of that increased beach access. The applicant shall connect to the reclaimed water system and have their connection metered. The irrigation system shall use pressure regulation and have leak monitoring systems installed. That had been a recommendation of the planning board. The applicant shall provide the city an easement.
Can I ask a quick question on
Yes.
that? Does that include like rain check, like if it's raining, it's not?
Correct. That's a requirement in our code, but we would look for that.
Just to
too,
make
yes.
sure, okay.
The applicant shall provide the city an easement for the northern buffer in the case that the existing Brightwater Beach Estates access is agreed to be expanded between the access holders and the city commission. So there is a 4-foot beach access to the northern side of the site. It's not on the Serrata property. It's immediately adjacent to it. The applicant has requested a reduction in the northern landscaping buffer to 15 feet. The typical requirement is 30 feet. The commission is allowed to authorize that reduction to 15 feet. It's not a variance. It's something you can authorize as part of the conditional use permit under the case that there's a superior alternative. The applicant is planning quite a dense buffer there. It's higher than the requirement of the code generally. However, staff would like to see that easement at the very least for that expanded access should that ever come to fruition. Again, that would come back. That would be another discussion whether or not that access is being expanded. We would just like to ensure that the easement is made available in case that's something the commission wishes to move forward with.
A question on that too. In one of our, in our packet, I don't know which page it is, where they have a picture of easements that are being given. That one is not, the arrow isn't pointing in that direction. So is there a reason why,
So originally the applicant had proposed 2 easements, one on the southern end, one through the center of the site, and we had requested the additional easement on the northern end. That came after, so it's just not depicted on the plan. But if it's a requirement, that would be a requirement for recording just like the others, and it would be on the site plan.
Okay. And do you have a copy of any chance of the deed or for that owner or who owns that? I mean, is there any discussion with the owner of that walkway?
Not that I'm familiar with at this time. This would just be an easement that we would be asking for from the Serrata property owner if this is approved, and then that would be carried on after that.
And this is for a clarification because from what I've read, we want, if there is a redevelopment and there's a potential to widen a beach walk, right, that it would be 7 feet, let's say, right? If it's 4, they would give an easement for 3, so we'd have a 7-foot wide. Was the process done to clarify, and I know you'll be able to explain later, but if you know, Brandon, on whether, how much did we go, in to discover whether this is possible or not? Do we know? Is there, like I said, a deed, a discussion? Like, did they just say outright no? Did they really understand what it could mean?
To my understanding, that the deed for that 4-foot existing access is held by the Brightwater Beach Estates subdivision. That's as far as I know. I haven't gone any further into it. There had been a recommendation that we ask for additional beach access where viable, and so a request to potentially expand that access to the north of this property was one of the potential superior alternatives to allow for the buffer to be reduced to that 15 feet. It's not a requirement. It's something the applicants asked for, and we felt that would be appropriate given the general standards for beach access in the code of minimum 7 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
I've got a question on that topic. So I guess my question would be, what are the next steps with that as far as the Brightwater Beach Estates access? I mean, is the city going to speak to them if they want to extend it? Have they already? I'm just a little confused about that. And then in one of the renderings I saw, it was pretty overgrown over that area, and I would just want to make sure that should Brightwater Beach Estates decide they just want to leave it as is, that, you know, we don't have landscaping overgrowing into that.
Understood. Maintenance requirements. City manager, as far as I know, we haven't started the discussion with that.
No, we would do that at the direction of the commission.
As far as discussing with Brightwater Beach Estates?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I would think it's important, you know, because we're going to be in construction. This is the first part of that site that would be constructed, so it wouldn't make sense that that discussion hadn't taken place yet. You know, you have landscaping going on. We're going to come to a decision on a buffer. I think that immediate, you know, property should know.
Yes, if this moves forward this evening, we would immediately start that discussion.
Thank you.
And finally, any new off-site utilities associated with any kind of upgrade on the behalf of the developer would need to be screened at their own expense. Moving on to transportation improvement operations, the applicant shall pay $100,000 per year for 5 years for mobility services, facilities, and/or improvements. This would be over and above any requirement for impact fees. Currently, based on staff estimates, the applicant would be responsible for just under $1 million in multimodal impact fees, about $250,000 in sewer connection fees. Now, of those multimodal impact fees, half of those do go to the county. So this would be an additional $100,000 per year for 5 years. Could be used for freebie, it could be used for any other successive or multimodal improvement that the city wishes to pursue, but this would be in addition to the impact fees.
Brandon, I've got a question on that. Who came up with that amount, and why that amount, and why for 5 years?
So staff originally looked at the impact of the Serrata relative to, remember, freebie trips, passenger trips specifically, and freebie is just under $5 per trip per person. That's the cost averaged over a year. Based on Serrata, I believe the estimate of the current demand trips to and from Serrata for 2023 were in the range of about $35,000 for the year. So for an expansion of this project, it's about a 70% increase. We would be looking at somewhere in the range of about $60,000. So that would help to offset that. It doesn't need to be used for freebie. It could be used for other multimodal improvements. But that addition, you know, that would provide the $60,000 for their cost toward freebie, and then $40,000 for additional improvements in the area.
What would be an example of additional improvement?
Offhand, I don't know that we have anything scheduled,
Okay.
but, you know, any kind of just, you know, larger citywide projects that may wish to be pursued.
Okay. Thank you.
With that, the 5 years, though, I mean, does it go away after 5 years? I mean, we might not know. And I know we might not have freebie, maybe we have something else, or, you know, I don't see why it ends. When you just said the numbers right now, the way that you said, and the impact of the use in just that one site, you know, then I don't quite understand why just 5 years. I don't know. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't end after 5 years.
Yeah, no, I mean, these are, when it comes to conditions, these are all things that we can discuss maybe after Brandon and the applicant have had their presentations.
come back.
So when we deliberate, if we think that this is a project that should move forward, then we can discuss conditions.
Okay, got
And
it.
so maybe we can just make a list of all the things that we come up with, and then, you know, we can discuss those items. Thank you, Brandon.
Condition 35, the applicant shall bear the cost of Gulf Boulevard short and midterm safety improvements in front of the property that are not otherwise provided during development. The city is currently undertaking a Gulf Boulevard safety study. It has short, medium, long-term goals. The short and medium goals would generally fall within either the build-out of this project or shortly into the future. Beyond that, we would like the applicant to be responsible for the ones that are in front of their property. Condition 36, should the city proceed with an emergency level of service master plan, the applicant shall bear a proportional cost of the study. I've talked with our district fire chief. Generally, these are in the range of about $80,000 at the most. We asked for the applicant to provide for up to $30,000 of that study. And that's a condition in your resolution. The applicant shall maintain transportation management plan strategies regardless of whether the lot is subdivided in the future. Again, going back to the subdivision discussion that we had earlier, regardless of what were to occur, the transportation management plan, the circulator, the other improvements that are being provided on the site would need to be provided for the entire development. That covenant would embrace every improvement on the property. There shall be no deliveries from vehicles that exceed 2 axles before 7:30 a.m. or after 10 p.m. The applicant shall provide information to guests regarding safe crossing of Gulf Boulevard. And finally, these are general conditions. These are boilerplate. Any conditional use permit that the city brings forward to you will have these conditions. That any violation of these conditions permits the city commission to rescind or modify the conditional use permit as it pertains to the request under which this condition is classified. And finally, the city commission may review the conditional use permit development order periodically to determine if it is in compliance with terms and conditions of the approval. So with that, staff recommends approval of Resolution 2023-21. I'd be happy to answer questions if you have them initially. We do have our Public Works Director and Fire Chief and Fire Marshal present. If you have any questions for them as experts, I'll be here all night, so if you have questions for me after the applicant, I'd be happy to come back up.
Brandon, I've got a couple questions for you real quick, if that's okay.
Certainly.
I know in the in some of the other conditions and in the land development code and the conditions for approval, it talks a lot about screening of parking facilities from the street. We do not in our land development code have anything comparable that screens them from the view on the beach side. Is that correct?
No, that's specific to the street level view. There are design requirements that apply to all facades of a building, particularly that there needs to be a ornamentation, so it just can't be a blank facade. There needs to be a minimum offset of the building at certain distances, but the screening of the parking is specific to the street level view.
Okay, thank you. And then on a lot like that, like, you know, the parcel we're talking about, and the side setbacks and that sort of thing, those would be the same regardless of how many buildings they were building on that lot. Is that correct?
Right. So the way that the large resort district works is that it's a 10% setback on the sides up until the lot becomes 300 feet wide. And once it hits that width, it remains 30 feet. If it gets to 500 feet wide, 700 feet, it's always 30. So that's
30. So there's no requirement. If they tore down every building on the lot, they could still build a building that's 30 feet from the north side if they wanted to, or 30 feet from the south side. There's no centering requirement.
That's correct. Just going back to what I mentioned early at the beginning of my presentation, the City Commission, under public interest, is able to increase the side setback above 30 feet. But again, that's for the portions of the building above 50 feet, above base flood elevation. But otherwise, the side setback is 30 feet.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
Okay. Did anyone would like to hear from either Mike or Chief? We've got Public Works here, and we've got Fire Chief.
I'm going to have questions, but I don't know if to ask them now or wait for the presentation, so that way they could help clarify some things, because
Whichever way you like. We can do it during the staff presentation, or we can ask them afterwards.
probably
Yeah,
after.
they may get answered
just
before
wanna
we
go
get
home.
there.
Excellent. I think Commissioner Marriott, you had a question about timing for the presentation moving forward?
Yeah, so I didn't know, I mean, if the applicant has some idea of the amount of time that they require, the number of people they have presenting, or?
For the record, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller. Thank you. Commissioner Marriott, we have 6 presenters. we know that you've all reviewed the materials, so our intent is to go through really quickly, but in these recent meetings, there are some things that you've asked, so we've supplemented some of that information. I saw an email where someone had requested or mentioned that the mayor might ask us to be like 20 minutes per person. I don't think we're going to need that. And so, but I would say that, 2 hours would be the most, unless we have a million questions. I think that part of the reason that we went so long is that our experts weren't allowed to finish, and a lot of what the questions were about were things that a different expert might have talked about. Because, for example, there is one criteria where 3 different experts are going to have little pieces that they're going to fill in. So if it's okay with this commission, we'd love to give our presentation straight through and be able to get all that new information out to you, and then address these questions and any other questions that you have. That would be our suggestion, to go as quickly as possible. Because some of this we can kind of fly through, like describing the site, and we'll try to only focus on the stuff that you've raised as issues, questions, or highlights that we think are particularly important. Again, just for your consideration. I would ask if we could understand how citizen testimony is going to be handled, only because our rebuttal and how we deal with rebuttal will directly be affected by the amount of time that the citizens are going to be allowed to testify. So I don't want to, lock ourselves in for rebuttal and have no idea how many hours citizen testimony might be. I want to make sure that from a due process perspective, we have plenty of time to answer all of those questions.
Mr. Mayor, that brings up a timely question. I know we have this document in front of us that is a estimate of who's going to talk in what order and proposed for how long.
We also received 40 comment cards since then.
That's what I was going to ask, so, okay.
Mr. City Attorney, would you care to address the question about the rebuttal? I know you talked about it last time, but since we're all new here.
Yeah, I think you have to allow for, I think if I understand what council is asking, is that they're going to want to know so on the list, and I don't know if you have a copy of this list or not, but
No.
there are, for example, C-Mark condos are asking for 30 minutes. Protect St. Pete Beach is asking for 30 minutes, and they have experts. And I assume that council's going to want to be able to specifically address any of those if they have experts. So I would just use it. I think you're just going to have to judge things as they go along, and just know that you do have to give council or the applicant a fair opportunity to rebut anything that they believe may need to be rebutted from, specifically probably from any experts that may testify here among the public. So I don't think you can, in other words, I think just as we go along, you're just gonna have to judge, like, are we going too slow, are we going too fast, that kind of thing.
Should we, I'm assuming the majority of the rebuttals or potential for rebuttals might be with the experts or whoever else. Would it be helpful if we had one person, then a rebuttal, then the next person, then a rebuttal, or would you prefer to do all the rebuttals at the end after all 40 people, or?
Yes, because there may be a lot of duplicate.
Sure.
And there also may be testimony that someone else adds on to, and I think we could be most efficient for everybody's time if we could hear all the comments, maybe even take 10 minutes to organize our rebuttal, just so that you're getting transportation comments. That's the way it typically goes best when we have these larger hearings with a lot of opposition. But again, that's just been my experience, and we'll defer to you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, but we'll make sure we have plenty of intermissions.
Thank you very much.
So,
To the point regarding timing, I think you may want to discuss, again, we don't have a criteria to label someone or appoint someone or give somebody the status of intervener party status or anything like that. So Among, what we have, though, are procedures for public speaking. And so when organizations request that, so I don't know if you want to address not addressing the 3 minutes that individual members of the public get, but do you want to address the requests from the organizations that have requested time? I think I believe it's that the organizations usually get 10 minutes, I think. Is that, Madam Clerk, is that assistant?
Correct.
So typically, under your resolution, you allow for 10 minutes to, valid organizations. I know that sometimes people will come up and say, I'm with the ABC organization, but I think it's up to you.
And the 4 people that they would be representing need to identify themselves per our policy.
That's right, okay. So it's in effect, they're donating members if they're representing an organization, those members have to identify themselves so they don't, they're donating their time so that the representative of the organization gets to have more time.
Now with that, it's still very difficult, right? Because 4 people are donating their time, but there could be 20 others that are still within the same, let's say if it's an association, who speak up or want to speak up. So I don't know how easy it would be.
The policy says 4 or, 4 of the group identify, minimum of 4 people to identify themselves.
Right.
So, but to help you, should we have everyone state what, neighborhood or association that they may be, so that way?
They do on the cards.
Okay, so on the cards it says, so you're just going to have to follow through. Okay.
The person who would be speaking would identify the people, and the people would say, yes, I'm here, and I give my time.
I'm saying the future ones, like someone else later comes up, I'm in the Doncaster neighborhood. I got 4 people from my association that say, yeah, I give my time to Betty, but then I have Charlie who didn't want to give, who lives in the neighborhood but wants to speak too. That's what I'm saying. It can go further.
Sure.
I don't think the rule is to prevent everyone.
To say that they're in the association.
Well, no. I mean, everyone gets an opportunity to speak, but in order for an organization to have a spokesperson, the 4 members of that organization have to give up their time. That's it. But the rest, you can't say more people have to give up their time.
Right.
Yeah.
I think maybe specifically, I'm looking at the list, and, there's only 2 that are really requesting a lot of
There's 3.
time.
There's a possible 3rd one.
Yeah, Brightwater Beach Estates.
Number 5.
I got 3 minutes
Number
additional
5.
for group.
Yeah.
Okay, but specifically, for example, the C-Mark condo, I don't know if we want to get into this level of granularity yet, but 30 minutes for one group appears to me to be a lot. I think we can catch it in less time than that. The key points they're trying to get across, so just want to throw that out there.
And then that goes to the point I was trying to make. They could limit it, I'm not trying to coach them, but right, they could limit 4 people, but yet 20 other ones from C-Mark don't have to give up their time, so we'll still probably be hearing 30 minutes
Quite possibly.
from C-Mark.
Could be.
So whether you give it to them now or not.
Well, they'd have to, following that line of reasoning, they'd have to be here, so I'm not sure.
No,
I'm not sure they would all actually be here, so.
I was just going to clarify her point, if I could.
I'm sorry, we're not at the point where we're taking the audience comments. Thank you.
Try to clarify the fact that who was planning to speak. I didn't hear
All right, I guess what I'm asking is, do we want to look at any of these groups and make a decision now, or are we just going to kind of let this go, Mayor, as you see fit?
In the past, we've allowed them the time.
30 minutes?
Well, if they have, we've not had a situation where one person requested 30 minutes before. We've had situation like number 12, where 3 experts, and then for each one of them, they're each getting 10 minutes, and then 4 people, so 12 people in total would be donating time. So we've had that before. And then to Commissioner Reznicki's point, if we had 12 people who donated their time, but there was 20 other people that identify with that group or HOA or whatever, they didn't relinquish their time, and we allowed them to speak as well. So I think in the interest of fairness and consistency, we should just stick to that process. I guess we could ask Mr. Ken Barnes if he really does need 30 minutes. Was that? If you wouldn't mind just stepping to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and this will be a 10-second exchange.
Yes, of course. We would like 30 minutes. We have a lot to cover, but my understanding, we have, I think, 10 or 12 people here, and they would all relinquish their time. We're not, to your point, that's what I was trying to say, not going to have me speak for 30, and then you're going to have 10 other people get up and try to speak for 3 each for another 30. We were intending for it to be one presentation rather than a disjointed 10 different folks come up for 3 minutes apiece.
And you've been authorized by the board to speak on behalf of the association?
I have.
Thank you, sir.
What'd you say? Oh, Ken Barnes.
Okay.
Mayor, I've got a question for City Clerk.
Shall we, if you don't mind, let's finish up with CMARC first.
Okay.
I mean, if everyone in the CMARC is relinquishing their time, otherwise you could just show up 3 times and
No,
four people.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm good.
That's good with that, yeah.
Commissioner?
My question was, of any of the 40 cards that were submitted, were any of them from the CMARC?
They were just, I don't see the cards, they have them in
Okay.
their hands.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess my other question then is, of those other 40 people, are any of them requesting 30 minutes? We don't know.
The individuals only get 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so unless they represent a specific group or association or something, yeah, so we have 2 cases with a possible third one for Brightwater Beach Estates asking for additional time.
Okay, and then so, just so I'm understanding, so we're talking about giving the applicant roughly 2 hours to present, and then from there going into public
Audience
comment,
comments.
audience comment, maybe giving priority to the people who've requested longer time first, just a suggestion,
Sure.
and then rebuttal at the end of all those comments from the applicant.
And then more questions and deliberation.
Okay. Can we take a recess before we get into
Oh, wait,
the applicant's
question.
2 hours?
You're asking for a recess now?
If they're about to get into their
I second that motion.
Okay, so
Oh,
that's, I'm okay with that, commissioners, if you're okay with that. Unlike last time, though, we're going to have hard deadlines and hard stops on the recesses. So if we say 5:45 in 13 minutes, 5:45, gavel goes down. Until then, we are in recess. Would the applicant please come forward and begin their presentation?
Excuse me, Mayor Petrillo, we just have a housekeeping item that we want to address. The other council, George Vinci, will come up and address those items.
Good evening, everyone. George Vinci, Spector Gaddon, Rosen Vinci. The one thing I wanted to raise is I sent a letter to Mr. Digman. I copied everyone on the letter and made a formal request that the mayor recuse himself from these proceedings. And I'd like to get a decision from the commission or the mayor himself as whether he's willing to do that for the reasons outlined in my letter, and I'm willing to go into more detail if you'd like.
City Attorney?
So the general rule is that if you're here and you have an obligation to vote on matters that are before you unless you have a voting conflict. And nothing that I saw in this letter from council indicated to me that there was a voting conflict. He's essentially asking you to recuse yourself due to impartiality.
I do not have any voting conflicts, and I will not be recusing myself.
Just a point of, I think the case law on this is pretty clear that there is the record reflects a pervasive bias, that is a sufficient reason to warrant recusal. And I think we've outlined the mayor's prior affiliation with Protect St. Pete Beach, the fact that he was the chairman of that organization, that even after he became mayor, he continued to be the chairman of that organization for approximately a month, that they are a major opposition and the opponent of this project, that he attended a meeting, at a condo meeting, I believe for the C-Mark, where lo and behold, the resolutions passed, where they agreed to support and a petition against approving Serrata Beach to support Protect St. Pete Beach. And even more interesting is that at that same proceeding, a donation is received and made by the condominium association to help protect St. Pete Beach. So I think what's obvious, at least for me, and what the record seems to support, is that you have a vigorous opponent of this who's already filed a lawsuit, as everyone knows here, seeking essentially to take the position that every other one of these commissioners, with the exception of the mayor, is sitting illegally and shouldn't be sitting here today and presiding over this. That same organization vigorously opposes this application today. The mayor was the chairman of that organization. He continued to be so after he was mayor. He attends a meeting in which $500 is raised for that organization. I couldn't think of a better example of where you have a situation where there is clearly a situation where there's pervasive bias potentially. And under the case, specifically under the case law, it says the applicant's right to an impartial decision maker is violated if a reasonably prudent person in the applicant's position would fear that it could not obtain a fair and impartial hearing before the commission. I think my client has a right to at least take, based upon what I've discussed, based upon what I sent you, in his mind to believe, in my client's mind, that the mayor in this instance cannot be fair and impartial. Specifically, among other things, based upon his prior relationship with an organization that's against this project, who now, from what I hear, wants 30 minutes to present today, that same organization, and present expert testimony. So from my position, I don't know how you can go from being the chairman and founder of an organization that is against the project and then sit in judgment on that same project.
Are you familiar with sunbiz.org?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with sunbiz.org?
Sunbiz.org? No, I am not, sir.
The Florida Department of Business Regulations, where you register LLCs, nonprofits, and so on.
Okay.
Right? If you look up the organization that you referenced, I was never part of that organization. I was never chairman.
You were never chairman of St. Pete Beach?
That is a different organization, sir. Further,
I remember seeing the document that we've attached to our papers.
certainly, your
where
documents
you resigned your position
from a different organization.
So you're saying the organization Protect St. Pete Beach that you were the chairman of is not the same organization that filed the lawsuit?
That is correct.
No affiliation with that whatsoever? Okay. Right. Aren't they, would you tell, are the same people that were members of the organization still the same members of the so-called new organization?
Couldn't tell you who the members are. I have no affiliation with them.
You haven't spoken to any members?
I spoke with the chairman, just like everybody else did here, at the request of the group to meet with him.
And was he a member of the prior organization?
She was not.
And the only difference between does the other organization still even exist?
I resigned from that organization. I'm not sure what happened to it afterwards.
So you don't know what happened to that organization and the people that were members of that organization?
That is what I said.
You're not aware that all they did was file as a nonprofit, which they are now?
Okay, it's still a separate organization.
Okay. Is their position with respect to this proposed development any different than the prior organization? Isn't it the same position they took then?
What position is that? I didn't take any position.
So
We've addressed the first concern, different organization. I was not the chairman. Next, do you have any documentation that I made any presentation or advocate on behalf of anybody with the C-Mark condominium?
Well, apparently you attended a meeting on November 28th, am I
Sure.
correct? And at that meeting, a resolution was passed. It said, "Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of C-Mark, Inc. is authorized to sign on its support of the Protect St. Pete organization, petition against approving Serrata and Treywood's conditional use permit as proposed." That occurred at that meeting.
I don't know.
Well, you were there.
I was not.
You did not attend the meeting. Then why does it make reference to you in the notes?
If I may, I attended the HOA meeting via Zoom at the invitation of several homeowners. They asked questions. I was very specific with what questions I could answer and I could not answer because of the conditional use application and the quasi-judicial process. After I was done answering questions, I got off the Zoom call. What they did after the Zoom call, I couldn't tell you. I wasn't part of it. At no point was the organization discussed while I was on the call. So if they had a conversation as part of a regularly scheduled board meeting, they may have taken other resolutions. I couldn't tell you. I was on the call for 10, 15 minutes, and then I got off. And so with that, sir, I have addressed both of your concerns. They are a separate group, and if an HOA decides to make whatever decisions that they decide to make, I have no influence with that. I made no recommendation, I made no presentation, and so with that, I have answered your questions, and I will not recuse myself.
Well, how long did you participate in that meeting via Zoom?
10, 15 minutes.
Okay. And if you there was a discussion that took place, I suspect.
I couldn't tell you.
You didn't say a word.
No, I can't tell you about what discussions they had after I got off the call.
No, I'm more curious about what discussions you had when you were on the call.
They had questions.
Did you discuss this specific request with respect to Serrata Beach? Was that discussed while you were on the call?
Just like I've met with other
Counselor?
associations.
Yeah, Counselor, I'm sorry, but let me ask one question of the mayor, one question only. Do you feel you can be impartial, unbiased, and handle this meeting and under your obligation as mayor?
Absolutely.
Okay. You've made your record, Counselor. It's in the record. That's fine. I don't think this needs to be become a direct examination of the mayor at this point. He's made his statement that he can be fair and impartial.
The only thing I will raise then, is with respect to the request by, I believe, 2 organizations and perhaps a third. I think they indicated they wanted 30 minutes. Apparently, I'm looking at, my understanding is Resolution 2222-13 sets a time limit of 10 minutes for organizations, provided at least 4 members of the organization are present. There's no, from what I could tell, anything in that resolution that allows for 30 minutes. And I request that the organizations be limited in accordance with that resolution to 10 minutes. If there are other people or other members of that organization or people that live in that condominium facility that want to speak for their 3 minutes, they're free to do so. But I think you need to abide by the resolution, which sets a 10-minute limit. Neither Protect St. Pete Beach or the other organization that was mentioned are parties. C-Mark, they're not parties to this action. They're not interveners to this action. And we should follow the procedure as it's set forth, and with a limit of 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Will the applicant please come forward and do their presentation?
This goes forward, right? This top one, or the bottom? There we go. For the record, Elise Batzel with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, Florida. We're here tonight on behalf of Columbia Sussex and CP St. Pete LLC to address one of your questions. Columbia Sussex is the parent company of CP St. Pete LLC, which is the applicant under this CUP application. There's a variety of documents in your record related to the financial and technical capability. I won't go over those again because they're part of the record. You probably heard them in the last two hearings, but we're happy to answer any additional questions that you may have on that matter. I want to take us back a little bit because I think it's important to some of the additional information that we're going to provide to you tonight. This is a city-level map and shows where the large resort district is. The Community Redevelopment District is within the city, a smaller district. We're going to hear more from Cynthia Spidel about that. Our project, the Serrata existing property, is the area in blue. Within the Community Redevelopment District is an even smaller district, the Gulf Boulevard Redevelopment District, and that is divided into 4 specific districts, which are really specific in your code. The Activity Center, Bayou Residential, Boutique Hotel and Condo area, and of course the large resort, which the Serrata is part of. I want to take just a little more time to talk about what's being demolished with respect to the full integration of the site that some of you have raised. As you can see here, right now, the Serrata Resort is multiple buildings. Many hotel developments that are on this size lots are many buildings. Obviously, if you had one massive building, it's hard to provide appropriate amenities, restaurant space. Sometimes there is physical separation of those buildings. The question becomes, what is an integrated site? So right now, the Serrata Resort is a fully integrated site with a number of buildings. And this new resort will also be an integrated site. It's going to have shared amenities, a full service, and those are full service amenities. So for example, if there's an amenity that's at one hotel and not at another hotel, the idea is this is a fully integrated functional site. There is a condition that Brandon alluded to related to a declaration of, I think we call it a declaration of unified site plan. We've done this before in the city of St. Pete Beach. For example, Corey Landing, when you have different uses, and in Corey Landing actually, they're physically not even connected to one another, but it ties your project together for development purposes to say that this is one project under your zoning code. And you have to function like that. All the conditions apply to it. And therefore, that is what gives you the comfort that you're not going to go sell off one piece and then not function as part of the integrated site. Now, I will say, often, Corey Landing, trademarks, it doesn't matter. Our little Berkeley Beach Club, sometimes you take a site and for example, I might have a different lender that's going to lend on that garage. So I'd like that to be a different tax parcel. And the reason you do that is not because you're separating it from the integrated site. It's because you need to have a tax parcel or a legal description for a lender so that you can go out and get a separate loan. Because often, let's say, for example, the JW Marriott might have a different lender than some of the other Hotel 3 or the parking garage. So I just wanted to put that into the record. And more importantly, I think from your perspective on how is this going to operate, that's going to operate through a pedestrian system that Scott Gilner is going to talk you through. We prepared a map for you just to show you how this is really fully integrated and that no matter where you are on the site, we have thoughtfully designed this to become integrated. Just a reminder, all of these buildings in red are coming down. So the only part of one building in all of these buildings are going to be left after the redevelopment. So quickly, you know that we're adding a proposed Hotel 1, you know that we're adding a proposed Hotel 2 and a garage. Don't need to go over that. But I do want to emphasize that we're talking about 264 hotel rooms in addition. That's it. And part of that is because we're taking down a lot of those hotel rooms. So 264 new hotel rooms. These show the site plan a little better. I'm going to go through quickly in the interest of time. This is the location of the new restaurant and pool. Of course, this is what remains of the of the Serrata. This is the area that will remain. The JW Marriott or similar luxury hotel will be located on the northern portion of the property adjacent to the Cimark. And this little area in blue is the area where the rooftop pool amenity will be, and it will be, the T will snuggle around it so that it's shielded from the adjacent property owners. This area in blue is the smaller select service hotel, Hampton Inn. You can see here, and we'll talk a lot more about this, we have designed the site for ample on-site queuing. All of the parking will be on the first 3 levels of the northern hotel and the parking garage on the southern boundary of the property. And finally, there's a number of beach accesses. Brandon talked through them. I'm not going to go through them again, but you'll see here that they're visually depicted. The only thing we don't depict, of course, is the potential for that new beach access on the northern boundary. And again, the condition says that if the city does get a public access easement over that private area to the north, that 4 feet, we will give you an easement and, create that beach walk at that period of time. The heights here go from 34.5 feet, which is at the very front of Gulf Boulevard for the JW Marriott, that's that little piece in the front, up to 115.5 feet. And you can just see the varying heights. The idea is from an architectural perspective, there's varying heights for, a more lovely architectural facade. So 3 things are before you tonight, and I think this is really important to remember. The request is limited solely to allowing us more density, up to 75 units per acre, allowing us more height, up to 116 feet, and allowing that rooftop pool amenity that you saw on top of the 4th level of the JW Marriott. Those are the 3 requests that fall underneath this conditional use permit this evening. So we talked about this in other hearings, but I do want to emphasize it again, that your current regulations today are what you have to measure this application by, right? You're a quasi-judicial body, and your role here is to say, let's look at this criteria and determine if the applicant has provided competent substantial evidence that they've met that criteria. That's it. That's the whole world and the whole box of your decision tonight. If you think about it, the current language is important. Here's what it says. Hotel redevelopment is encouraged by increasing permitted density and height for temporary lodging uses only. Exclusive residential uses are strongly discouraged by decreasing permitted densities and prohibiting any increases to allowable height for this type of use. The regulations today say, please come here and build more density because this is how our comp plan was structured. Andrew, I know, has told you in prior hearings when you talk about comp plans require studies, and there's a whole process for changing a comp plan. And while a lot of what we've heard over the past has been, we would like to see something different in our comp plan, we don't like what your current regulations permit, there are processes for that. So I just wanted to remind you. So there's 2 standards and lists of criteria. One is in 4.4, and those are more general, and they apply to any conditional use permit citywide. And then there are more specific regulations in 4.12 that apply to any conditional use permit in the community redevelopment district. And when those 4.12 criteria come up, it's really important to read the whole provision, because what it talks about is not consider all these factors and we can't have any impacts on surrounding properties or nearby uses. That's not the standard. The standard is whether there is a disproportionately negative impact or unreasonable negative impact on those surrounding uses. So again, 4.4, and again, that language, no unreasonable or disproportionately negative impacts are imposed. New development is going to have impacts. Absolutely, every new development has some kind of impact. The question is does it meet the standard? So this is sort of your roadmap for tonight. I am going to start letting our experts provide you with expert testimony, and we look forward to providing as much information as we can tonight. Cynthia?
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Spidell, and I'm with Stearns Weaver Miller at 401 East Jackson Street in Tampa, and I have been sworn. I'm an AICP certified planner with over 18 years experience in both the public and the private sectors. And I just want to say that staff put together a really thoughtful analysis with 41 conditions, and that conditional use permit, that's the beauty of it, that you can actually condition. So if you don't approve it, you don't get the conditions, but I just want to make sure that I highlight that Brandon's done a very, very thorough job in providing a lot of analysis and requiring this conditional use permit to be approved with standards that exceed just minimal code requirements. So at any rate, I know you've all read my planning report, but it does provide an in-depth analysis of consistency with respect to the comprehensive plan. And so, but it also does a micro analysis too. So the comp plan is sort of your big picture, macro level. Are we meeting the intent of the desired policies and intents for the city? But then your site plan review and the land development code kind of gets into the nitty gritty of the conditional use permit and the conditions. So, and that's what I kind of refer to as sort of the micro level of compatibility and consistency. So, within the comprehensive planning framework, goals are general statements of desirable future conditions. Objectives are statements of measurable outcomes in furtherance of those goals and of such goals. Policies are the statements of intent with enough clarity to guide your decision making. So my compatibility and consistency determination relies heavily on the comp plan, and it all starts with goal 1. And goal 1 says that Gulf Boulevard shall be a place that attracts people for living, employment, and recreation. The city shall encourage the revitalization of Gulf Boulevard through commercial and temporary lodging redevelopment that will attract residents and visitors to the Gulf Boulevard core resort area as a recreation, resort, and shopping destination. So note, it doesn't say that any use is precluded from each other, but rather seeks to revitalize the area, recognizing resort as a key activity booster. And with respect to character and consistency, with the character of the area, there's specifically this policy number 2. That's the, as I stated before, sort of the, provides enough clarity to help you, assist you with your decision making. So the character of each district shall be reinforced through the site plan review and approval process. Projects shall be consistent with and contribute positively to the vision of the character district in which they are located. So this policy too is pretty clear. It's unequivocal that when we talk about character, the comp plan specifically desires the project to be reviewed with its defined character district, large resort. So I just kind of wanted to talk here a little bit about the character districts. So Gulf Boulevard is sort of the defining line. West side, temporary lodging; east side, commercial and mixed-use retail residential. So by specifically identifying the location of the character districts and by designating Gulf Boulevard as the dividing line, the large resort is compatible in the area in your comp plan, right? Your comp plan has to be consistent with itself. So by designating these areas and the location of these areas, it is compatible by default. There are limited opportunities for this type of redevelopment in the area. And so, again, it's unequivocal that this type of redevelopment is intended by the comp plan. There are 4 distinct character districts. The large resort district is 85% of the land in the Gulf Boulevard redevelopment district. But as our other experts will focus later on in the presentation, there are limited opportunities to redevelop it, which really makes this redevelopment of critical importance. Compatibility. So this is the view of the surrounding area. And so I feel like there's a perception that there's sort of this big increase going on, but you have to take into consideration that this site is 8.62 acres. So if you look to the north, Seamark is 1.66 acres, and you look to the south, the Bellwether is 2 acres, and you take sort of the total number of units and divide it by the acreage, we really are very similar to what's around us. When you look at FAR, that's the floor area ratio. That's the intensity at which you're developing the site. So the Seamark is actually far more intense at 2.4 to 2.6. And the Bellwether is more similar to what we're proposing. The Bellwether and relative Serrata, I would consider from a planning perspective as a like-to-like use. And with regard to Seamark residential, that 2.4 to 2.6 really reflects its potential non-conforming status with respect to use and lot size, because it kind of may be encroaching on that CCCL line. So, and I do want to talk a little bit about height, because the only way you're going to get efficient utilization of your land is with height. So when you go when you go up, you can integrate those uses. You can put the business center in below. You can put the parking in below. And therefore, you can get more land area that's open space. So that's why our FAR is only around, the 1.53. So, and that provides opportunities for beach access, pedestrian activity, open space, landscaping, and all these other features that from what I've been hearing, you all really want to see. So next, going down to the conditional use criteria, this is sort of what I call the micro level. This is when you go through the site plan and you check off all the boxes and you make sure that all the minimum requirements are met. And these are specifically the planning related sections, and I'll just go through them briefly because Brandon did a great job of going through all of them. So, but I just wanted to highlight a few things. So your first standard for review is the conditional use consistent with the goals and objectives of the comp plan and any adopted special area plan. So that's rule number 1. You got to look at where it's located. And it's located in a special designated area, which is a community redevelopment district, and then further the Gulf redevelopment district. And what are the goals and policies for that? Redevelop, revitalize, promote temporary lodging, and no more residential on the west side of Gulf Boulevard. So this is the first item in this 4.4A1, whether the conditional use is consistent. So is it consistent, compatible? Actually, wait, I've got to move on. Sorry. Next slide. So the conditional use criteria are the specified standards that are required to be met if you want to go above this 50 feet and the 30 temporary lodging units an acre. So again, compatibility is repeated here, and the specific standards to ensure compatibility are listed out. So what are those standards? It's buffering, it's setbacks. The higher you go, the bigger your front setback has to be from Gulf Boulevard. Why? Because that helps you ensure that the impacts to the surrounding area are compensated. That's how you ensure compatibility at the site plan level. Compatibility is not the same as. You can't have the same thing everywhere, but rather compatibility is what you do when you want to accommodate different land uses next to each other. Compatibility standards are those buffering and setbacks that have been adopted with a specific formula in mind, and again, so that you as the land use decision makers are deciding that in accordance with a consistent standard. Your land development code lists these standards out, and the conditional use process, by conditioning the site, gives you the ability to ensure that those standards are met consistently. And this is important, especially for planners, because there cannot be any room for anyone to claim that those decisions are arbitrary and capricious. And from a planning perspective, just to reinforce that point, this means and ensures that we planners treat all development consistently. So the next one, 44A2A, for purposes of this criterion, when you're considering the existence of the other uses in the area, based on the number, size, and location of those uses, and the intensity and the scale of those proposed conditional use permit, it's unequivocally consistent and comparable with the surrounding area. So the next conditional use criterion, section 4.4A2C, this talks about, this is where your land development code says how far your front yard setback should be, and it depends on height. So if you look at the site plan and you go from north to south, you're gonna see that the required setback varies in accordance with the height. And therefore, you can verify that we meet or exceed the standards that are set forth in your land development code based on height. And that's the condition for the conditional use permit. That's how you demonstrate that you've met that criteria. Landscape buffers. So, Brandon talked about that with the 30-foot and the ability to go down to 15, but there's certain criteria that go along with that. And we have landscape and engineers to talk about that in more detail. Your rear yard setback. This is extremely important because that is your rear yard setback. The code specifically says it's that CCCL line. So, and if you're up to it, you're going to block the vistas and the views. But if you set back from it, you're going to help the views and vistas. And I do want to mention that the views and vistas are not just for any particular person that may live around the corner, or, it's basically also the people on the ground. It's the public. It's the people going to the beach. And if you have more beach access, wider sidewalks, safer sidewalks, and more beach access, and you pull your buildings away from that CCCL line, you're improving those views and vistas and accessibility for everybody. So, in the side yard setbacks, like I said, we're going to talk about that as well. So, later on. So, moving on, thoughtful design. So this is section 4.4 AD, and Elise kind of touched upon this a little bit, and it talks about whether you're having significant adverse impacts. Everybody knows there's no such thing as not having any impact, but it really talks about significant adverse impacts. So, and the livability and the usability of the nearby land. So, and we have 41 conditions that make sure that that comes to fruition. And those 41 conditions have to do with LEED, certifications, lighting, and safety issues, public access, deliveries, limiting the deliveries. Those are the conditions. So, but you don't get it unless you approve it, because otherwise, there's no point to the condition. So anyways, moving on to the next slide. The thoughtful design. The amenities are internally located, right? Elise showed you where that rooftop amenity is, and it's not even really on the top of the roof, it's elevated, right? It's like portion up. So, but it's shielded by the rest of the building that's higher than it. So that internalizes the activity internal to the site. And the structures are all been carefully located to ensure that activity is internalized, the queuing on site. And like I said, the protection of the views and vistas also means improved beach access. So let's go on. And again, the conditions of approval in your staff report, along with the site plan, those are the mechanisms that support and ensure implementation of the thoughtful design, isolating noise, fumes, smoke, queuing traffic on site, containing deliveries. Also, there's also a condition that limits the timing of those deliveries. And diverse hotel room offerings is extremely important so that you have sort of social equity amongst varying people who want to visit. Not everybody can necessarily afford the same type of hotel room, but by having a fully integrated resort experience, you're sort of giving people different options to pick a room and a type of vacation that works for them. Parking, 4.4A4. Our engineer can talk about the loading and unloading of trucks, but this is basically that part of the site plan where you just go through what your code requires, what is being provided, and it looks here as though we are proposing 827 spaces, which is well in excess of the 732 required. And again, that's why you want height, right? If you want to exceed your parking standards, you got to have that height to vertically integrate the parking. 4.4A5, whether generally the public health, safety, and welfare will be preserved, and any reasonable conditions necessary for such preservation have been made. So again, we have 41 conditions. That's as part of staff's recommendation to ensure that public benefits will come to fruition. Those are public access easements, expansion of sidewalks along the entirety of the property's frontage, landscaping, lighting, dune restoration, stormwater requirements, LEED certification, and all the resort development requirements. And that's the beauty of the conditional use permit, is that you get to condition it. So continuing on the thoughtful design, hydrology features and stormwater management, that obviously will be expanded on by our engineer, but condition number 22 requires compliance to be demonstrated prior to Hotel 1 site plan issuance for the entire property. So, and the condition also requires potential exceedances to be piped into DOT drainage infrastructure. So again, this is a mechanism to ensure that the project meets or exceeds minimum code requirements. Aesthetic and architectural features of the development, including site layout. So the site plan maximizes opportunities to internalize activities and provide setbacks and bufferings that exceed code requirements. And when you meet or exceed the code requirements for all these considerations, that's how your site plan demonstrates that the neighboring uses are not significantly adversely impacted. And by allowing vertical integration of the uses, it promotes more efficient utilization of land, promotes open space buffering, and maintenance of vistas. 4.12A6, operational and functional requirements. Again, between the site plan and all the conditions of approval, the developer collaboratively worked with staff to go above and beyond to ensure all these items are addressed. And there are several conditions of approval that specifically addressed the operational and design requirements. 4.12A9, thoughtful design. Again, this is like what the things that you need to consider to go above that 50 feet. So when your land development code creates that box for development with the CCCL line being as a rear setback and all the other requirements for front and side yards, that's how you measure compatibility at the site plan level and ensure that there are no adverse impacts. Operations, 4.12A6. There's one criteria that primarily deals with the operational set forth in the section of the code. Mr. Young and his team will comply with the operational requirements under the Code of Ordinances, and I wanted to put on the record that Mr. Young is committing that all the pool facilities will close no later than 11 p.m. throughout the site. This project provides all required services and amenities provided. Staff noted that the business center is not specified in the floor plans, but there will be one. But these days, I don't know about you, but my business center is in my hotel room these days. But business center is included in the large and common area. Unlike the days when we didn't have smartphones and laptops, the business center is typically an area with a computer and printer, and each hotel will have one. You must operate as a temporary lodging, and that residency limits are set forth in the code. So in fact, Serata currently uses software that alerts staff if someone is approaching the number of days that are limited in the code, and that's a safeguard against someone staying over the permitted time. And with that, it is my professional expert opinion. Number one, as conditioned, the proposal is consistent with the applicable provisions of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. Number two, proposal is compatible with the surrounding area, and that the proposal satisfies sections 4.4A1, A2, 412A4, A9, and everything else if I haven't missed it on that slide. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or go into the next speaker. Yeah. That's it? Keep going? There you go. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor. Before you get started, could you just address the conversations and chit chat in the room? It's a little distracting when people are presenting.
Okay. If you'll, again, please silence your phones, be quiet. If you need to have conversations, please take it outside. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good evening. Jim Stapleton with Pivot Studios, Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm the architect for the project. I'm going to start off with section 4.12A4 regarding the architecture, the design and the appearance of the building facades, exterior materials, and advertising and directional signage. So the basic design of the new buildings are kind of basically what I would call Florida International style, modern, clean, simple, white in color generally. with some color and some gray accents. The primary materials that we're using are exterior insulation finishing system, essentially a synthetic stucco building type and style that you see throughout Florida, throughout St. Pete Beach. I mean, all through resort areas around the country. For the project, we're seeking, we're going for water savings. The requirement for St. Pete Beach for a large resort like this is to have two different standards used on the property, and that's generally because it was thought of for different types of uses. So to meet that standard, we worked with the staff, and we're going to make the JW Marriott LEED certified, and we're going to make the Hampton Inn LEED Silver certified, so kind of different representation. We're going to represent a 35% reduction of the baseline for water conservation, more than the 20%. Related note that the fountain feature does not incorporate that, but it will have recirculating and high wind cutoff features to have more water savings. The shadow study, which was mentioned earlier, shows that generally that the other buildings are not impacted except for the 2 hours on December 21st when the sea mark is affected, so a very short period of time. So I think we've done a good job of keeping the buildings apart to the extent that we can. These are different renderings, so there have been, this is probably the 7th and 8th versions of the garage. And there have been very many different opinions upon it from previous commissioners, current commissioners. Frankly, I think the one on the lower, or the one on the right side is probably the most appropriate one. I think in the talks last week, there was talk about creating some consistency across the site, and the one on the right is one that kind of matches what the JW Marriott garage is, so something for you to consider tonight. Parking, so this was the last version, the December 28th version that ex-Commissioner Frislowski was advocating for. This was another version with kind of a nice mosaic tile design, which is similar to a Marriott that's down in Marco Island. This is another one with kind of small metal panels that follows the breezes of the wind, so you can kind of see the wind eddies flowing across the building. So in my professional expert opinion, I think as conditioned, the architecture in this proposal is consistent with the applicable provisions of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. The proposal's building design and architecture is compatible with the surrounding area, i.e. the built development, as we've heard already. And I believe it's my professional opinion that it satisfies section 4.12A4 and 4.12A9. And a list of some of the others. Thank you. One more. No more.
Mayor, if we have questions, should we ask now, or are we waiting till the end of the presentation?
We're gonna wait till the end.
Okay, understood.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Perry. I'm a managing principal with Perry Becker Design. I'm the landscape architect for the project. I'm sorry. My name is David Perry. I'm managing principal with Perry Becker Design, and I'm the landscape architect for the project. I'll be going over sections 4.12A5, landscaping. We have obviously designed the overall landscape for the project to exceed the current code. It exceeds the shade tree requirements. We meet the minimum 50% native and drought-tolerant vegetation throughout the entire site. We also meet the minimum 50% Florida-friendly vegetation requirements that are on site. And we've also addressed the native landscaping requirements that are dune forward. We are proposing a full dune restoration as part of the project. And as part of your code requirements, we will provide irrigation that uses reclaimed water with controllers on it for both low flows and sensor leak detection. Just to give you an idea of some of the plant material will be used, almost all of our plant material is native and or Florida friendly. 50% of all of our trees are meet the native requirement. 80% of all of the balance of all the material on site is considered Florida friendly, which exceeds your current code criteria. Once again, these are just examples of shrub material that will be used throughout the site. Obviously, there's a much larger palette for the entire project. In my professional expert opinion, the proposal for the landscaping meets and exceeds the land development code requirements, and the proposal satisfies section 4.12A5 for all the landscaping for the project.
David, before you leave, Elise Batzel for the record, before you leave, would you please address the issue of where the Florida drought-resistant and native vegetation would be concentrated versus where it would not for the commission?
Sure, absolutely. So we have concentrated 100% of the native material on the dune side, on the beach side of the hotel. As we get to the forward side of the hotel, as we get to the street side, Gulf Boulevard side, we've introduced other non-native materials for color accent and just character in general. We've also introduced some in and around the building facades themselves. So, for example, we have coconut palms that don't necessarily meet a native plant criteria, but they have been used throughout the site, throughout the overall design for overall design character for the site. So.
All right, good evening. My name is Becca Bond. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida. I'm the transportation engineer for this project with Kimley Horn at 201 North Franklin in the city of Tampa. So as the other members of the team have mentioned, I know that you've all either attended or have been at the previous hearing, so I am also going to try to speed up my portion of the process, but happy to answer questions when the time comes. On this slide here, I'm outlining the typical process for a TIA, traffic study, whatever you would like to call it. On the left-hand side of the slide, you'll see the major milestone dates for the Serrata TIA, including data collection dates and submittals to the City of St. Pete Beach. And while it varies slightly by project or jurisdiction, the overall traffic study process is typically very similar. The flow chart shown on the right-hand side of the slide outlines those typical steps to completing a traffic study, and I'll touch on these relative to Serrata in more detail on the following slides. First, the first step of the traffic study process is to set up a methodology. This is an iterative process with the city where you summarize the proposed analysis approach and provide it to the city for feedback. Then it is incorporated into a final draft of that methodology that you then use to conduct the traffic study. The final methodology for Serrata summarized the approach and procedures for our trip generation, our peak hour scenarios and for the analysis, distribution, study area, growth rate, and vested traffic. For our distribution, the distribution utilized in the analysis was based on the Florida Standard Urban Transportation Model Structure, mouthful, that comes with another acronym, you'll hear many in my presentation, called the Fusudamus model. This is a computerized transportation planning model that's packaged, developed, maintained, and distributed by Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT. There's another acronym. It's used to predict routes the trips will take based on socioeconomic data and origins and destinations of travel activity within a region. As shown on the slide, we made some slight modifications with feedback voiced from commissioners just to show a little bit more of that traffic along local roadways, as the model did not have any along those local Gulf Winds Drive and Blind Pass Road. This slide goes over the study area. So the study area, roadway segments, and intersections that were included in the Serrata study are listed on this slide. This study area was determined based on the Ford Pinellas MPO Traffic Impact Study methodology, which is the standard for the City of St. Pete Beach. The study area was approved by the city during our methodology process. So the basis of these traffic studies often starts with the existing traffic data. So this analysis utilized two sources of existing traffic volumes. The first one being turning movement counts, which is traffic data that is collected at study area intersections. Those counts are used for the intersection analysis only. Then the directional roadway volumes are used for the roadway capacity analysis. Those volumes come from the MPO's annual level of service report. This version that we used in the analysis was the latest, which was the 2023. There has been a lot of talk in the past hearings about what date the counts were collected, why do we pick those specific dates, confusion about the adjustments for the seasonal factor. So I wanted to distinguish first that those counts were only used for intersection analysis, not the roadway capacity analysis. That is standardized through the city's process and through the MPO. So just to clarify, all traffic counts that are collected, regardless of the date, jurisdiction, are seasonally adjusted to meet that peak season. So ours were collected on Thursday, February 9th for the PM peak hour, and then later we collected on August 5th for the Saturday peak hour based on an addition of another scenario requested by the city. Both of those were reflected to be that peak season using the FDOT peak season conversion factor. So as just another reiteration, all counts that are collected regardless of date are adjusted to the peak season. That is the industry standard. Next, after establishing the existing traffic volumes, future background traffic is determined, which is defined as non-project traffic on the roadway network in the build-out year of the proposed project. So to estimate the background traffic, we adjusted those existing traffic volumes that have already been adjusted for the peak season. We then applied an exponential growth rate of 2% each year to build from 2023 to 2025. In addition to that exponential growth rate, we added vested traffic from the approved Miramar and Corey Landings developments as requested by the city in that methodology process. Finally, project traffic was added to that future background traffic to determine our future total. So we've got 3 scenarios: existing, future background, and future total. So the results of our analysis. As I mentioned, we did roadway capacity analysis and we did intersection analysis. Our roadway capacity analysis was based on the service volumes published in the Pinellas County 2023 Annual Level of Service Report, as I mentioned earlier. Based on the analysis, the roadway segments are anticipated to have sufficient capacity in both the PM and Saturday peak hours at build-out of the proposed development. We also conducted intersection operational analysis using Synchro software, which uses the Highway Capacity Manual, HCM, 6th edition methodologies. The results of the Synchro analysis indicated that all study intersections are anticipated to operate with volume to capacity ratios, also known as V over C ratios, less than 1 for each lane approach, and an overall level of service that is acceptable based on the standards set by the City of St. Pete Beach and therefore Ford Pinellas MPO. I want to touch on a few items that make this traffic study conservative. First being our trip generation. So as you know, there's an existing hotel on the site. So we did collect data at the driveways today to come up with the trips that are generated by what's on there. If you look at the number of rooms and the trips generated today, it actually generates fewer than what is suggested through the ITE trip generation manual per room. So we still used, for the future additional hotel rooms, we use that ITE trip generation. So we do anticipate that that is higher than what we're seeing out there today, but we wanted a conservative analysis, so we utilize the ITE trip generation. For the growth rate, we used historical FDOT annual average daily traffic, AADT data, that showed a negative growth rate in the area. This is likely due to the fact that there has not been as much development happening on the City of St. Pete Beach in the last few years. So for a conservative analysis, we proposed a 2% growth rate that was agreed upon by the city and by FDOT. And then we also used 2023 MPO data, which was newly published, that lowered some of the thresholds for the adopted level of service compared to previous years. And to get a visual summary of everything that I've just talked about, because I knew I threw a lot of acronyms, numbers, words out, we created these graphs to visualize this capacity analysis for each of the roadways. On the screen, you'll see a bar graph with each of the study area roadways along the x-axis and traffic volume along the y. This first graph is based on the weekday peak hour traffic volumes. The blue represents the future background traffic. The orange represents project traffic volumes for the Serrata Beach redevelopment. and the green represents the remaining capacity along each study area roadway segment based on the 2023 MPO data. As you can see, each roadway segment has excess capacity remaining when the trips are included. This next slide is specifically, it's the same thing, but showing the Saturday peak hour. And as you'll notice, these weekend Saturday peak hour volumes have slightly, the orange part, that's the project part, has slightly increased because we expect a little bit greater trip generation on the Saturday, but there's still excess capacity remaining. So like my other team members, I'm going to go through the conditional use criteria, but I'm going to do what's specific to transportation, starting with section 4.4A3. Which states whether the transportation system is capable of adequately supporting the proposed use in addition to the existing uses in the area. Evaluation factors include street capacity and level of service, access to arterials, transit availability, on-street parking impacts, if any, site access requirements, neighborhood impacts, and pedestrian safety. As I've detailed previously, the traffic study reports acceptable capacity and no level of service deficiencies or intersection failures for either the weekday or weekend peak hour. There are no negative impacts to the adjacent neighborhoods aside from general studied impacts to roadway capacity and level of service. The project has direct access to an arterial roadway with improved site access and the addition of abundant on-site queuing to relieve any stacking along Gulf Boulevard. Transit is available. No on-street parking is proposed for the development. All parking is proposed on-site upon completion of the redevelopment. And the project will provide increased pedestrian safety with a 10-foot sidewalk proposed along Gulf Boulevard and ample additional beach access. For section 4.12A2 for site transportation, transportation infrastructure, including ingress and egress from public rights-of-way, traffic control devices and signalization, internal vehicle circulation of the site, design and function of parking areas, loading and unloading areas, pedestrian transit infrastructure and amenities, and public sidewalks and roadways. With this project, the access will be improved. We will be providing abundant on-site queuing. No signalization is necessary. The parking exceeds code, and the site provides internal circulation and cross-connectivity between the buildings for vehicles and pedestrians. We have dedicated loading areas which are properly screened, and pedestrian access throughout the site and connecting to the new 10-foot sidewalk along Gulf Boulevard. To wrap this up, there was a traffic study peer review done by the city's consultant, where it was stated that they agreed with the procedures, analysis, and conclusions found in the study. The report follows industry-accepted procedures, and the growth factors, adjustment factors, and the distribution model are in line with ITE and FDOT-accepted methodologies, and they consider the report, its analysis, and conclusions to be adequate for the Serrata Beach Resort redevelopment project. We also reached out to FDOT, who said that they concur with the city's approach after reviewing the growth rate with the Forward Pinellas over the last 10 years, and in review of the capacity of State Road 699 in the city of St. Pete Beach, as well as the potential reserved capacity it holds until the volume approaches capacity. So in my professional expert opinion, the transportation system is capable of adequately supporting the proposed use in addition to the existing uses. The proposed site transportation infrastructure is sufficient to support the proposed use, and the proposal satisfies sections 4.4A3 and 4.12A2. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Scott Gilner. I'm with Kimley Horn & Associates. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Florida. My address is 201 North Franklin Street, Tampa, Florida, 33602, that one. Thank you to Becca finishing up there, and as Elise stated earlier, I'm going to walk you through the engineering aspects, the civil engineering aspects, as we go through And really what I'm going to show you kind of is existing site conditions and then proposed site conditions, because I think that tells a story as we're trying to redevelop as we go. Okay, so starting with stormwater design requirements. So when we design a site, we can't just look at one criteria, we have to look at all of them. So in this case, we have City of St. Pete Beach criteria, we have FDOT criteria, we have Swift Mode criteria. So in this case, we're looking at the most stringent of those as we work through. So I'm gonna go quick, but FDOT becomes the driving force in here. As you can see, 2.77 is the allowable discharge. We're actually below 2. Which is basically 10% of the city's criteria. One of the reasons I'm sure you all are kind of learning about this, but your city system, as you work through it, and I'm going to go through some pictures here, is a lot of it needs redevelopment for things like this, where you're discharging uncontrolled to the right-of-way, it's taxing the system, and that's creating issues like this. So when we go back and redevelop, this is one great opportunity you get to do, which is now you bring that self-contained, you deal with your stormwater on site, and you reduce things like this. And if you drive up and down Gulf Boulevard, countless times you can see this. It's not to say that it's just the way they did it before, but now the opportunity to redevelop gives you an opportunity to change this. Existing stormwater, proposed stormwater. So you'll see a lot of comparisons as we go through this. City of St. Pete Beach, the discharge rates that were allowed to go one by one as you walk down. As you'll see, and I'm going to flip to a slide here in a second, we don't discharge until the very largest stormwater events. Okay, everything stays on site. It goes into the stormwater vaults that we have on site, discharges or percolates into the ground, never leaves the site. Only when we get to the very largest events does that happen. And that event, where it's 1.99 CFS, is during a 16-inch rainfall event. So as we're looking through the conditions and what this looks like, you have blue up to the top, which is basically the JW Marriott. As you'll see, it comes down and encompasses the Port Cochere in front of the Serrata. And then you have the Serrata itself, the existing Serrata that's going to remain. And then the area in green to the south is where the other stormwater vault exists. The green collects itself, the blue will collect itself and go to the vault there, and then the orange actually has under drain systems that exist. They'll be replaced when we redevelop the pool and the restaurant in the back of the Serrata, but effectively everything is there on site. So again, talking about conservative nature and what we do as we walk through this, as you can see on the screen, hydraulic conductivity is how you figure out, or I should say horizontal and vertical are both used, but when you design in a stormwater modeling event, that's actually the real numbers that we have, 40 and 26.6, but because of maintenance or lack of maintenance, trash that may get in the way, we have a factor of safety, so we actually cut those numbers in half. So we'll actually be using 20 and 13.3. So again, there's another level of conservative nature as we work through this process. Again, we talked about treatment, everything percolates into the ground. Attenuation, all the storms basically stay on site. Only in the very largest events do we get to where we discharge the FDOT right away. Instead of that being through a little curb cut, that's actually through a stormwater pipe, controlled discharge rate. It's actually modeled. DOT would permit that through the DOT drainage permit process. Again, just another illustration. This is what the stormwater vault would look like, but the large gray area, everything stays on site, nothing discharges. Only the sliver that you're seeing there in red is what discharges off site and in a controlled manner to FDOT right away. As we go into stormwater, it's not just about stormwater, it's also about resiliency, it's about erosion control. And so if you look at this, one of the things honestly, personally, I think this is one of the biggest contributions of this project is dune restoration. You have a large swath of dunes that basically, and if you look up and down St. Pete Beach, there's a lot of these areas that have been either overrun or taken out over a period of time. Here's a great opportunity, waterward of the 3CL line, to actually come back in raise the dunes, so we do actually raise them. So we bring in, so that's kind of what it looks like today, or it looks to the left, and you can go up and down St. Pete Beach in front of many properties, that's what you see. But we actually raise the dunes, so these are cross-section cuts showing how we elevate them, and then we plant them. We're on a barrier island. That's actually your natural barrier island protection, and this is reinstating that as we go through this process. I think someone had mentioned fill just as part of it and going back and forth. We will be basically trying to mine the sand that is where the vaults will be, and basically use that out on the dune restoration. The idea is you can't take stuff that's either dirty, miscolored, or doesn't have the same kind of granular characteristics as what's on the dune or on the beach now. So you have to match that up. But we have gotten pretty good tests so far that we believe we'll at least be able to use a large portion of it. And anything we can't, we won't be putting out on the dunes. So, so again, trying to work through resiliency and kind of almost reclamation, where you're kind of reusing stuff as you go through the process. Just again, another dune cross section. Again, you know, it's more than just rebuilding it. I mean, one, when we take the stormwater on our property, we reduce how much stormwater goes to Gulf Boulevard, which means there's less stormwater going there uncontrolled in a manner. So there's a resiliency component by us doing our part. It actually helps the greater good of the city. The other thing it does is it talks about flood control, hardened systems. So we talked about this before. Of the 646 keys that we're talking about, we are keeping 226, but the other new hotel keys are elevated. They're in brand new structures. They're going to be LEED structures. They're built to Florida Building Code standards today. They have better wind resistance. So all of these things basically work to be hardened systems that come up quicker, don't take as much impact if there is a storm event. So a lot of these have, you know, there's direct effect on recovery. We've talked with the fire department and folks at the city that in the event that if there is a storm event, they can't get all the vehicles off the property or off the island, that we would actually basically have a place for them to park in the parking garages that would allow the city to get up back and running in a quicker manner as well. Okay, so jumping over to driveway alignments and what we're working through with FDOT. Again, this is just over the nature of what happens with development. The folks on the develop on the east side at a different time, you know, as they work through it. But as you come back in and you redevelop, you get another shot at realigning things and getting to a point where we don't have as many conflict points. So as we walk through this, and I'm just going to, again, we kind of have a before and an after. Currently, what you have is the southern driveway does work. It aligns pretty well. It's the other ones where basically you have people crossing over. So when we were talking with FDOT in 2 of our meetings, it was, can we align the driveways, both the middle driveway and the northern driveway, to better align with the driveways across, and therefore reducing the conflict points. And so that's more than happy to do so, makes sense from our perspective. But again, just another kind of cause and effect of the before and after as we work through it. And these are, again, just existing pictures, you know, as we kind of go through for the driveways and how they operate and function today. A lot of what you'll see with those driveways is, and I know we've heard concerns about this, is queuing. There's queuing in the street. It's on Gulf Boulevard. It backs up. That's another thing I'll jump to here in a second, which is we're putting large queuing areas in front of every one of the hotels that brings all of that internal. So again, the existing condition is significantly different than what we're proposing in the proposed condition. Going through pedestrian safety. So Becca hit a little bit on this. So we've got a pretty small, kind of uninviting 5-foot sidewalk along Gulf Boulevard now. And we have the 4-foot private beach access, which technically I don't think people are supposed to be walking on, but it does say beach access right there, so I think folks are using it. And then we have the 10-foot crosswalk to the south. But really, that's the nature of what you have out there to get to the beach as we sit today. So, and this is some pictures of those areas as we sit. Now, what we're proposing to do, obviously, is a significant improvement. You have the main beach access through the center of the site, which is 15 feet wide. It also includes a new proposed crosswalk across Gulf Boulevard. We are also adding the 7-foot beach access on the southern side. So now you have 2 full beach accesses. We also have the 10-foot sidewalk along Gulf Boulevard. We have the easement area where we're basically allocating to the city of St. Pete Beach for the boardwalk area. We have the access easements that go out all the way to the water line, and then we have the easement that currently is shown on here at 10. I know in the condition it's 15. We're more than fine with 15, but just again, it's the illustration of how much more connectivity you're showing from a public beach access standpoint. Again, this is the invitation you get. So if I flip back real quick, just kind of cause and effect. So if I look down that 4-foot sidewalk on the right-hand picture, and then I go to a 15-foot sidewalk that walks through here, it's a much different effect that you're getting and access. Think about just 2 wagons crossing each other if they're going in and out. It's a much easier process at this point, especially with kids in hand. Pedestrian connectivity was something that was brought on. Commissioner Reznicki, this was part of our conversation. I know we weren't showing it well, right? The buildings were kind of in the way, but these are all of these sidewalks that interconnect this site. That main area in Serrata has breezeways going through it. It's got patios, kind of that open air courtyard in the center. But as you can see, there is significant connectivity, sidewalks allowing guests to get from every part of this hotel to and from other parts of the hotel. And again, all these amenities are available to any guests as they go. Yeah, I'm not aligned right now, sorry with the slideshow. So parking and loading. So I think we hit on this a lot, but this is talking about the queuing. The area in red we're identifying as queuing areas, but we're not even touching that in terms of the amount of queue we actually need. This is just providing more than adequate queuing as we go through the process, as well as you have the parking garage to the north in the JW Marriott, and you have the parking garage to the south with the Hampton Inn. So both of those provide adequate parking. Everything is on site. When we're finished, I know there was a lot of discussion about phasing. So we don't start with that way because we actually have off-site parking now. Operationally, we need to be able to sequence construction as we go. But when we end, all of the off-site goes away and everything comes on site as we finish. So we've been working with the city for months, and as recently we've made the commitment and we've incorporated a number of these features. I think I've kind of hit on a lot of them. Obviously, the sidewalks are significantly different. The beach access is significantly different. The full dune restoration, the resiliency of the property, giving access to the city in times of storm events, et cetera. But obviously, the stormwater capacity is a big one in terms of how it impacts Gulf Boulevard. We've seen from the residents that they get upset, and understandably, Gulf Boulevard becomes an issue, in heavy rainfall events. I'm assuming with high tides as well. But all of these things lend themselves to being part of the health and safety and how this is an improvement. Jumping over real quick just to utilities. The utility infrastructure, and I think this was a discussion at the last one, and I hope Mr. Clark is going to come up and just check on this, but sewer capacity is not an issue. Obviously, with the force main rehab and all the work that's been done over the last several years, it's not an issue. We were talking 2 different numbers. When you actually put the right numbers together, it was a miscommunication. Everything has adequate capacity. There's also the ability to divert between lift station in the north and lift station in the south. I see Commissioner Lorenzen, do you have a... So the commissioners, I'm sorry, the lift stations, there's one to the north and one to the south. We basically are the dividing line. So we split one way or the other. Depending on how much we send to the north or how much we send to the south, it still works, but The southern one has a little bit less capacity, so we're more likely going to flip a little bit more to the north, and then there's adequate capacity to both. Electric, gas, and telecom services are all available. Sewer has given us the availability. Water is through Pinellas County. We've talked a number of times to Pinellas County about adequate water service. There's 2 parallel 16-inch water mains running. You've got a tank to the north and a tank to the south. You have adequate capacity for this site and many more developments going on. And schools and parks are not applicable to this development. We hit on stormwater, and basically all of, really it's about the current conditions versus proposed conditions. The current conditions obviously don't meet the code, well, the current code for sure, and then obviously we're far exceeding the current code with our new proposed stormwater system. Open space and ISR, this is an important one. Again, I think Cynthia hit on this well. By us basically combining or compressing the footprint of a building and raising it from a parking perspective, it allows you to have open space and ISR, and we don't have any of those issues. We're fully in compliance with that. Again, I think the full dune restoration is an important part because, again, not only is it open space, but it's restoring it to what it was before we were all here, right? And I think that's an important aspect as well. Jumping over to views. So I'm going to mainly hit on probably the northern views, but I think it's important for where we place the buildings and how we go about this, because the area in blue is the 30-foot buffer, right, roughly in general, and the green is the area that we've added effectively to move the building south. And so as I go, I think, again, I'm going to go through kind of the existing conditions are really critical to this as we go through. So section 4.12A9B, the proximity of any adjacent residential building to the Florida Coastal Construction Control Line, to the degree which this proposed temporary lodging use or any accessory use or structure maintains an open view of the waterfront from neighboring properties. Proximity to CCL compared to neighboring properties. And you're going to see, I'm going to show you proximity to the northern boundary and CCL, because I think they work together to talk about the views. So here's the existing Serrata as it sits today. And keep in mind, the picture on the bottom is what you look at if you're in the CMARC. Now, I took it from the street. I didn't go on CMARC property. That's just the Google view of it. But you have an open air. People are walking up and down all of those floors. They load through basically the center. That's where the breezeway is to get to the elevators. And you have all parking along basically the boundary, which doesn't even meet what we're proposing. So keep in mind what we have today versus what we're proposing. The one on the north is actually what we could do. That's the 30-foot setback from the property line. And what we're doing on the south is double that. And the one on the top is actually on the CCCL line. And as you can see, the one on the bottom is set back from that as well. So what that means is you get that much more view between what we could do versus what we're proposing. So when we're looking at this from a site plan perspective and trying to maintain views, I think, again, we're addressing that and adequately providing and maintaining it from what we could do to what we're proposing to do. Again, we did it on the bellwether. Here, we were looking at, I don't think the bellwether was too much of a concern, obviously hotel use to hotel use. But again, we were showing some of the perspective, and it changes as you move closer to the CCCL line, because I think that's an important aspect. The closer you move to the CCCL line, obviously that dramatically changes. So, for instance, where we have the Hampton Inn, the blue lines are the Hampton Inn now, right? Whereas if we move them up to the 30-foot buffer and put the corner of the Hampton Inn on that, that's how much different that would look and how much we'd block that view. Lighting and noise, we talked a little bit about this. I think we're gonna hit on sea turtle discussion. The as part of the dune restoration, we have to go for an FDEP 3CL permit. The FDEP 3CL permit goes to FWC. So there will be a sea turtle review of all of the proposed development as we do that. I think one thing to note in the interim is when we first had a meeting with the city said that we had a non-compliant site from a sea turtle perspective now. I believe we've gone through 2 iterations of making changes. And the last one, I think, was kind of a line-by-line item that the city gave us. I know that we have a report that's going to come up and tell us that we still have issues. Our last comment was, we were more than happy to go and walk with whoever is going to provide the report and the city and the staff and adjust it accordingly. We just don't know what they're viewing versus us. We went through the list, and then they're applying it. Now, it's going to be much different when we go through the permitting process with FDEP. It's new buildings. We're now going to go in and do a full sweep of it. FDEP is going to have a full review of it. So it's a little different, but again, in the interim, we're more than happy to do that interim step and walk through it with everyone. Emergency management, we hit on this as well. We've got the LEED certification. We've got more resilient buildings. We've got new code, new hurricane code. You're elevating everything. So all of these things help with the emergency management component. And that's the last one. So in my professional opinion, as conditioned, the proposal is consistent with the applicable provisions of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, Section 4.4A2, 4.4A4, and 4.4A5, Section 4.12A1, Section 4.12A2, Section 4.12A3, 4.12A4, 4.12A5, 4.12A6, 4.12A7, 4.12A8, and 4.12A9. So, thank you. Oh, can I hit one more thing?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, you were almost done with me.
You want to go back to a slide or no?
I think it's just a question that's going to come up, so I'm hoping to answer as many as we kind of tackle as we go. So beach access. Someone had asked, what's it going to look like? This had come up with the fire marshal as we were kind of going through some things. This is down at Paso Grill. I'm sure everybody knows where this is. I've walked over it many a times with my children. But that is what I believe we're going to somewhat look like. However, from my understanding, and Mr. Clark may be able to answer this question, but my understanding is Public Works is working on something like this for what those beach accesses or crossovers will look like. We're more than happy to have them in whatever form the city comes up with. I don't know that we have an issue one way or the other. More so, we're just going to have to permit it through FDEP. It'll be part of our 3CL permit, but more than happy to do so. But that's at least the one we envisioned for the middle one, right? The other ones are smaller, more narrow, really walking paths, but if this is what we need in the middle, totally understandable. But I at least wanted to show you a picture because that's what we had discussed with them. Thank you.
Thank you. How are we doing on time? All right, we're ahead of schedule. I'm the last person. Again, for the record, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller. I want to talk a little bit about views because it came up. There's been questions. And views are a very interesting thing, and there are a lot of legal arguments and important legal principles that are important with respect to views. The first one, and I know we've talked about this in prior hearings, is that your land use regulations must be viewed in totality. So you can't snip out the word maintenance of views and vistas without looking at the context of how those regulations are situated in your codes and your regulations and the timing of when those were adopted. So I want to walk through that very quickly for you. Maybe it will help our discussion. The second point is that the more specific land use regulations control over the more general ones. You've heard that, but that's really important here where you have specific provisions relating to the view that apply to CUPs within the community redevelopment district. And again, those are preservations measured How do you do that? How do you measure that? Your code tells you how that you measure that, through setbacks and proximity to adjacent uses. You heard both our expert planner and our civil engineer tell you exactly how we took that into consideration in the site plan and moved those buildings specifically for the preservation of the views. The other thing that is very important is that one provision in a land use regulation can't be interpreted to render the other provisions meaningless. And you kind of have to read them, the law says, in order to avoid absurd results. So it has been suggested at a prior meeting that if someone on the top of the C mark, if their view is going to be impacted in a way, even if they still have the view of the beach, that's not maintenance of views and vistas. Well, that is absolutely not what Florida law says. It's not what your code and your comp plan says, and it is not how you can interpret that here today. The standard is whether this proposed project imposes unreasonable or disproportionately negative impacts to those adjacent uses. Now, there's something else that I think is really important. So this timeline is important in speaking about views, because if you look at how your different regulations were adopted and established, in 2005, we created the Land Development Code and the CUP criteria. Then you came in later and you created the Gulf Boulevard Redevelopment District. In 2008, the Land Development Code large resort districts came into effect, and then there were some amendments after that. But the point is, and Florida law says, that you knew what regulations were already in effect when you adopted those later regulations. That's what Florida law says. That means you knew there was something that said the general maintenance of vistas, and this is what a conditional use. Yet then you adopted the large resort districts. You put that box in place. You established the setbacks. You put in the language about those proximities and those setbacks. So as we talk about views and you think about how to think about views, it's really important that you keep these in context. Mayor Petrollo, may we pass something out? I'm going to put it on the overhead, but I think it would be helpful if you had a little bit larger copy of one of the maps that we're going to wait.
Certainly.
Thanks. It's already in the record, by the way. This is just a larger version. So what you have here is obviously, this is turned, so north is to the left. There was a lot of communication, a lot of talk amongst various people. We've talked with you commissioners, we've talked with neighbors in the community meetings about the overdevelopment. And I think some of the opposition put documentation in talking about how we were going to come Clearwater and Marco Island. And so I wanted to really break that down for you. Now, Brandon Berry's already testified about this at a prior hearing, but I don't know that he went into enough detail to really make it very understandable just because of the tight time constraints. So this is here on your screen, the large resort district. Let me go back. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Well, I'm going the wrong way, sorry. How did I get there? All right, sorry. See how quick I can click. Sorry about that. I have a very touchy clicker. Here, can you come while I talk? So the map that you have before you, and we'll put it up on the screen for everybody. There are a very limited number of properties that can actually redevelop and come before you under these regulations that we're coming before you today. And that is the densities up to 75 units per acre and the heights up to 116. First of all, you have to have a property that is 3 acres in size in order to be eligible. So let's just talk through this a little bit. Do you have a large one for me, Suzanne? So the gray areas that you see represent the Serrata and Tradewinds projects. We know that those are in for development right now for CUPs. The yellow properties, each of those yellow properties with an X through them, they are not eligible at those higher densities and heights because they are not 3 acres in size. And in reality, a number of these properties are condominiums with hundreds of owners in them, so practically having them pooled together it's definitely not going to happen in our lifetime. So in reality, there are 3 properties, and I'll talk about the purple one next, but there are 3 properties that are really eligible for redevelopment after the trade winds in Serrata. That's the Dolphin Beach Resort, all the way to the south. It's the Beachcomber, and it is the Hilton Garden Inn. Now, when you think about what's the additional development that could go on there, you have to consider what's already there, right? So it's really only going to be the delta between what they have today and what they could develop underneath these regulations. So if you take into consideration those 3 properties, the only new potential hotel units after the trade winds in Serrata is 185 new units without the Postcard Inn, and 339 with the Postcard Inn. And I want to talk about Postcard Inn because a while back, several owners before, I worked with the Postcard Inn and looked at that property. It's been alluded to that in 2015, when the settlement agreement happened, there are specific provisions Brandon talked about earlier that say that if you are adjacent to a residential project that is outside of the large resort district and outside the community redevelopment district, that's only really the Postcard Inn, right? Then there are all these additional standards and setbacks that you have to comply with, and it really constrains the site. So while technically, under the code, if you just look at it in a bubble, they could redevelop, we know from looking at it from an architectural and engineering perspective that that is not possible. Now, obviously, I don't know how many units they could redevelop, but it's far less than the 75 units per acre. I can tell you that from working on the project. So I just wanted to put that in perspective because the point is really, we're never going to be Clearwater Beach here in St. Pete Beach. You're never going to be Marco Island. You're never going to have this row of big hotel redevelopment. It is simply impossible unless you change your comprehensive plan to allow that to occur. So again, this is just on the screen now, just a figure showing the 3 properties in the entire city that would be eligible and practically can redevelop under those regulations. So we talk a lot about the criteria, but I want to emphasize the community benefits that we have included via voluntarily including those, or staff having asked us, or just including because the planning board or the commission in prior hearings asked us to go over and above. And we have done that in a number of ways. From a transportation and access perspective, which plays very much into public health, safety, and welfare, we have enhanced on-site queuing. We have the elimination of those conflict points for access. We have the addition of 10-foot sidewalks along Gulf Boulevard, which will enhance the pedestrian experience. We have the addition of public beach accesses that exceed your code requirements, as well as the addition of a public boardwalk easement that goes up and down the beach if the city proceeds with that project sometime in the future. We don't list on here the additional condition that says that we will join in that northern beach access, which we have committed to in a condition, but it's not yet on our site plan. We have that as well. You've heard Scott talk about stormwater and how there's going to be significant improvements to stormwater as a result of the redevelopment of this project. And we've added the public access point running north to south 15 feet out of the wet sand, right, landward of the mean high water line, meaning no matter how high the tide is, the public is always going to be able to go across that private property and not worry, right? You can put a chair there, you can walk across, you can enjoy the beach, and now there's a legal right to do so. The dune restoration, which helps with erosion control, beautification of the beach, wildlife protection and habitat. Scott talked about resiliency, both on-site and for the community. He didn't touch on for the community, but look at Fort Myers, right? Look at what happened. Which buildings after the hurricane were still standing? All those new buildings. Because when you have a natural disaster, in order to get your economy going and for a community to rebuild, you've got to have buildings to come back to. So that is the community benefit of having that resiliency for a long time in the future. Job creation. There are over 400 jobs at completion that will be directly related to the Serrata. Let's talk a little bit about the turtle and lighting. So while we say we're non-compliant, and you're right, over 95% of the hotels aren't compliant today, we're legal non-conforming. And what that means is that wasn't required when that building was built. So for the public's perception, I want them to understand that it isn't as if we're violating something today. We have worked with Pete Dwyer and replaced all of the lights, but the film that we're talking about, that is something that we voluntarily agreed to do. And I don't know that there's any other development in the city of St. Pete that's agreed to go back and retrofit an existing building as part of a new approval to protect the turtles, but we're agreeing to do that. We're gonna go in, so not only are you gonna have 2 brand new hotels that protect the turtles, now the existing structures are gonna be retrofitted to put that, the film on, and Scott, you can tell me exactly what the name of it is, but that's a great public benefit. We've also agreed to condition that if the economy goes down the tubes and only the JW Marriott gets built, we're gonna build that southern beach access anyway as a public benefit. So we've been trying to think about all of these things. How do we contribute back to the community? And this is another way. I want to address the $500,000, Commissioner Resnicki, particularly for you, because you had a question. So we pay millions and millions, the developers will, in impact fees. That has been determined under your ordinance to completely address our impacts. That's how impact fees work. I actually went in with the agreement of the client, and we volunteered, hey, we understand transportation is an issue and people are worried about traffic. We went in and said, can we fund a freebie for a couple of years? How much does that cost? And I worked with Jennifer McMahon. We got estimates. This was something that we came to the table with and worked out about a 2-year commitment at about $120,000 with the prior city manager. And then your very new city manager came and basically squeezed and squeezed and squeezed, and we are now here at $500,000 over 5 years. He wanted it all up front, and we were like, listen, we have to build the project, we have to pay employees. So I want you to know that there was a lot of back and forth to go into that, and that is a very large amount of money that has zero relation to the impacts. That is just something that we agreed to do voluntarily. So I wanted you to have that history. We agreed to pay our proportionate share of the Gulf Boulevard Safety Study recommended improvements. So this is something that FDOT just said, this is gonna help these different areas. Well, we're gonna take that study and we will pay for those improvements out in front of our own property. Again, these aren't related to our impacts. These are voluntary things that we're doing to give the community comfort and to each of you comfort that we're going above and beyond and considering the community and considering the public health, safety, and welfare. And finally, an additional proportionate share up to $30,000 for the emergency services study that you guys are either conducting or in the process of conducting. I don't know where you are in the process, but when and if that study moves forward, we will pay that. Fundamentally, all of the expert testimony from your planning staff and our planning staff says this meets all the criteria. The expert and fact testimony has confirmed that the project meets all of 4.4 and 4.12. We believe, and your planning board believed when they voted to recommend approval of this, that we met our burden. So with that, I want to just address a few of the comments that we had earlier, and then I will leave it up to you if you want to ask. I know you have many, many questions, and we are here and available, and I hope that we got through that quickly for you. And I hope that answered at least some of the questions that you had so that we can save a little time. Commissioner Marriott, you asked about the conditions running with the land. I think it was you, about the Marriott or the 4-star. So typically what happens is the CUP will have this as a criteria. And normally when you have a zoning, and let's say you violate a condition, you have to go through code enforcement. But there is a condition added in that also says that if we violate the CUP, then we can bring it back to you and you can potentially revoke that CUP. So that's something that we had in Corey Landing, that we have in this process too. So it's an extra layer of protection for you. And you do have another process in place, which is your code enforcement, right? So if you go and you don't remedy that, let's say years down the road something happens, you don't remedy it, there's a process, and I feel pretty comfortable that you're allowed to start fining the owner on a daily basis. I haven't looked at that, but that's typically how it happens in jurisdictions. So I just wanted to address that for you. I talked about the lighting. The LEED certification, we can talk more about that, but one of the reasons we had the two separate is because your code requires the two separate. So I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, I think that's all I have, but I'm going to open it up for questions for our folks, and we look forward to answering them.
Shall we take a recess before we get to questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's sink in.
We're going to have a recess and hard start at 7:40. discussion? Mike Clark, would you mind getting the city clerk? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next, we will proceed with questions for the applicant and their experts.
Go ahead and start.
Sure. Should we take one expert at a time?
That's a good way to do it.
Yeah? Oh, you want to do it by expert? I was going to do a general to the council first, but that would be the expert, I guess. Yeah?
Well, she would not be.
Well, as a council, for this question.
Musical chairs, we do one at a time. I'm
sorry.
If you'll please speak into the microphone so they can hear you.
I was going to say, I think if we do one expert at a time, that'll minimize the musical chairs.
Perfect. Who was the first expert that we had? Great. Ms. Spidell, you're up.
Cynthia Spidell for the record.
Would it be possible for you, the slides that you spoke about, to
Sure.
somehow, I don't know if there's a way to set them so they play like 10 seconds apart or something? Yeah.
I don't know where the remote is. Thank you. Was there any particular slides you wanted to look at?
I just would like to have them up there when everyone's speaking to
Oh, okay.
reference.
Got it.
Because there was, okay, yeah. I just wanted to look at that one because that was a rendering maybe I missed it in our book that I hadn't seen. So the bottom rendering, this is looking at the JW Marriott, looking south. Is that correct?
Well, I think that there were, yes, correct.
Okay.
But I think there was a couple of different options, so I would like the architect to speak about the renderings.
I just wanted to look at that rendering again because I don't know if anyone else has seen that one, but that's the first I've seen from that angle. So I don't have a specific question at this time. I'll let Ms. Riznicki go first.
Any questions for the planner?
I'm not sure if this is going to be directed to her, but as a planner, and looking at that, that it's a character district, and this is, as a city, it's very important that we meet that character district, right? So, are we going towards something there? Okay. So, and again, I'm not sure if this is directed to you, but in looking about the compatibility within that district, what are we looking at? How was it determined? And, how did that steps go about to getting to where you are, saying that it's compatible to this character district?
Well, the comp plan made that determination when the comp plan was adopted. So when the comp plan was adopted with the community redevelopment district, it has its own section within the comprehensive plan. And I think I want to go to this right here. So within the community redevelopment, that's how you set the stage for redevelopment, is by designating an area as a specific redevelopment area. So within that community redevelopment district, you have the Gulf Boulevard redevelopment district, and that's where you have the 4 defined character districts. So it's my planning opinion that when you created that character district as large resort and put it on the west side of Gulf Boulevard, that was sort of the big picture macro compatibility determination that was made at that time.
So in your opinion, what is a large resort district? What's the character of a large resort district?
A large resort. I'm not sure, it's basically, I'm not sure what
And
you're
I'm talking
looking
about
for me to
this
say.
property and specifically just because it's one property with 3 separate, and I know we're saying together within that lot.
Right.
Hotels, so.
But
it's kind of like the opposite of what anybody would probably want me to say, right? Why isn't it one resort? Why 3 individual resorts that makes it look now more like a boutique district or a medium resort district? It's not designed as a large resort district.
So you're saying it's not big enough?
As a whole, I'm saying, the lot itself.
Well, I'm not really sure what you're asking, but if you look at the surrounding area and you look at the units per acre, right, we've got 63 dwelling units per acre to the north. We have 78 temporary lodging unit acres per acre to the south, and we're looking at 75, which is the maximum that you could potentially seek under the large resort district in your comp plan. So that is the definition.
I think what Commissioner Reznicki is saying, and please correct me if I misunderstood what you're asking, is the Land Development Code has very specific criteria for what a property in a large resort must have as far as amenities goes, and what constitutes a large resort. It talks about having a concierge, laundry services, a pool. There's a laundry list of things that it requires. Only one of your buildings meets those criteria.
Correct, I agree, it's not really a planning question.
Is that where you were going? Okay.
Pretty much, yeah.
And beyond that, the Land Development Code multiple times says demolish, tear down, rebuild, and you are only rebuilding one building.
2. So you still have to go through the conditional use permit to address the redevelopment of those 2 buildings.
Okay, but you're not rebuilding and demolishing all of them. That was the intent. In fact, former Commissioner Pletcher at the Planning Board specifically told you so, that when the comprehensive plan was redone, nobody envisioned renovating, but rather tearing down, demolishing, and rebuilding.
But your comp plan defines redevelopment, and it's not just demolishing, it's expanding, reconstructing existing uses and size. So it kind of covers the gambit. It does not exclusively limit a whole 8.6 acre site to be demolished and rebuilt at once.
I apologize. Did somebody just adjust the lights? If you did, please move them back.
It's too bright.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, but the question you're getting at is why not one large resort? Why not one large JW?
I'd have to defer to the applicant. What we're looking at right now is the conditional use with respect to what's being proposed and the conditions to accommodate what's being proposed. So you'd have to ask, I'm not the owner or the landowner or the developer,
Yeah.
but.
That's fine, and we could ask staff, because that's why I thought it wouldn't have been appropriate for you.
Thank you.
And it's about clustering, so, we could have, I'm trying to go through the process, but I'll wait for them to come up so we don't have to jump up and down, so don't worry, at least we can just go on with you.
Thank you. Any other planning questions? Or?
Yes. Who is responsible for where the access road is for the north building?
That's a transportation question.
No, I'm talking about site plan.
Oh, then that would be the engineer.
Okay, great.
It might be easier just to have us ask questions.
Sure. So, as you were going through your checklist on sections you think that you've met the criteria, so going back to 4.4, standards for review. Part of that states that 2D, right, so I'm reading from Land Development Code, whether the application will have significant adverse impacts on livability, usability of nearby land due to noise, dust, fumes, smoke, glare, lights, late-night operations, odors, vehicular traffic, trucks and other deliveries, and so on. So where the current access is for building on the north side, the access to that building is on the south side of the building. And you have moved the access to the north side of the building.
So you want start there?
No, you had it on the first picture.
You-
Yep,
yeah,
all the way
you're-
back
Where the planning.
where you started.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so where it is today, Hotel 1, the north building, the entrance is on the south side of the building.
The entrance to the hotel.
The building, yeah.
On the north
North
side.
and south side.
No, no, where it is today, the current
Oh.
building, today's building,
You mean the one building?
the one that's there right now.
Yeah, it's north and south.
The main entrance to Porte-Cochere is
Well, they're
on the,
both sides. You can go through the breezeway, parked on both sides.
okay. Fine. So if the requirement is to minimize the adverse impacts on the neighbors, right? Why not put that road on the south side? Because what you have right now is, right, you've got this long queuing line, you've got a giant porte-cochere, you've got lights, you've got people arriving, people leaving at all hours of the day, and you've got a residential building a couple feet north of that.
So you have a resident, or you have a hotel now that has the breezeway. So I think I was on the right picture. Go to the first one where you can see the picture on the bottom. I referenced it in my presentation, but when I'll show you what I was. Like, it's back at the views. Down. One more down. Keep going down. So if we zoom in on that, so if you look at the top view, you've got all your parking, where you got some parking on the north, some parking on the south, you've got openings on both sides. And this is what I was referring to in the picture on the bottom.
Sure.
Where you have a breezeway that's open, so every person that can come in and out of there is going along that walkway to and from their rooms as it sits today. There are also, half of them are loading in and out from the north, going to the south. So when we're flipping it, we're putting the drive and the stacking on that side. Now, when you go in the parking garage, that was one of the discussions we had, which is all of the parking garage is screened, so there's no lights there. And then you're only dealing with the balconies on that side.
Sure. But you're still moving the maximum impact on the north side of the building. So where you're going to have the most noise, the most light, so again, just glare from lights, late night operations, odors, vehicular traffic, trucks, noise, dust,
The traffic, trucks aren't in that area. The trucks are actually front-loaded off of Gulf.
Sure.
They don't even go.
But people's cars are there.
Okay.
I mean, that's where your valet stand is, right?
Yeah, they're there now, too.
Okay. But again, you're building a new building. You have an opportunity to make it better for the neighbors, eliminate any objections they may have. And so my question is, why put the high-impact area next to the residential side? Why not put the high-impact area on the south side of the building?
Or within the garage.
I think that's a question for me, Jim Stapleton. So the first thing is that by putting it on the north side, it allows you to have the larger 60-foot setback. If we were doing what you are suggesting, we would need to flip the building over. The tower would then be farther away, but you would have the pool and the resort pool area right up against the neighbors, and you would have a 30-foot setback. That was the primary reason. That was the very first thing that I did when I sketched it up.
One of the times when we met, is that that's not the only option, is what I would say, right? Because when we spoke, I think you might have been in the call one time, I know we met 3 different times.
Once.
And I mentioned same thing the mayor just spoke about, the impact, that we're still impacting more, right? The north end of the property. We're putting the queuing on that side, yet there's opportunity to put the entrance of the hotel, whether underneath the parking garage, people can load and unload within the parking garage. You could still wrap and drive back around, because I do know there's obviously parking right now, currently today, on that north end, but it's just to park. But it eliminates noise, it eliminates stacking of cars, fumes, emissions, and just people who are on the balcony from the C-Mark facing the potential new hotel, all the chaos going on. It might not be every day, but one time is more than enough, I would say, for someone to have to deal with it, because it's the future that we're trying to prevent, right, of it happening. If you go to one of your pictures of the current plan, you could still have a 30-foot landscape buffer on the north end of that hotel. Maybe have, and I'm not here to design for you, but what I'm saying is that we could minimize the impact, and I know we kind of talked about this a little bit, so I was hoping we would see something about that. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Okay.
Yep, Mayor, if I may comment on that, just a visual that I think would help was the picture, the rendering that planning just had up that was looking at that building from looking.
Correct,
While
yeah.
he's getting those exhibits, Elise Batzel, for the record, while he's getting those exhibits, I can answer your questions about redevelopment if you want. Was it the mayor's question? Commissioner Resnicki, while he's getting those?
I think we were talking about the character district and the what discussions did we have with the community, the C-Mark, the Bellwether, in establishing, what this whole look was, right? Like what kind of meetings were held? I know the Bellwether had to have had something. I mean, there's no way that there was no discussion to say, please don't do this, do that, this will hurt us. What were those discussions and how were they dealt with the C-Mark and with the Bellwether? And even Boca Sands or Belgrande, like the immediate buildings all around it.
I can let Joe Young address specifically the conversations that he had, but I want to go back because you asked me about redevelopment on the site and how this is redevelopment. Your code defines what redevelopment is. You have a definition in your code, and I'm going to read it to you, and I'm going to tell you exactly how we comply with redevelopment and why this is redevelopment. Redevelopment means the conversion, relocation, reconstruction, structural alteration, enlargement of any building and or use existing prior to the effective date. So if you take, for example, the Serrata building, right? There's massive structural alterations going on to that building. We are chopping a big chunk of it and we're redeveloping that northern portion of that building. We are expanding the use, right? We are adding that hotel use and amenities throughout the entire site. So we clearly fall within that definition of redevelopment. And when you're looking at how do you interpret a code, if you have a definition, clearly you have to look towards that definition. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
And I think it might have been Elise, and I think the question was something more towards what the mayor, you were saying about the conversation in planning board with, I don't know if Melinda Pletcher was there, about the having to demolish, or I think that's what I heard as to why that was it.
So let me add one thing that might answer your question too. So I think with respect to, was the question, why didn't we scrape it all?
That's a question, sure.
Sure. I mean, from an economic viability standpoint, obviously, you want to maintain your income while all of these other things are happening, right? I mean, if I'm the property owner, I can't speak for the Youngs, but to completely scrape your site and to start from scratch is probably not an economically viable way to do it, particularly on a site that's this large. However, that doesn't mean that they might not come back here and alter this conditional use permit and say, hey, we want to redo the Serrata now. But all of these are economic considerations. With respect to scraping it and redevelopment, back to that question, I can tell you from a legal perspective, the city, we're working on another site right now, and the definition of redevelopment that triggers your stormwater requirements is, I mean, you're gonna have to bring your code up to stormwater for redevelopment for some really pretty insignificant alterations, and we're dealing with that right now. So clearly the city is taking the position that very little really is redevelopment. FEMA has rules, you know, what is a structural alteration? All of those things, you don't have to scrape a building in order to have redevelopment. But from a business perspective, and you can nod, Joe, if I'm on the right track here with respect to, you know, you want to maintain some semblance of business while you're doing the rest of this construction.
And you don't want to put the employees out of work.
And you don't want to put the employees out of work.
Maybe you prefer that, but that's not how we.
Since we're talking with the developer, just to have a point of clarification, because I know I asked you this before, to explain the structure, right? The parent company, because I think I asked you who is Derek Hott, and Derek Hott is no longer the manager for CPL LP, and now it's Alan Smallwood. So I don't know, and that might be something that we have to address to make sure that the papers are changed if needed, because the applicant's name is different. So it would be great to understand the whole structure.
Sure, happy to answer that.
Thank you.
So very simply.
Please state your name and.
Oh, Joe Young, Edgewood, Kentucky.
Thank you.
Columbia, Sussex. Very simply, this company was started by my dad, whose 83rd birthday was 2 days ago. He still runs the company today. He's been doing this for 51 years. I've been doing it for 40. Derek Hott is my brother-in-law. He is since retired. Between my 6 brothers and sisters and my parents, we own 100% of every asset that you see. I don't know, I mean, companies are structured in a way to finance assets. That's the only reason that there's CP St. Pete Beach. But while I'm up here, let me answer your question regarding the CMARC. First meeting I had down here back in April, met with Tim Yarnell and Mike Gordon, had lunch with them. Talked about, I said, here's generally how we're gonna build this. Give me your thoughts. They took it, they looked at it, they said, we'd like to see you do this, we'd like to see you do that, can you do this, and would you mind being on our monthly meeting or quarterly meeting? So the Jim Stapleton and I were on that meeting. Had some somewhat crazy ideas from some of the residents. One thought we were going to knock his building down. Another, it's probably the same guy, was the guy who thought we were going to create a wind tunnel. But, you know, some good ideas too. And we put in a big buffer where the traffic turns by their request. We took the north side of the parking lot. We were able to completely screen that, so any lights in that parking lot would be shielded from them. I can't think of what, but you know, we took all their comments. I have my emails. I think it's part of the record from before, where they said, could you do this? I said, here's how I'm doing it. There was a question about piles, about pile driving. I said, don't worry, won't do it. So You know, I'm a little surprised that they've reached out to each one of you, with the exception of the mayor, to have you come up there, because I thought we were getting along pretty well. Apparently we aren't. They've asked me for discounts, and I told them I'd come up with something. But yeah, pretty frustrated with the whole process, and with them, quite honestly. All right?
Hold on. Hold on 1 second, please. We have a few other questions.
Oh, okay.
I've got a question regarding, I guess, financing. How much money is being set aside for each property? How much do you have planned to spend on the JW? How much do you have planned to spend on Hotel 3? And one of the bigger questions I have on that is, what are the plans for the redevelopment of the existing Serrata, both inside and out, and how much is allocated for that?
Let me answer your first. We bought this Serrata for $200 million, 206, put in $103 million in cash. We have since given you a letter from Huntington Bank that says that they will finance this property, and that we have assets in excess of $200 million. That should be plenty. If you're looking for something more than that, I could probably give it to you. I don't know why I should be required to. Okay?
That's not what my question is. My question is more so the plans for each building. And quite frankly, I'm curious, how much per room, generally speaking, does a JW Marriott cost to build?
$350,000.
Per room?
Yep.
Okay. And then what are the plans for the existing Serrata as far as remodeling it?
Well, we've already submitted them. I mean, we were at the point where we could get a building permit on that, and you made us stop. I mean, you have all those plans. We're going to redo the pool. We're going to put a new restaurant out at the beach. My father and I walked all the rooms today. We're going to remodel all the rooms to bring them up to a higher standard.
And it's going to stay as, the name will be the Serrata.
Family-focused hotel.
Do you ever see down the line it becoming a JW Marriott?
No.
No.
It doesn't have the facility to be able to do that. Rooms are too small. It will never be part of the JW Marriott.
Would there be room, an area for the Hampton to put a JW Marriott there? Was that ever considered?
No. Look, we've been doing this for 50 years. We know how to build hotels. There is a limited market for a luxury hotel, for a family hotel, and for a limited service hotel. That's what we have put here. You're going to have to just trust us that we know what we're doing. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got an easy one for you. Beach Renourishment. I think we have one organization that's holding up beach renourishment. Any issues with you of getting that done along as it comes down the coast when the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yeah, I'll defer to the civil engineer. Not economically.
I just want to make sure clarification. The thing is, you're talking about access.
No, I'm sorry. Beach renourishment. In other words, Army Corps of Engineers comes in with the big dredges. They do like the whole coastline, 19 miles. Right. Any issues with Serrata saying yes or no on that?
Meaning every property owner that has a coastline has to say yes or no?
Correct.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Can you speak to, I think even at the planning board in the last meeting, there were several reports and emails that we received. Would you be able to speak to bankruptcies, forfeitures, foreclosures? I mean, this speaks.
Specific.
Sherman, we're talking about financial viability, and so.
Well, slow down. I've showed you, we spent $200 million. I have a letter from a bank that says $200 million more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't, go ahead, ask me a specific question. Have we ever filed bankruptcy? Is that the question?
Sure.
I have not.
Okay. Any of your properties or any of your LLCs or entities?
Have any of yours?
I'm not here as the applicant, sir.
Yes, Tropicana, well-known disaster that we bought in 2008. Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. If you please, in the audience, just out of respect, the gentleman is up here to speak. I don't know who's speaking. I just hear somebody speaking, just like with everybody else. I'm going to ask them to be silent out of respect for you. You have an objection with that?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other instances of forfeitures, foreclosures, anything else with other properties?
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions?
Just one question. I know you say the word trust, and it's hard to use the word trust because none of us here, nor the city, I would say maybe individuals might know you. I don't know you. So that's a hard word to use, okay? So what we're trying to get here is a good understanding of what you can do or accomplish for our city, right? So in my question is, have you ever had or created, and I know I've asked this with Elise, a hotel similar to this, that on one site you have 3 different properties or hotels? I think they mentioned one that was a condominium. But is this the first venture of this kind?
I don't really consider it anything out of the ordinary for what we do all the time. I mean, I came up yesterday from St. Martin, where we're finishing a JW Marriott, which will open in 2 weeks. We have a 100-room residential timeshare development right next to that. We have hotels in Anchorage, Alaska. We have a cluster of 3 of them that are out there. We have 5 hotels in Anchorage. These are 3 hotels of which we've been doing that for 50 years. So I don't understand why it seems like this is a different scenario.
When we hear a comment like, maybe if Hotel 3 wasn't built, right, that we will still get the beach access on the south end, then what I'm hearing is there's a potential of having an empty lot there, right, that the project couldn't complete. So that's why those comments kind of worry me. That's why we asked this, and that maybe hopefully we can clarify.
That. So that condition came from your staff. It came from Brandon and from Wayne. And they said, if something were to happen in the future and you got your CO on the JW Marriott, but then you didn't complete that, can you please commit that you'll go ahead and give us that public beach access? Nobody's expecting not to finish this development. In fact, Joe has very many times said that this isn't even a phase development. He's going in to build these 2 hotels. That came directly from your staff. So we, of course, said, yes, if there's a pandemic and there's a pause, and that's where this came from. If there is a pandemic or something like a pandemic where the world shuts down and people aren't going to hotels, and the JW Marriott gets built, how can you guarantee we still want that southern beach access even if you don't go and build that other hotel? And we said yes. That's the only reason that condition is in there, and that's the only reason this came up at all. So just wanted to give you some background.
Mm-hmm.
And
I've been working with this man for so long, and let me just give you a little context to his frustration, because I think it's going to be helpful for all the new commissioners.
Well, I understand. That's what I was going to say. I understand the frustration. This is, you've been in this room before regarding this conditional use permit. I haven't. A lot of these other commissioners haven't. So that's why we have these questions.
I understand.
Go ahead. Okay.
Any further questions for Mr. Young?
No.
I've got another one.
Yep.
What's the most recent project you've done in Florida?
In Florida, let's see. Well, I mean, we've owned Marriott in Hutchinson Island. We've sold that. We own the Marriott Orlando Airport. We own the Marriott Tampa Airport, West Shore. We own the Clearwater Hilton. We own the Marriott in Sanibel Beach.
What's the most recent one you've built, if any of those, or were those?
It's been a long time since we built in Florida, but I can tell you, just got back from St. Martin, which is a lot harder place to build, and I'm opening a 200-room JW Marriott there in 9 days from today. So if the question is, do we have an ability to build down here? The answer is, if you can build in the Caribbean, Florida's easy. So,
I just know from being in real estate, our insurance market is different with items, so that's where the question's stemming from.
So
Yeah.
I buy about $200 million in wind insurance a year. Hurricane Irma in St. Martin had a $175 million claim. My insurance went up for our portfolio properties. It doubled last year, from a big number to a huge number. Totally familiar with what we're getting into with the wind risk down here. We have a lot of wind risk in Florida, and we've determined that it's worth it.
Okay. Yeah, because I know builders' risk policies have tripled in the past,
Yes.
or more in the past few years.
It's very dangerous when you're building a building and a storm comes through. Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mayor, may I ask a quick question? At least, could you, I think that he indicated that Mr. Hott retired, right? And so now, is Mr. Smallwood the manager? I just want clarification, because I'm looking at the application and it's listing Derek Hott as manager, but I've got your affidavit here that says Smallwood is.
Because of course, the retirement happened in between. So at the time we signed the legal document,
Okay.
that was the current manager, and now there's another manager because of a retirement.
Okay.
And yeah, you have all of those backup documents. We've submitted them all into the
Okay,
record.
just want to be clear about that. Yeah, thanks.
I'm just here to direct the questions because I think I know which experts probably need to answer them.
Questions?
Are we ready to talk about I think you were looking for the architectural, or not yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, he says no. He's trying to find the right exhibits to show you.
I've got some questions, if I can start going. So, the vibration monitoring, could you explain that a little bit more, what that is?
Yeah, I can do both, actually, so I'll tackle those. So vibration monitoring, so what they do is they set up a number. So I think this came from the CMARC, right? And they had concerns. So what we typically do, and we did this at the JW Marriott downtown Tampa, we have the Embassy Suites right there. We had the streetcar right there. So we had concerns about streetcar and Embassy Suites. So in this case, what we do is we set up a portable monitoring station that sits throughout construction, and there'll be at least 2 on the property corners, probably 1 or 2 in the middle, because the property line is pretty long. And so they effectively sit there, and they're set to a vibration level that they know won't structurally impact a building, especially a building that's 60 some odd feet beyond that. And so what they do is then they're on text message with a recording data that anytime there's a vibration monitor of any case, it logs it. If it hits that threshold, which the threshold is already set below like a structural event, which would be an issue, it tags the superintendent, project manager, and then they shut down the equipment. So it gives them room to react to it, but it effectively does it, and then it logs it throughout all of construction.
Yeah, thank you.
I have your.
Do that? Yeah.
While he's setting that up, just to dovetail on that point, Commissioner Phillips, the structure, the vibration monitoring and the visual structural monitoring, not only is it good for the adjoining properties, but it also gives us a baseline in case something happens. We know, because of all the issues that happen in South Florida, it's protection for both parties.
Can I add one thing for you, just because you might want to combine it, because I don't want to have to you come back for it. Because I think you might have been on the call when I asked about this and the curb cuts. Because I have a big concern of, you look at our comp plan, there's a lot that we're looking at, right? And improving the city overall, right? And we're looking for projects that are going to reduce curb cuts, right? That's specific that we talk. I know there's 3 existing curb cuts. So that it's not a question that it doesn't exist. But anybody who's lived here in this community for a long time knows only 1 curb cut was actually used all the time, right? 1 main entrance, 1 gate. You have, call them auxiliary curb cuts that you may use randomly to let someone in and out, right? Now, this particular one, in order to align with across the street with Belgrande, means it needs to be moved further north.
Correct.
So the next curb cut at CMARC, and I don't see the little, what the math here is, but if it's 15, 20 feet away from the next curb cut and then Seamark has 2 curb cuts, and then Trade Winds has the next one coming. So you're talking about pretty close to each other, 4 curb cuts on that sidewalk. And I just want it closed. I don't, that we're trying to make a safe environment, right? And to hit that one, and this is coming from a resident who's seen a lot of accidents, a lot of pedestrians, whether, and I don't want to say all pedestrians hit, but for many reasons. I know widening this is making it nice, but when you have people coming in and out, you think you made it across okay, then you got another in and out, then you got another one again. I think there could be a lot of improvement with that in conjunction with that north end to reduce, again, the impact to the northern property.
Yeah, and when we were on the phone, Commissioner Reznicki, we were talking about that one, and I think you'd asked for one. One is probably unreasonable based on the size and scale, but the other part I was talking about from an engineering perspective is you do want redundancy when you're dealing with driveways. You at least want 2, and most likely 3. And in this case, our southern driveway is really feeding the 2 southern hotels, the existing Serrata and the new Hampton Inn. And then the middle one is really service and outbound movements for the majority. And then the northern one is really the JW Marriott and service coming in for the truck service. So I understand what you're saying. It's approximately about 100 feet from our curb cut to Seamark, based on, because that driveway's 36 or 40 feet wide. So you've got at least another probably 100 feet to there. But I understand, but as our discussions were going with FDOT, it also starts to go into how does it work queuing-wise on-site, getting off-site. It also talks about more traffic going to 2 driveways rather than 3, like we talked about queuing on Gulf Boulevard. So in all of these designs, as we talk about it, we're trying to balance the concerns that we hear. So Seamark had concerns, that Jim did a great job of basically blocking the views when it came to the garage and flipping the building so the T is facing south, so the pool's not to that area. But in doing so, we could have slid north, but then the building, now we're talking about views and rather, so it's, you're working back and forth, and so that's what we're trying to work through. Same thing here. We have 3 driveways. Yes, that northern one, again, I think Seamark, it is there, totally understand, but I don't think they're compliant with 2 driveways. They certainly wouldn't be allowed that based on the access management standards as it sits today. Right. But the spacing otherwise does work along our property boundary and the amount of linear footage we have around along our property line.
Now, and again, I'm not here to talk about a non-conforming building, because obviously I don't think the Seamark is planning on knocking down the building and making it compliant, or maybe they are. If they ever thought about being compliant with that, then maybe they would. But it's to minimize the impact, and that's what I'm trying to get across. There is a way to have continuous queuing on site, reduce the curb cut, not impact that northern property. And I can't see it in this plan, but I know that you're coming in, or the cars or the vehicles can come inside. There's a lot of, and I'm sure there's JW Marriott's out there, and I've been to many hotels where you can enter the hotel interiorly, right, from underneath, or if you put it on the front. Again, I'm not telling you where to put it, and you all can figure this out, but that we could continue to minimize the impact of the Seamark.
I know it sounds that easy, but it usually doesn't. So if that driveway were to slide kind of as it's shown, most likely that driveway wouldn't be there. It would probably kind of be into the eastern face of the building, and we would slide the building north, right? And then we'd be back into that view issue. And so, again, we kind of go back and forth with that. But by splitting up the trips and assigning them to different driveways, that helps with what you're dealing with queue, both in and out. And Gulf Boulevard and the stacking on Gulf Boulevard because of the gates and those other items were certainly things, and I think you mentioned Bellwether when there was an event there where they had stacked up. And again, it's one entrance, right? And if we're only using one entrance here now, that's why you're seeing those issues. When you start to give people options, the redundancy helps with breaking apart kind of those log jams as you go.
Yeah. And even you mentioned Bellwether, is that you are correct. That, I don't know if it was the weekend or Thursday. When there's an event, Bellwether stacks further than that southern driveway. So if you have people coming south on Gulf Boulevard, whether to the JW or Serrata or to the Hampton or to the Bellwether or trying to get home on the C Mark, you can end up having a line. You know, you all are not coordinating when you're having events. You know, there's still a potential of, you know, I'm trying to make a right, but I got to come from going north on Gulf Boulevard, make a left. Did I miss the sign? How am I going to U-turn? I mean, all of that could still happen.
Understood.
Can you go to the the slide that had the turning lanes vis-a-vis the Boca Grande and Boca Sands? We can stick on this slide as well if you want, because I got questions about that as well.
I wanted to see that one again as well.
All right, next slide, please. The one with the blue lines. So this omits two things in my, from what I'm seeing here is there is no north going south turning left into Belgrande or Boca Sands or the Beach Mart, and there is no left turn going north on Gulf Boulevard into the project on any of those things. So are you saying that people don't come from down south, head north on Gulf Boulevard, and then make a left into the property?
No, we're not saying that at all.
Okay.
But you'd have to go back here as well.
Sure.
Because you're going to have the exact same movements.
Okay.
And you still have the conflict points that we're referring to, and you have more of them.
So there's...
So it's not about every movement, it's about the main conflicting movements and the discussions with FDOT. And so you have all of those movements you just mentioned, but you have them in the existing condition or you have them in the proposed condition. So the question is whether or not you align them so someone looking across from you can watch someone make a left and make a left. They still got to watch the folks to the left and right.
Mm-hmm. Why not eliminate left turns into and out of the property?
We don't have to with FDOT. So we've certainly discussed it, but it hasn't been a discussion point.
Sure, but comprehensive plan and land development code says part of your requirement is to, you know, maintain safety standards and improve them.
We just did.
I know, but you have an opportunity to make it better.
Yeah.
U-turns and...
Yeah, I mean, you start to study other things as you go through that. So, I mean, if you flip between these, all these movements you just described, we have, and then we made it better.
Questions?
I've got one.
Sorry, go ahead.
Good. Mine are more design architecture questions.
All right.
Did you want me to flip back?
Did you have a question on this, or?
Not on traffic, on stormwater.
I would like to see that again.
Stormwater should be able to knock out pretty quick, I think.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
If you have, before you go into stormwater, if there's an architectural, did you bring an architectural rendering of the whole resort front and back? Like to see what it looks like all together?
No. No, I mean, we've got 16 or 18 actually, we've got like 25 renderings.
But I don't have any renderings on the Serrata.
Oh, no, yeah, it takes quite a while.
Right. Because again, it's like to get that, you know, architecturally how it all looks together, because I know we're looking at the garage and what the garage is going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
But if you could see it together, you know, then you know.
And the architectural standards are part of the review process, so by not providing them now, how are we supposed to make a decision on this?
Staff reviewed it. You guys have reviewed it. Commissioner Frislowski reviewed it.
She has not reviewed it.
She's seen all the renderings.
Okay.
I haven't seen the Serrata.
There are no renderings of the Serrata because
I know we're not reviewing it, but part of this is the whole plan, right? So
we're adding a portico share in front of the Serrata. The drawings have been submitted to the city.
But you're tearing down half the building. What's it going to look like before and after, front and back, on the sides?
We're taking down the north wall of the rooms now. Right, we take it down, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I think you're asking too much.
To see what it was going to look like is too much?
There's already 27 renderings. You've seen 27 renderings. I've been working for I've been working for a long time. You don't have that many renderings for any project. I think you're asking for too much.
Well, let me explain too, from a timing perspective. We just spoke like a week ago. It takes him weeks and weeks to provide renderings. It's not just, let me just flip on CAD and do renderings. Again, you're hearing a little bit of the frustration, and I understand that you're all new commissioners. But again, the standard is not, do you like the aesthetics? That's not the standard before you today. And it's also not, do you like the architectural details? It's in an overall, is it your opinion, well, not even, do we meet the criteria that it unreasonably or disproportionately impacts those surrounding properties? And so I understand you want everything now, and we want to get you what we can get, but we also, to re-render these things that you ask for, like the whole, it takes weeks and weeks and weeks, and honestly, a lot of time and expense to do that. And we've been through 7, 8 versions of renderings and trying to render, and so that's the frustration that you're hearing.
Yeah, but some of the requirements are very specific, right? X amount of feet, it can't look like this, it can't be this.
We went through that
And so-
with staff, and they approved it.
Site plan requirements. Those requirements, Mayor Petrola, are all in your land development code.
Sure.
We have to comply with those. So remember, again, this is the CUP permit. When we go through site plan approval, there are dozens of requirements that our buildings have to comply with in your code in order to move forward. So even if you grant the CUP, if we don't check every one of those boxes, we can't get our permits. So there's a whole nother process with respect to our construction plan approval and staff going through and making sure that there's no 100 feet that isn't articulated or a blank facade. We have to meet all of those requirements, but that's not part of the conditional use process. That's part of our construction plan approval.
All right. Am I okay to get back to my
I want to
question?
interrupt for just 1 second. That all said, we worked with Brandon and the team to meet all of those things now. And we have met those things now.
But we won't be able to see, like, what architectural consistency there is between all buildings. We're being given a couple of examples of different
About 20 of
renderings,
them.
for parking garage on the south end. So, how am I going to say rendering 9, 8, 7, 6, or 5, which one goes with, I think it's important for you all too, right, to know that we're seeing the whole picture, that we might be missing something architecturally that we can't see.
So for example, like within your packet of materials, there are, like this is the backside. I think it renders the whole thing.
It does.
I don't know that there's exactly this rendering in the front, but Jim, you can go through some of those front renderings to show a pretty darn good idea. So let's try to do that if you don't mind.
Well, you can, but where your question is going is, you're trying to say, why do the 3 buildings not look exactly the same? And the answer is
I'm not
because they
saying
can.
that they have to look the same, but there has to be some architectural element between the whole site, right? That
Which is what I
I
brought
would think as a client would want it to kind of all mesh together somehow.
Well, first, I showed you all the different garage versions tonight, and specifically called out one and said, this matches that garage, clearly does. You have the renderings for both. The Serrata in the middle is a complete hybrid of a building. It's kind of styleless. And neither the JW Marriott or the Hampton Inn are ever going to look anything like that, because nobody in their right mind would build like that, the way that building got built. It got built in 2 different pieces. It was a hodgepodge when it got built. And to say that there's going to be some greater consistency because of that, you can't hang your hat on that. No architect would do that.
Now, when I read the staff report, there was question on the porte cochere.
Right.
You say it right. So has that been finalized? Do we have
In our mind,
something on that?
It's the same shape. The question was, should it be right in the center of the building? And the answer is it can't be right in the center of the building because the new lobby is shifted over to the south. And to get out of your car, you need to get out in the rain, walk undercover to walk into the lobby, which is to the north, because what's in the center is the ceiling height when you walk into the building. I know it's like 7'10" or something. It's ridiculously low. So to make it a functional and better experience for the customer, the thing has to be shifted to the north, and that's what we've done. Now, does it, in a classic building where it was perfectly symmetrical, would you like it to be that way? Yeah, we're sure we'd like it to be in the center, but is it significant in any way from a design perspective? No, it's not. There's nothing special about that building. It's not making it better, it's not making it worse. It's just making the function of the building work for what it needs to be.
So do our staff today have a rendering of what that Serrata looks like that's going to be developed already, final?
I think there's a model from a while back.
Is there a final?
Yeah, the details. I mean, we had permit drawings ready to be submitted, and then the process said that we couldn't finish it.
Scott Gilner with Kimley Horn. It's not final because when we were submitting everything, we were stopped. So there's no final permit drawings. I think there was actually even ordering the steel on it. So there is an attempt, but again, we were stopped by the city in that process.
Can I ask a quick question of I'm not sure if it would be for the city attorney or the city manager or staff, but I think that we're getting into some questions and some discussion of some very specific architectural detail, which is of big concern to residents because they're going to have to drive by the building and look at it every day, right? And everyone wants the city to look better. I know for myself, I'm not even qualified to pick a paint color for my house. I've tried, I'm terrible at it. So I'm certainly going to be the last person to tell anybody how a building should look. But I think the important thing to remember here is that in our code, we don't have architectural standards. And so I'm not sure if this is a question for Kristen or Brandon or who, but our basis for these architectural type questions or qualifications are based much more on types of features and spacing and that sort of thing, rather than show me a rendering and I'll tell you if I think it looks good. Is that correct?
I think that's exactly it, and I think you can speak to that.
Yes, and one of the reasons that we have conditions as part of the CUP permit is that it provides objective criteria that we know that we can meet, right? I think part of the frustration you're hearing with the architect is that we have been through 2 city managers, different city staff, 2 different commissions, and he has pivoted and pivoted and pivoted, and there's no objective standard, right? What looks good to Commissioner Lorenz might look different to the mayor, might look different to you, Commissioner Marriott. And so we feel a little bit like we're chasing a moving target. But I think that if we talk about architectural features and things, we could come up with a collective condition that we can add to the CUP that gives you comfort that we can integrate these things. And I'm going to have to rely some on the architect to say, what does that language look like, right? We talked about this a little bit during our meeting.
Yeah, can I comment on that?
Please.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think this is where a lot of my questions were stemming from when I was asking Mr. Young about the plans for the Serrata and how much money is going to be allocated to each building and that type of thing. In 4.0 in standards for review in the Land Development Code 4.42C talks about will be compatible with adjacent development based on characteristics such as size, building style, and scale. Yes, what I think looks nice might be different than what someone else thinks look nice. But what that says to me is, and this is, in my opinion, the heart of St. Pete Beach. When people from out of town are visiting, they're going to look from Gulf Boulevard and say, does this look nice? Does it flow? And I think that is the key. Is this going to flow from south to north, from north to south? Or is it going to be Hotel 3 looks totally different than that old building in the middle, which looks totally different than the upscale JW Marriott. I like how you put these renderings together because that helps us picture it a little bit better.
I know that it's not the full Serrata, but from
Yeah, I mean, is the Serrata still going to be yellow? I mean, just simple, silly question, but, you know, or are you going to make efforts to try to combine it with how the south and the north look currently?
those are excellent things. And I think that we can together really quickly here sort of put together conditions that give you the comfort that we can integrate this. I mean, we're never going to be able to make the Serrata look exactly like these two new buildings. It's just not going to happen, right? I mean, you look at resorts, unless we were to tear it down from scratch. But I feel like I can have the architect work while we're talking about other things on some conditions that we can present to you after these questions that maybe can give you the comfort that you need. And remember, even when this process is over, we're going to be working with staff, and you can give them your input through our site plan approval process. We have to meet the code, and we have to make sure that we're satisfying all of those criteria and the criteria of the CUP. So if you don't mind, I'm going to give some direction to Jim to do some work here while we're looking at other things. And then let us try to come back with some conditions, a condition or 2 or 3 conditions that might give you comfort, and
yeah,
if that's okay with you.
Yes, I think that would be great. And just to further comment on that, you know, I think the 2 biggest pieces to this are, and this is from the code, we want, if it gets approved, it needs to flow. It needs to look nice. That's 1. And 2, the parking garage can't look like a parking garage.
And I just want to comment on that really quick, because I've sat in so many different meetings with different people, and I've heard certain people think something looks like a parking garage and certain people think other things look better. So it would be great for us to have this commission tell us collectively which of those renderings you like. Or do you like this side, and we'll work with staff to make sure all those features are incorporated. We can do that. We're just looking for some direction from you, because we have been given very different directions throughout this entire process. And that's a subjective standard that I feel like we're having trouble meeting, because I definitely have a favorite, right? I think this looks really integrated, and I love the side and things, but you may say, well, the front of it has slats, so that may look like a garage, where some of the others are a little more modern, but then does it integrate? So I do think that with respect to not looking like a garage, we need to determine what you think the treatments are that make it not look like a garage. Because there's only so much you can do with this parking structure. You can mask it, right? And so we would love collective direction on that.
Great.
Commissioner Lorenz?
All right, thank you. While you're working on all that, and I will say, there's not a whole lot of style and flow to St. Pete Beach, the large buildings. I mean, the Bellwether looks nothing like anything else. Then you got the C-Mark condo, and I'm just throwing a little devil advocate part in there. But I think what you're getting at maybe is the 3 hotels you're going to do, 2 new ones, 1 renovated, should look flow. But beyond that, it's a mishmash. So for the civil engineer, the stormwater vault, as I understand it, that water just, when it gets full, I understand the overflow part, it goes into the city stormwater system. Where does the water go in the vault itself? Does it typically, in this scenario, go straight down, or does it spread out to adjacent properties?
I think that's outside.
Yeah, you're good.
Scott Gilner again with Kimley Horn & Associates. So it basically does both. I would say it's probably more horizontally spreading out everywhere when there's a higher tide, right? Because the tide comes in and that's tidally influenced. And when there's a lower tide, it's probably more vertically going out. But in general, it's percolating in the direction of really the gradient of water. So if you were to sample, there's probably slight little gradients. If you sample down, it's probably 1.1 inch or 1.1 feet, then it's 0.9 feet, 0.8 feet as it works its way out towards the beach. There's a gradient, so normally that water would dissipate in that direction.
So is there any possibility of that water flowing horizontally toward the C-Mark and affecting their structure?
No, not at all.
Because it's that far away, or?
It's that far away. Every stormwater pond like that, you'd now be talking about an issue, not to mention I think there was a question about whether or not we'd undermine their foundations are an issue. We'd be first undermining our foundations, if you think about it.
Yeah.
The vault's built inside the JW Marriott. I've built countless vaults all over Tampa Bay. I can start rattling them off for you, but this is not an issue you run into. It percolates into the ground. Now think about it this way. That water in a 16-inch rainfall event, it still hits that site. And it still goes into the ground, whether we're there or not, right? So it's still the same thing. It's not going to affect them.
The follow-up question, we've all seen when somebody just puts a pool in St. Pete Beach and they're sucking water out of the ground for a month, pumping it down the street.
Right.
When you construct the vaults for Hotel 1 and 3, if I saw that correctly, are you going to hit water when you start digging down? And is that water going to have to go somewhere?
Yeah, so we would de-water, as it's called. Typically, it's done like with well pointing. So you'll do a perimeter well point, or you'll do it probably in stages with this, because the way they fit, we're juggling around inside the foundations and the pile caps. But yeah, we would de-water. Easiest way to do it for us is actually percolate it right back into the ground in another area. So for instance, if we're working on the west side on the JW Marriott, we'd pump it to the east side under the JW Marriott, let it percolate in the ground, and have no issue. If we had to do it somewhere else, we would get a dewatering permit that would discharge off-site. But I honestly, with the flow rates that we have into the sand and the hydraulic conductivity, I really don't think we're even going to have to discharge off-site.
Okay, so very limited possibility that we're going to see hoses connected out to Gulf Boulevard and
Correct.
pumping water for a couple of months down the street.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, when we're doing utilities and other things right out on the right-of-way, you certainly will see them. So I don't want anybody to get, we're not trying to mislead anybody. I mean, when we do with utilities, you know, there's an undergrounding project that the city's looking at. There will be dewatering out there, but it'll be limited to utilities. But when you're talking about the vault itself, no, I'm very unlikely.
All right, one more question, if I could. We kind of glossed over the sewer.
Stormwater, because I do have a stormwater one.
I'm sorry?
Let me
I have a stormwater question, so I don't know if you're jumping.
let me jump on this, and we'll come right back to you. So, if that's fair enough. So we kind of glossed over the sewer system things, but those of us that have reviewed the video 2 times and the planning board videos and look at Mike Clark's charts, and this might be a question for Brandon or Mike Clark, I don't know, but we're on the subject. But if, let's say, the lift station to the south or north goes out of service for days to weeks, is the capacity there to continue the flow safely?
So if one of your lift station,
He's right.
There he is.
I want to answer this, but you're going to have a problem that's much bigger than us, because it's not just a lift station for us. It's a lift station for everybody that serves, but I'll let Mr. Park.
Mike, did you hear the question?
Mike Clark, Public Works Director. Yes, we're watching out in the clerk's office. The scenario that you described where a lift station could go out for months or weeks does not exist, because we have backup generators that operate off of diesel. And the pigtails, the electrical pigtails and everything else are already set. And we have an operational plan that if one or more of our 23 lift stations goes out, we have a sequencing plan that tells us which lift station we need to go to when, in what sequence, based on their volumes of flow, in order to maintain operations continuously through however long it takes us to do that. We've actually had to implement that plan a couple of times due to power outages in previous events.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
This is just a question for the stormwater. You're talking about a specific type of vault, and I know I spoke with you over the phone on this as well. This is for me and, of course, for the public as well to hear, because you haven't spoken with SwiftMud yet, right? Or have you spoken with SwiftMud?
Yeah.
Do you know that this is the appropriate design for this particular area next to the beach, you know, closer to the water, with the water table that we have? Reading the packet, and I know I mentioned this and just want to put it out there so everybody knows that I've talked about this. I read that there was either a treatment option, right, a vault with treatment option. It could have been contained, right, all, you know, not percolating through the bottom. Right. So there was a couple of different scenarios that I read. I saw the proprietor for this particular design of the picture that you showed up on the presentation. So I know they offer many different types of vault systems. Right. And it's not that I'm trying to hold you to a particular vault. I know you're going to go through a stricter requirement when you go through SwiftMud. But there could be a possibility, let's just say, that maybe it doesn't look this way. It might be a little bit different depending on what they're saying, or you're already pretty definite on the,
So we've already submitted to SwiftMud, gotten the first round of comments, and resubmitted to SwiftMud. And there are no issues with what we're proposing for the open bottom vault. To be honest with you, if we had done a closed bottom vault and done a filtration system that you're referring to, and there's many different ones, it could just be effectively a holding tank with no treatment in it. It could be one with an under drain in it, as you probably saw on their website, and then but if you do a concrete bottom, it effectively becomes a bathtub, and it must discharge out into the right of way. Now, if you go back to what I described, we'd now be putting our discharge rates out into the right of way, which you already have issues with capacity in Gulf Boulevard. That's exactly why we wouldn't do that. So, trying to think of the stormwater ponds that I've designed in my career, most require a concrete lined vault like you're referring to, because it's very uncommon for us to get percolation rates this high. And so I can think of one up on Hillsborough Avenue we did, where we had probably half this, but it still worked, and we didn't merge directly into the ground. And maybe one other one that I can think of. But it's uncommon. With beach sand like this being this good with the hydraulic conductivity, you use that to your advantage, because frankly, this is Mother Nature's way of filtering. This is what we should be doing as much as we can.
and just to add also, I know it would rarely be used, the discharge out to FDOT, but that would be through a baffle box system or some type of filtration to clean out towards.
So all of the filtration.
That goes to Boca Ciega, which is why I'm mentioning it.
Yeah, so understood. So all of the filtration that happens in the vault and percolates into the ground. Only in the largest storm events, like the 100-year, 72-hour storm event, which you're not dealing with filtration, that's already been done, that would discharge out. And so this really becomes a redundancy to the system and a resiliency component where, if the island were to become overrun with water, I mean, we're still talking 6 and 7, storm surges at 10. How do you get that water out as fast as possible? This is one more avenue to get that, because if it drains in the vault and it gets out faster through the pipe network, it moves faster than if it's just localized flooding. That answer the question?
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner, let me clarify one thing. The approval of the CUP is not approving the stormwater design.
That's what I wanted to get out.
Correct. I mean, they think that is probably the best design at this point. Our staff has looked at it, and I think probably it's the best design, but that they will have to get those approvals separate from the conditional use permit through Southwest Water Management District and the city.
And if I may mention, the city manager also with FDOT. So we would have 3. We would have city review of our stormwater report, SwiftMud stormwater report, FDOT stormwater report. So we'd effectively get 3 permits for that. But in everything I'm seeing, I feel very confident in what we're doing with this, the way we're designing the vault.
I've got some questions on the vault system.
Boy, that's a hot topic.
You said you've
Let's go.
You said you've designed them throughout Tampa Bay area. Have you designed any on any of the barrier islands?
Yes, Corey Landings is one, permitted SwiftMud. Let me think, where else? No, that might be the only one on the barrier island here, St. Pete Beach.
Okay, so if I was listening to what you were saying, you're in a way guaranteeing that there's no way this vault system is going to cause a water issue for the C-Mark north of it.
The vault itself, I mean, I don't know what the C-Mark has from a structural standpoint, but when you're asking me, is the vault itself going to have any issue or influence on the C-Mark? No. The answer is no.
Okay. And could you clarify why it's going on under the JW Marriott and not the larger one, not where like Hotel 3 is?
It's going under both.
I understand that.
So because, one, you need access to it, so it typically is very easy to put it into a parking garage. If we were to put it under green space, you end up limiting the green space, and then we can't plant landscaping on top of it. So you end up either putting it in drive aisles or in the parking garage. Since we're doing pile caps and foundation design, it's a very efficient spot. to put it in to then construct under there.
Okay, and if it discharges, it will 100% go east, you're saying?
Well, it's discharging down into the ground for almost
Right, I understand, but in the event,
Yeah, it's discharging. So you have curb inlets and grade inlets on site, and then you have a pipe network that basically comes out and then feeds into FDOT's right away.
thank you.
Yep.
We still asking questions of the experts?
As long as you want.
All right, great. I've got one for Rebecca, the traffic consultant. This should be a quick one. Does a traffic study take into any provisions for future growth? I know that it said it had future growth on there, but like trade winds, that type of thing, future projects.
Absolutely. Just to restate for the record, Becca Bond with Kimley Horn, professional engineer, transportation engineer on this project. It has taken a growth rate into account for growing the existing counts to the future background. So that was the 2% exponential each year growth rate. It does not consider possible future projects that are not yet approved. That's part of a standard concurrency process, a standard, even when you're not a concurrency jurisdiction, that's the standard procedure, is that when, a future development comes in, they will be required to do a traffic study, and they would be required to include the projects before them that aren't yet constructed. So basically, that list dies off as things do get constructed. Those are new existing trips on the roadway that would be captured in the counts. So you have those existing counts. We've applied a growth rate, to be conservative. And then we've added, those two vested developments that aren't yet fully built out, Miramar and Corey Landings. And then added our project traffic on top of that.
I know that was a question for Becca, but I do want you to know that staff did require the trade winds to consider Serrata, because I'm also their representative. So consistent with how you handle these issues, staff did do that. And so in that transportation study, you will see both of them.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
How many cars per day are you adding?
Let me refer, I'm going to look at the numbers. I got a lot of documents here, so give me a second. So it varies by peak hour, but typically PM peak hours that we go off of.
Just per day?
Per day. I can get you that answer, and I know that my partners in the audience, we typically don't include daily. We study peak hours. That is the industry standard. So AM, PM, and in this case, we've added Saturday. So I can find that information, but that's the standard. So it'll take us a second.
Okay. So on page 313 of the package.
Which package? I'm sorry. Okay.
The agenda package.
That's the one that's for the meeting. The one that everybody else has, I guess.
Yeah.
So it says here that your distribution is approximately 70% of trips expected to travel north on Gulf Boulevard, and then 30% traveling south on Gulf Boulevard.
I believe that, yes, that's accurate. I don't know what you're looking at.
I'm reading what it says here. This is what's in your
It's
313.
It's page 5 of the.
The Kimberly Horn.
Which one of them?
Yeah, it's.
I mean, am I allowed to give my copy?
It's a.
I have the
It's the traffic impact analysis.
It's 313 in the.
And it's page 5 of the traffic impact analysis.
Yes.
Okay. So then it says adjustments were made based on local knowledge of the roadways. What adjustments were made?
The adjustments that were made were, I discussed in my presentation based on feedback from the commission, that you wanted to see traffic added to the local roadways. So that was Gulf Winds and Blind Pass. So we did make those adjustments. Those roadways were not shown in the model, so we added those in based on feedback.
Okay. And then on page 330, you've got the 3 driveways and your curb cuts, right? And then you say driveway 1, anticipated 33 south, 15 north. And then driveway 2, 8 south, 4 north. Driveway 3, 40 south, 31 northbound.
Okay. Yeah.
That's 60-40 south-north, not 70-30 north-south. So which number is accurate? Is the traffic going north 70-30? Is it going south 60-40?
I think he's just looking at the project traffic.
Becca, I know you've run this a number of ways. Does it make a difference with your analysis with respect to the trips going north or south?
I will say the driveway movements would be impacted with the distribution change. However, the roadway capacity analysis the outcome will not change depending on where the distributions are set. We have run the roadway capacity analysis with 100% of the trips along each study roadway segment, and it still is below the capacity standard and operates acceptably.
Great. And just trying to reconcile the discrepancy in your numbers. Because it says 70-30 one way, then it says 60-40 the other way.
Yeah. I have done the math. I am a professional licensed engineer in the state of Florida. If you would like me to go through the math with you, I can do that, but this is not.
Well, you're giving us 2 different numbers for the same scenario, and we're simply trying to understand, help us understand which one is it. Is it this one or is it the other one? That's.
Can we get 2 minutes?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Should we take a recess to make the most out of our time, or?
No.
Okay.
Short one. Make it short, though.
No, we need to get through this.
It's exactly 70-30, just like the model output. When you look at page, well, it's figure 2 of the TIA.
We need a page number, please.
Can someone?
We have no other way of referencing it.
It's your page 315.
Look, I think it's your page 23. Right.
That is the project trip distribution that is, now detailed out at each of the study intersections and at the project driveways. If you look at driveway 1, the southbound movements are the traffic that is coming from the north. If you add those 2 together, 39 plus 31 equals 70. If you look at driveway 3, which is the southernmost driveway, and you add up the northbound movements, 12 and 18, that equals 30, which is just what the model output said.
Don't know where you're getting that.
It's our page 315, Mayor.
I was on 315, yeah, that's not the page I was referencing, though.
It's called Figure 2, Project Trip Distribution. It has percentage symbols after the numbers.
While you're looking at the numbers, can I just make a statement to maybe help out a little bit here? Just, 'cause there's a lot of, obviously, emotion in this whole thing, right? And a lot of new people and everything. I'm not here to dispute your calculations, okay? Because what it is, it's the residents and how we know there's traffic. I mean, you don't need to do a whole traffic study to tell me there's going to be traffic or not, right? And I'm not here to debate your numbers. I live here. I've lived in places that are way more heavily populated. You know, Miami Beach, North Bay Village, Tampa itself. You know, we know it's there. This community is not only impacted by redevelopment, but anything that's happening outside of our barrier island, right? We've got people coming here all the time. I am more wanting to know how, as a new development in our community, is going to help mitigate what we know is here already, right? What is in your transportation plans that, because I didn't see it, and I try to look for a detail, right? Like ways that Sussex, whatever we're going to call the whole lot, right? What Sussex is going to do to help not only your people coming to your resort, but those who live here mitigate traffic.
Absolutely.
Right? We have 2 access points truly in our island. You're either going to go through the Bayway or you're going to go through 75th. We know you can go down to Madeira or Treasure Island, but for the most part, your guests are going to come through the Bayway. It's the easiest way to come from the airport or for the Tampa area is to come through the Bayway for a guest. For residents, we are coming through Pasadena, Gulf Winds, cut-throughs. You know, I'm trying to get to the school or, you know, shopping or whatever it may be. There are ways that a redevelopment can mitigate traffic, right? Whether it's shuttles specific. I mean, I want hardcore things. What kind of, you know, shuttle systems maybe you're going to be doing, maybe doing this in conjunction with other hotels. We're saying freebie, but why does it have to be freebie? Why couldn't you have your own? Why use from the one that our current residents are using? Why not establish your own? Why not work with local economic companies within our beach? You know, if you're going to go Sunset Cruise, you know, working with people who own businesses here to say, hey, we have a concierge. We want you to offer your business to our guests, right? And you come shuttle, pick them up, so there's not multiple trips coming out of the driveway, right? Reduce from your site so it doesn't impact the residents who are living here. You know, I would want to see what is the detailed plan of helping mitigate what we know is there already or being compounded in the future.
Yes, and happy to talk about that. We've got a transportation management plan, and I know we talked about condition 30 earlier. Let me quickly say that I know that I have the traffic transportation label. That label really means that I do the math, the very technical aspects of this and what is required by the code, which is really primarily what the study is, apart from that one, you know, transportation management plan page. But I can say that we as a team can provide that answer to you. There are multiple things that we could talk about. I might lean on other members of the team who, you know, brainstormed a little bit more with the client on those aspects and have been involved in those city meetings and meetings with the commission. So I can tell you that outlined in the transportation management plan, I'm sorry that I do not have the same report as you. It is page 25 of the traffic impact analysis. We have outlined bullet points, but I think since this draft was completed, I believe that there are quite a few additional things that have been added throughout conditions. So Elise, I don't know if that's you or Scott that wants to talk to that, but I'd be happy to, you know, step away and let them answer.
And Mayor, while they're, and for Becca also, while they're figuring out who's answering this question, I think that the the sheet you had on the overhead a second ago and the confusion about northbound and southbound traffic comes from I think you were looking at page 330 and 331 about right turns and left turns at each driveway. And I think depending on whether you interpret that as right turns or left turns out of the driveway or off of Gulf Boulevard makes the difference in the math.
So this says, I'm just reading what it says, there are anticipated to be 33 southbound right turns. That can only be interpreted one way. You're coming out and you're making a right going southbound.
I think that what that actually means is that you're traveling south on Gulf Boulevard and you turn right into the driveway.
That is accurate.
And so if you if that's what they mean, is that you're traveling south on Gulf Boulevard and you turn right into the driveway, then the numbers add up to the same numbers that they give you earlier in the packet about northbound and southbound traffic.
Okay, so is that leaving or is that arriving?
Arriving. Turning into the site.
Okay. Still doesn't add up because it's 60-40, not 70-30, but
It does add up. The 70 and the 30 are percentages.
I understand. I know how to calculate percentages.
But if you're looking, I think this is.
I don't think it. I mean, I think whether you're talking 70-30 or 60-40, it gets us in the ballpark where it seems less like a huge glaring error. But you know,
error.
Right? You know, but
yeah.
I can.
And then the other part is, which is part of what you were saying, is when you look at the traffic pattern, it's almost all going south of the Bayway.
So, Mayor, can I address that piece? Because if we were to come to you with a traffic study that puts 70% of our traffic to the south, all of the discussion we've had has been intersections north of our site.
Okay.
And you would think we were avoiding the issues to the north. But in reality, we're not. We're giving 70% of the traffic to the north through all those intersections, and they still work.
Okay.
So we can cut it 50-50, 60-40, 70-30, or 100-0 in any direction, it still works.
Okay. Did you, are you familiar with Gulf Coast Consulting, Inc.? Traffic study consultants?
No, I'm not.
They did the study for the trade winds last year.
A couple years ago when they submitted a traffic study, I don't know what the date was.
It's 2022.
I'm familiar with them generally.
Okay. So they also had, they had different numbers. They had 60 going south, 40 going north, and they had an estimated 5,192 daily trips for their project.
Is there a question in there?
Yes, I asked the question earlier about how many daily trips we're adding, trying to get an idea.
He's working on it.
Okay.
I don't want to forget the question that you had about the transportation management plan and what are we doing in addition. So there's a couple things, and I'm going to let Scott also talk, about the site access issues. So we've talked about this a lot as a team. From the very beginning, a year and a half ago, we sat down, and as soon as we knew that the traffic study was going to show that, yes, the roads are going to function with acceptable levels of service and acceptable capacity, we said, well, there's a challenge, right? There is the perception that these roads don't function appropriately for a number of reasons. Because when people get on the road, it's slow. You've had construction for 4 years. FDOT puts those crosswalks out that makes everybody stop. So it's not related to traffic necessarily. It is traffic as we think of it as lay people, right? I'm a lay person, you're a lay person. We're not traffic engineers, right? It's how long does it take me to get to the grocery store, right? That's what people are thinking about. So there's a multitude of things that go into your daily experience. So as a team, we said, how can we try to address that daily experience? Now, we can't stop the construction projects that are out there, but we do understand from city staff that those are winding down, and that other lane is going to open back up and have a lot of relief. But what can we do, particularly on our site? Now, you already have statutes and based on statutes, you have impact fee ordinances that have done an analysis. And they've said if we are building hotels and this many square feet of amenities, it used to be back in the day that we would fix the roadways, right? But this is an FDOT right-of-way. And so the city has adopted impact fee ordinances that says we're going to allocate a certain amount based on your demand, and you're going to pay the city. And we're going to pay that money into a coffer, and then the city wants to more globally make those improvements. So that's a given. So the first thing that we have done is that we're going to have to pay our impact fees, right? I'm going to give you round numbers. They're $1 million, and about half of those, according to Kevin, go back to the city. So that's $500,000. We're also giving $500,000 additional that we already talked about with the freebie. But we also have, when we design this site, and Scott's going to tell you the details, but we thought about how can we design this site to take traffic off the road or to encourage people to walk in between our integrated site, right? You saw our pedestrian connectivity. The idea is don't be lazy and go out and take a walk. Let's make it easy. We're widening the sidewalks. We have more public beach access and all of this on-site queuing. The on-site queuing was huge, and I know that you had a concern, Commissioner Resnicki, about where it's located, but that came from all of these discussions out of the community meeting and out with discussions with commissioners and with city staff to say, how can we pull that traffic off of Gulf Boulevard and onto our specific site? We were really thoughtful in that. You probably didn't see it because there's thousands of pages, but there is a queuing analysis. We've queued on site so much so that the queuing isn't going to happen on Gulf Boulevard, because so many of the issues that you see are stopping behind people turning in and turning out. If those can be free-flowing movements. I know you don't like the 3 access points, but it definitely helps with the circulation in and out of the site, and it helps with the ability to not feel like you're constantly running into somebody coming in and out of the site. So that's a little bit of background, but I think it's really important as you think about this issue. Scott, can you just talk from an engineering perspective about what you did on the site with that in mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we've talked about, pedestrian connectivity is one, right? We've also widened the sidewalk along Gulf Boulevard. Keep in mind the safety improvements that are now a condition along Gulf Boulevard. Now, those safety improvements are coming whether we're there or not. But as a condition, we're willing to pay our proportionate share in front of the site. So as you kind of work through this, it's a combination of things. We've also got a specific parking location for, I think, the freebie and a ride share. Again, all of the things, and Becca started with, it's a very conservative analysis to start. We've already been, the counts that we actually have are lower than the trip gen that you would do if you just calculated it, but we're using the higher trip gen, right? And then we're looking at queuing. Then we're looking at how rideshare works. And we're not even counting rideshare, or we're not counting any of those things that are basically helping from a multimodal perspective. We're also not counting, it's hard to figure out where you are, in the world, meaning the beach. There's no connectivity in the traffic study between the uses, even though someone in Hotel 3 is very likely going to walk over or go to the pool in Hotel 1, or they're going to go on the beach access along there and then walk further north along the beach. But that's not counted in this because we do it to the code and the standards as we go through. So as you work through all these pieces, all of that lends itself to start to knock down those trips and those additional pieces you're talking about. It could be micro-mobility, it could be scooters, it could be bike rentals, it could be all of those various things that start to add up. But I think the farther you get up Gulf Boulevard and the more you widen those sidewalks, the more traffic you are going to take off those streets and the more people are going to walk rather than jump back in the car and go somewhere. Because it's not inviting to walk up and down the street now. And I think a lot of those DOT safety improvements go that way as well. that help answer the question?
Yeah. Not completely, but yes.
Well, I mean, if you
Well,
have,
because of detail, you know, I know that's happening anyway. We look at the vision of the city. Our vision is to have 10-foot wide
Right.
walks, not just in front of this resort, all the way across, right? That's a vision, right? To make it safer for the community, right? So I think that's something that's required, right? We're looking at that. We want people to walk. We want people to use micromobility. We want people to be safe, right? So that was there. So I want to know other things that we're doing as developments are coming in, or hotels, or people are redesigning, that we're getting people off the street, right? So that residents who have to, I mean, I got to go to work, right? So I can't take micromobility to go to my job, right? So, but what can the businesses, specifically resorts, you know, or
Right.
vacation rentals, or whoever's doing that kind of business, removes people off of the street?
have you seen the safety upgrade draft report?
Pardon?
So there's an FDOT safety upgrade. Have you seen it? So it's very specific, where it details crosswalks at an intersection, which ones need to be repaired. How do you restripe those crosswalks? How do you widen certain ADA ramps that don't exist? So it's very specific in there, and we've actually gone through those details and understand what we'd be responsible for in front of there, and agreeing to do all of that. I mean, can we go a mile north and figure that out? You know, when we were in the neighborhood meetings, some people would tell us they couldn't stand the traffic because they were stopping at all the crosswalks. And then you'd say half the people want more crosswalks because it's unsafe when you cross across. It's hard for us to gauge a lot of those things. So the things we're doing specifically are what's ever in that safety upgrade report that we've agreed to as a condition, we're more than happy to do. Those are specific. The freebie or the $500,000, that is specific. It's our condition. Our impact fees are specific and our condition, and they're based on our unit count. The driveways that we're doing are very specific to us. The queuing analysis we're doing is very specific to us. The sidewalk connectivity, the public beach access, the second crosswalk across Gulf Boulevard, those are all things we're doing. They're specific to our CUP plan.
I get that. I'm talking about, and I think I read somewhere on the, might have been the staff report, maybe one of you might remember, an example being hotel shuttles.
I was getting ready to say there's two things that we haven't talked about.
That's specific and separate
Yeah, I got a
from
question.
Yes.
what we're, I know
Is
about
making,
the safety and
is
all
having a
that.
shuttle available when people want a shuttle. Absolutely. I think it's in our condition.
It was somewhere.
And having bus passes for employees, right? Those are those extra things that we're doing as well. So cumulatively, yes, I'm sorry that we forgot to mention those, but we are doing both of those things. And we've stated that on the record, and I believe the shuttle service is in the condition.
Okay, so it's a condition, like, you know, I think about when I go on a vacation and I'm someplace, you know, I go to Hawaii, right? And if I know that the hotel I'm staying at offers a shuttle from the airport to the resort, I'm not going to rent a car, right? But when I don't see that it's readily available, and again, this is working together, right? Maybe you work with Brightwater or sorry, Bellwether, or with the Trade Winds or other hotels in the area that do drop-offs. I mean, is that kind of stuff that we're talking about when we think about these types of transportation plans?
Yes.
To reduce, again, vehicles on the road.
And you may or may not realize this, but that shuttle requirement is actually in, Kevin says it's the land development code. I don't know if it's in the comp plan, but in the large resort district, we have to do that anyway. It's interesting with shuttles too, because now so many people Uber and do different things. But yes, you have that requirement already in your code. So as a commission, as you're drafting these regulations, you're thinking about those things. But we'll have that as well as the bus passes as well.
I've got a few questions and comments in that category. So the shuttle, is it specific to your resort or
No, it's again,
with other hotels?
From an operational perspective, we talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
Because so many people Uber, we will have a shuttle service, and all we have to do is call and say, your flight is coming in at 1 o'clock, you need a shuttle. So it will be an on-demand shuttle service.
Okay.
But it'll be third party. We're not going to own the shuttle.
Okay, understood. And then you're going to have a spot for ride sharing.
Oh, yes.
For Ubers,
Yes,
Uber
I think
pickup,
there's more than one,
which
yes.
I'll comment on that quite frankly. Getting an Uber sometimes on St. Pete Beach can be an issue because there's not enough out here. So by providing that, there may be more Uber drivers out here. The question I have regarding traffic from trucks potentially bringing materials to the site, are there any areas, I don't think so, but that would require fill dirt coming in or anything of that nature?
Yes, Scott Gilner again with Kimley Horn Associates. The majority of fill that we're talking about, it actually might be export, so it's relatively balanced. I think you heard me say that we're going to mine that dirt in the vault areas and then put it out to the beach. What we'd have to take off-site, we would take off-site. But this is not a large import or export site where we're going to have trucks bringing fill in countless times. It's, I think it was 4,400 cubic yards, which is really small in terms of, but that's what we need out there. Some of that is coming from on-site, as we talked about.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I've got, oh, go ahead, do you have more?
I was just going to say, I have an answer to the daily trips question, so I'll jump in and answer that, and then feel free. So for the daily trips, like I mentioned, that's not the industry standard for what's used in analysis. So the ITE Trip Generation Manual, Institute of Transportation Engineers, doesn't have daily rates or equations for all of the different land use codes that we used. So we used 310, 311, and 330 for the different types of hotels that are going to be on site. However, they do provide daily rates and equations for land use code 310, which is the standard hotel. So based on just using that land use code, it's an estimated 2,438 trips a day. Now keep in mind, that is a full 24-hour day. When you break that down, that would be about 1.7 trips a minute. Now, of course, most of the traffic, or a higher percentage of the traffic, will occur in those peak hours, which is why we study those peak hours. That's the industry standard.
So that was 24?
38.
2438.
Excuse me, is that additional trips or is that total trips?
Additional trips, correct. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, in addition to the ones currently already happening to the property.
Correct. And this is based on, like I said, the ITE trip generation for land use code 310. As we're seeing, based on our driveway counts today, based on the number of existing hotel rooms, it's generating fewer trips per room than we're seeing in that ITE rate. So we anticipate it would be less than that, but based on the ITE standard, that is the total daily trips.
Yeah, I don't know if it's okay to switch to some of our staff, but Fire Chief, if you're out there, if you could come in. And Brandon, I've got a question for you while we're waiting for him. The chart that the Serrata attorney handed us all, I don't know if the city has something similar. Do you concur with this? Do you see any holes in it?
What if I get a copy of that? Oh, yeah.
Windward.
Well, it's not the only redevelopment district.
No, I'm saying like as far as potential projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, that's not it.
So Windward
Yeah,
is.
if he concurs with this, or he's got a different take on it.
I know there was the opinion given about the postcard inn at the beach. It looks like the max density that is cited here is in line with what could potentially be allowed based on the code. From a development standpoint, if it would be limited to less than that, I'm not really sure. The applicant was correct and stated that they do have significantly stricter standards on their lot due to their location next to a property outside the community redevelopment district. This appears to be in line. I did put together an analysis some time ago. I can check it when we're on break and compare it with this, but for the purpose of that analysis, it was generally assumed that condominiums would not redevelop, so that is in line with what they're showing here. The Dolphin Beach Resort, that appears to be the correct acreage. Same for the Hilton Garden and the Beachcomber. So it looks to be generally in line with the analysis we've done. I can check in more detail.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Brandon, while you're up there, and this is for the large resort district. As far as outside of that, how many others would you consider in the pipeline now outside of the large resort district?
There has been a community meeting for the Windward Pass development that was just brought up. I believe that is 104 units. That is in the Bayou Residential District, which is down at the 3800 block on the east side. That is the only one that I believe has had a community meeting, which is the first step in the process. We've had communication with others, but nothing concrete. So,
Didn't that one go to TRC a couple days ago, or?
it did, yes.
Okay, so it's further along than just the community meeting?
Correct. It's at TRC. It's under revision, I believe. So,
And Brendan, do we count the Don Cesar expansion as one as well? Because it was one of the redevelopment projects that were listed.
They aren't adding any additional units to that building. They are they're renovating rather to move some units around, but it's not increasing unit count. We will still provide as a concurrency certificate because of the ballroom, but it's no additional units. It's intensity that's being added. Mm-hmm.
Could I ask a question, and I think this may be a more appropriate question for Ms. Bond, the traffic engineer, or perhaps Brandon, but when we're talking about the increased traffic from this project, and I know that a lot of the residents' concerns have to do with potential future projects, which I also get can't really be a reason in figuring this conditional use permit. But I think one of the concerns about traffic is how much additional traffic could there be on Gulf Boulevard before we get to that level of service that is unacceptable? You know, so like, I don't know if you can extrapolate like how many projects of this size would create a loss of, you know, or a decline in level of service.
And if I can, if I could kind of go on with that, there was a graphic you had about excessive with Gulf Boulevard, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, can you switch back to the slides? Thank you.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, so I think we'll keep this up here. The green portion of the bar graph is the remaining capacity after our analysis with our project trips added. So you can see development of our scale would add approximately, you know, the orange portion onto the roadway. But the more important thing here is that each development that comes in is required to adhere to the traffic study standards. So with each one that comes in, they're required to study, you know, the background trips, their additional project trips on the roadway, and they won't be approved if they don't mitigate for any excess or any like braking capacity or any view over, I don't want to get too technical, view over sea levels, level of service that are not acceptable based on the code. So I have not done additional analysis because I don't know what's coming in the future, and that's not required for our project, but each development that comes in is required to do that, and they will be required to mitigate for it when the time comes.
What level of service are we currently at?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What level of service are we currently at?
So I actually do have I have a slide for that. So the level of service is typically measured using, and this is what's done in Pinellas County. No, it's actually a rebuttal slide. Okay. So it's set by the FDOT standard service volume tables, and the FDOT actually doesn't set A and B thresholds. Sometimes they don't even set C thresholds. So I would be guessing if I told you. We go off the thresholds that are set by the industry, and most jurisdictions use level of service D as their standard, so it's not very often that you see different standards lower than that set. Yes, that's the correct one. So we're going to put something up here. So this is directly from the FDOT standardized volumes table. This is a document that was produced in January of 2023. This is specifically for C4 context classifications, which is what Gulf Boulevard is a context classification. And so you can see that B, they don't and this is directional, by the way. So when you see 1 lane, that's really a 2-lane cross section. When you say C2, that's 4. They don't set thresholds for the B, and the C does have a threshold. So most are currently right between that. They're not at a level of service D, or excuse me, I'm sorry. Explaining this in thresholds without having a reference for you, they're not exceeding that D threshold capacity. Some of them are currently level of service D, some of them are C. The standard is that you cannot exceed D. But I can't, some of them are better than that, but I can't break it down any further because there's no threshold.
I think it would be helpful. Becca, can you explain what the level of service of the road is today and what it is after a project? I don't know that you've said that.
Yeah.
I can't answer it because there's no. I can't answer it because there's no. I don't have a threshold to reference for B.
No, D.
Sorry.
You go up to level of service D.
Correct.
We have not exceeded.
Yeah, you can't exceed level of service D. Some of them are currently at D. Some of them are below that. Some of them are at. The lowest I can go is C. So some are at C, some are at D. None of them are exceeding D.
And and again, I apologize if this isn't a fair question, just trying to put this in layman's terms. Is there a description you can give of like, what is it like to drive on a road that is level of service D? Like, is there a, you know, like, or is there even in an extreme sense, is there like a road that you know of that, you know, that we might be familiar with where you would go, well, if you're driving on, you know, Central Avenue right before First Friday, that is a level of service E? or is there anything that can kind of put that into context?
Well, it is very, yes, it's quantitative in terms of volumes compared to capacity. So if you're looking at volumes and capacity, or you're running a detailed model on the computer, then that is quantitative. However, when it comes to descriptions, you know, that's extremely qualitative. And I actually lead a technical training at Kimley Horn regarding how you discuss the level of service. And they always say it is so dependent on the specific user's experience and perception. Okay. So they often say, they often say, like, in a rural community, level of service D feels like absolutely horrible. You know, if you're sitting at a rural stop sign for a really long time, it feels like a really terrible user experience. If you're in, you know, a downtown core, a level of service D feels great. Like, oh my gosh, I only sat at this signal for 1 cycle. You know, I usually sit here for 2. Now, those are 2 very different experiences. So it really is hard to do it. It's a different perception for everyone. So that's why we rely on the volumes, and that's why we rely on the numbers.
Thank you.
I did ask the same question last time in December. What's the difference between where we are and what's the threshold in number of cars until we go over I don't remember what you said.
It's on the table. So if we go back to the slide, it's on here.
Yeah, so how many more cars can we?
It's different for each roadway segment. The numbers are here.
Let's take Gulf Boulevard. So what's the number for?
And what areas is this Gulf Boulevard? What stretch is it?
Yeah.
What stretch is this Gulf Boulevard? Is it from the Bayway to 75th? Like what? Of all Gulf Boulevard?
This specific graphic. We did study all the way from the Bayway to 75th, but this graphic is the worst case segment for each of these roadways. Does that help clarify what you're looking at?
Yeah, and I'm trying to get a little understanding too as well, because it's, I participated at the Don Cesar Hotel's expansion project, and we were told it was a level of service D.
Correct.
On the Bayway and Gulf.
Correct. And that's accurate. And the standard is that you cannot exceed the level of service D.
Correct.
Yes. You're not wrong.
How much longer before we exceed it?
Timeline-wise, I can't tell you. He just told me the volume, but I don't. So on the worst-case scenario of Gulf Boulevard, the green segment there, that's 258 trips, the capacity remaining before you exceed the level of service D.
Or daily?
This is all peak hour. That's the industry standard based on the peak hour.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm taking you're saying it's like the experience, right? Because I'm looking at Pasadena Avenue and I'm like,
absolutely. And
I don't know. I've had bad experiences in Pasadena Avenue too. So I'm
This data is before they remove the lane.
yeah, exactly.
No.
True. Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah, I have updated. We met with, or we discussed with the MPO about that issue because their tables had not been updated to reflect the lane change. Yes, so we have a new service volume for that. We are still not exceeding the capacity. I've checked that with them. And I also want to say that there has been a lot of construction. I know that on these roadways. So that does impact the traffic. And, the goal is that when the construction is finished and there's, which I know it feels like in this world there's always construction going on, but these traffic studies are done based on the code, based on the peak hour scenario, very specific criteria that you're right, does not take into account the construction because it is a standard analysis.
Commissioner Renzen?
I just had no more questions for the traffic expert, but if I could ask of the fire chief.
Sure.
See him standing back there, and the Indian chief.
Thinking if we can get through questions and then a recess and then audience comments?
Yeah. I've got a few more questions.
Hey, good evening. Just wanted, I think this was addressed on December 5th, but I can't remember the exact answer. So I think we're looking at 246 additional rooms, so multiply that by 2 or 3, whatever, at worst, at max capacity of the hotel being full. EMS-wise, fire people, EMS, are we
Are
good?
you asking me call volume based on the number of
Yeah,
rooms?
are we good on the staff you have now, or are we talking additional staff?
There's no way that I can predict how many calls are going to be generated by those rooms or those occupancies. I think our plan basically is to create that baseline through that study and see what impacts that possibly could occur, from those rooms, and then adjust after the fact, as far as our response model. I don't think that anyone could tell you what those calls would be based on those number of rooms.
You have a good sense now of how many calls go to hotels, right? Like percentage-wise, 70, 80, I don't know, 30? So,
yeah, I'd like to speak factually and just make sure that I'm not, projecting out inaccurate information. So I can tell you that there will be an impact to call volume. I can't tell you that necessarily that would be that our model currently wouldn't be able to handle it. So right now we do have some capacity built into the model that we have now. We just added 3 additional firefighters, 1 position. So I think that we'd have to see how it meted out after that to adjust in the future. So.
okay, so you don't see any major issue coming down the road right away?
I don't see any major issues at this point. Our concerns are really about access, about, getting onto the property, getting into the buildings, getting, the stuff that the fire code and the site plan review that we go through rigorously with staff and with their team, to make sure that all those questions are answered and all those codes are met.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Elise, is it good for, since he's here, to see that picture that you were asking if that was what he was requiring, the structure over the dunes?
Don't leave, fire chief.
Chief, hold on.
I think you mentioned it and he wasn't in the room.
You want to line up your questions and have them get ready for it?
I'm ready for them, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, do you want to let them know who's up next?
One's a views question, one's design architect. A couple are design architect.
Chief.
Where'd he go?
I think the discussion we were having earlier was about the beach walkovers, and that if this, this is what is in Pass-a-Grille, and that's what they're planning for the main 15-foot beach access point as a dune walkover, and if that is the kind of, I think we wanted clarification that was the kind of thing that was acceptable to you guys as far as being able to have emergency access to the beach.
We had a conversation really briefly in the lobby. Kelly, you want to come up for a moment? This is the Fire Marshal, Kelly Ensis, but there are certain specs to it. I don't know this crossover, which is the 21st one, it appears to be 21st Ave. So, Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, Kelly Ensis, Fire Marshal. We were approached today out in the lobby regarding this design. So we just want to be more. It's not a pedestrian walkover. It's a emergency vehicular drive over. So it will have to be designed to withhold the heaviest load of the fire apparatus that will be crossing over that system right there. So, and the width of it has to accommodate it, as well as the weight of it. So it's not going to be pedestrian, it's going to be vehicular. So, and that design will come during the site plan review, which we go into more detail, and we work with their engineering team in more detail on the design.
Great.
Thank you. Nick?
All right. I've got a views question, and then I've got a question on the shade study and architecture. I don't know who I should address those to.
See what the question
Yep.
is.
So
The appropriate person.
in the land development code, excuse me, section 412, 9B, proximity of any adjacent residential buildings to the Florida CCC line and the degree to which the proposed temporary lodging use and/or accessory use or structure maintains an open view of the waterfront from neighboring properties.
Scott actually is probably the appropriate person from a site design perspective. They put together the open view area. Again, remember, it's when it says open view, that doesn't mean nobody builds anything around you. It's, does everybody on that property still have a view of the water? And Scott has looked at that from his line of sight studies.
I think you're talking about the triangle.
Yep.
Yeah. Scott Gilner with Kimley Horn Associates. So, are you?
Yeah, I guess my question is that maintaining an open view?
So the way we lay this out, I mean, I don't know how it's not. That's at the very back corner, so the southeastern corner of the C-Mark. So you're probably not even in a condo unit at that point. But we took the most conservative spot we could be and said, here's what we're doing. Because again, we have to look at what's existing, then what we could do, and then how we were thoughtful in the design. That's the question. So when we're looking at this, if I go back one slide, we could slide up to the 30-foot mark, and we could slide all to the CCCL line. But we don't do that. We did what's on the bottom of the screen. So what I'm showing you here is that would be the view if we maintain the minimum of the code. But instead, we opened it up with the area in blue that goes beyond the area in red.
And how did you conduct that in that angle?
And make sure you explain. The view is the red and the blue, not
Right.
one or the other. Okay.
Yeah.
So that
So I'm not sure what you mean by how did you conduct.
So how did you create that angle? Did you go in the building? Did you go at the farthest east unit and look out?
No, we went to literally the corner of the building. So we're certainly, the view is better from every point as I move towards the water. So I'm literally at the corner. So if I'm on here, if this is the southeast corner, I'm on the corner of the building, and then I draw that line to where it hits our building, and then I keep projecting it out. And that's where we would block it. But if that building is closer to the northern property boundary and further out to the 3CL line, then it's obviously bringing that line, tighter in, which is the red, versus opening it up with the blue. So red and blue. It's either red or red plus blue.
So I guess then my question would be, maybe it's a question for Elise, then what about the units that are 6th, 7th floor and up that now can look, currently with the height of the building at the Serrata, that can look over that building and look south down the beach?
Absolutely. Again, the standard does not require that we keep the views exactly the same as they are. And the standard assumes, when you're looking at the land development regulations and how you have to look at them, that views are going to be impacted, right? But the question is, are we maintaining an open view of the water for all of those individuals? Absolutely. They still have a view. They still have a view of the water. Scott is showing you that they have a view corridor towards the water. There's this long line of case law that talks about riparian owners. That means owners that are on the beach, right? And there's, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it talks about people that are behind you, right? And it says specifically that those owners have a right to basically look out from their property and have a view of the beach. It doesn't say anywhere, and Florida law doesn't say there's no public view easements. There just is not. And that doesn't mean that you have an unobstructed view in all ways. Can you look at the beach from your property and have an open view of the water? Absolutely. Every single condominium there, and the bellwether. There's an exhibit on the bellwether that shows exactly the same thing. Can they see the water? Can they go out on their balcony and see the beach? Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And
Actually, can I add something to that?
Yep.
For the record, Kevin Reale with Stearns Weaver Miller for the applicant. So the criteria you're looking at too is 4.12A9. It's got A and B, right? And this is, Elise talked earlier about how the specific has to control over the more general. This is the most specific view statement in this criteria. And what we bolded here are what the requirement is. And so what it says is you look at the amount of separation provided. The code tells you how to measure what the development is doing. It says look at the amount of separation provided, and we're providing double the setback from the minimum. And you look at the existing buildings and the adjoining properties. And then additionally, so for the B part, you look at the proximity of any adjacent residential building to the Florida Coastal Construction Control Line. And so our property is built back from the Coastal Construction Control Line. And the C mark, you look at the proximity and you look at that residential building, it's closer to that line. So the code, it's not as ambiguous as you would see. The code tells you how to do it. Move away and move away from the sideline, move back from the setback line. And we've done that. And as far as the CCCL goes, C mark is closer, and we're double the setback from the code requirement.
From the what?
The code requirement.
I guess on that, my question would be, what about the residential condo buildings across the street on Gulf Boulevard and their views?
So the case law that Elise was talking about, that's really speaking more directly to that. So these two properties that we're talking about here, Seamark and this property on the beach, they have the right to that view. Case law says unequivocally, if you're not on the water, you don't have a right to that view.
Well, they're on the water, but not on the beach.
Right, and that's actually a great point. They have a view right to the bay. They don't have a view right to the Gulf. That's right. Yeah, you go ahead and say it. Yeah.
Right. It's in your records. It specifically talks about the fact that upland owners, meaning you get a view towards your water that you're fronting on, not towards water that you're not fronting on. That's it in a nutshell.
All right, thank you. My other question is regarding the shade study. It's page 146 in our book.
The full study? Or just the, yeah, right. Not just the slide.
146, December 21st at noon. I can't really tell from this dimension, that shade, how many floors up is that covering at the C-Mark?
So Jim, Jim can explain this. They looked at, but I'm going to tell you from layman's perspective, just because I didn't understand it, and then he can come up and tell you what the architectural explanation is. They studied it all different times during the year, right? December 21st was the worst day of the year in the shade study. And then the C-Mark is blocked at 2 hours in the morning. But that's the worst time of the year at only those 2 times. So yes, there'll be shade on the building for those 2-hour period for that very limited time in December. Jim, do you want to give more explanation to that?
My question is specifically on the image at noon. There's still shade, it looks like, on the building. Is it just on the ground? Is it 4 stories up? I can't tell, just from the dimension of the image.
That's fair. Remember, there's a building there now as well.
I understand.
Can you address this, Jen?
I mean, are you saying it's totally clear of the first level of the C-Mark balconies at noon? Yeah, it's just tough for me to tell from that dimension. Okay, so you're saying it's clear of that on the worst day of the year for shade, December 21st by noon. It's clear of the first level.
Sorry. I mean, well, you can't really see in this. I mean, we could move the view, so you could, if you were looking for the exact minute, but I think it's reasonably close to say, from looking at that time is about the time that it stops being on the building at all.
All right, thank you. And then another question while you're up here, regarding design, south side of Building 1 of the JW Marriott, the color scheme going down the beach walkway, is that something that you definitely want in there? Are there other?
No, you and I talked earlier in the week about making it a textured white of some materials. It just, as more of a tonal thing. I'm absolutely fine with that. We were just trying to enliven that area a little bit. And
I just want to bring it up because I'm curious of other commissioners' input on it.
I think.
No, that's what he said, and we
I
said.
don't want to say that I don't like bright colors. I think what you already spoke about earlier, that if maybe
flow
later
going
when we
with the
talk
flow.
about what the overall flow and everything, seeing it together helps.
No, I think that
You want to
that's.
get that wow, not getting the wow. I hate to say it, 'cause it's very subjective, but seeing separate renderings doesn't let me,
Mhm.
I can't see it, I'm not trying to say, give it to me right now. Obviously, I know you can't, but I won't be able to say, do I like, the look of those multiple colors when now I'm looking at potentially mosaics versus the planters versus the shimmering wind curtain screen, it's hard to get that whole,
But no,
we kind of addressed that already, how we might have to deal with it, but.
no, we don't have any issue with that.
Okay. I've got some questions, probably more related to conditions, so save to the end.
Conditions we can discuss.
Yeah.
Now or at
Plus-
the end?
No, at the end.
Okay,
Plus-
all right.
Plus, I'd love to hear from
Let's get on with it.
from residents and see what conditions they may have, right? All right, commissioners, any further questions? Okay. We shall take a 11-minute recess, 10:10. We are back. All right, if you are going to be speaking or testifying and you have not been sworn in yet, would you please stand? Raise your right hand. And Jenny will administer your oath.
Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you are about to give or present is truthful?
Thank you. City Clerk, let's proceed with audience comments.
First will be Ken Barnes for Seamark Condos.
Have we decided how many minutes we're giving them?
We haven't made any changes.
Okay.
We haven't made any changes.
I don't think we heard an announcement. We have 9 folks here from the building that have stayed and would yield their time.
Okay.
Does
How
that
long
mean?
will you be?
I'm hoping to do it in 20. I asked for 30.
Can we shoot for 20?
I'll do my best, Mayor. I know everybody wants to go home.
We're not in a hurry to get home. We just want to make sure everyone gets hurt.
Understood.
Correct.
Sure. It just, she's asked us to have the folks identify themselves. Is that okay with the commissioners? We do that now? Okay. So, y'all, can you hear me? If you're from the Seamark, can you stand up and identify yourself?
Kathleen Burke, Seamark.
You don't all have to say anything, just, we see you, we count you,
okay.
thank you.
I was going to have them give their social security numbers too, so thanks for cutting me off. That? There we go. We all set, ma'am? Thank you all for the opportunity to speak here today on behalf of the Seamark. Obviously, we're the building directly to the north of the proposed development.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ken Barnes. I'm from the Seamark Unit 801. I'm not here as an expert. I'm not here as a lawyer, but my background is on the screen if anybody cares to read it. I've got master's in management from Harvard. I've got a Juris Doctorate from the University of Missouri, Kansas City. I own a small boutique litigation firm. I also started a real estate company. We've invested in a number of different real estate projects in a few states, Costa Rica, here in Florida. I've done some hotel projects as a part of that, including taking things from what we call having a flag to not having a flag and vice versa. And I'm involved in a few of those things right now. So just a general background on that. A little bit about our building. You know, we were built in 1974. We have 105 units. Some of those original owners, believe it or not, are still in the building. Some of their families, a number of families have taken over the units. We have been a cell phone tower provider for 27 years. And when we talk about cell phone tower provider, we're not talking about our own cell phone usage, of course. We're talking about cell phone usage for all of the barrier islands. And those cell phone towers are on top of our building now. We have a roof height of 103 feet, parapet wall 106, and each story is only 8 foot 8 inches. We have a couple of sort of major points that we want to bring up, and I think they are really important for a number of reasons. But the first one is we see this, and again, it's from a factual standpoint, as the application itself fails because it doesn't meet the characteristics of the large resort district. We'll get to that in a minute. And then even if they had met those characteristics, we think there are a number of what would be discretionary criteria that would indicate that this is not something we want in our community. So what I mean, I've got this picture of a road. If the decision is go straight or turn right, you look at this road, you can make the decision you want. If you put some road signs up and you see, okay, one way, I can turn right, but I've got a do not enter, well, we know we can't go straight. If we have two wrong ways, well, you can't go on either of these roads. You cannot take that because the law says you cannot. We look at the definitions of what a large resort district is. If we just take a pause for a minute and really think about that, the proposition they have in front of you is to take what they have just now conceded tonight, is currently a resort, and turn it into 3 separate hotels. Not a resort, 3 separate hotels. Our codes, if they don't meet the definitions found in 35.1, this should fail immediately. The definitions include full-service integrated resort development. What did we hear Mr. Young say just a few minutes ago? I'm going to build you 3 separate hotels. And on the north end, I'm going to give you a full-service hotel. And on the south end, I'm going to give you a limited service hotel. A limited service hotel does not qualify in a large resort district. It is not allowed in our community. We can look at the breakdown of their 3 separate projects that they want to combine into this one cup. They got a JW Marriott full service on the north end, the limited service on the south end, 3 separate properties. It doesn't meet 35.1. It's the wrong way, and since you cannot do that under 35.1, it's not an integrated full-service resort, it should fail. We go back to a couple of other parts of the code. I'll just point this out. There was some discussion about the property down the road. There is some discussion in the codes about height limitations. You can see how tall the current strata is relative to buildings across the street. If this fell under 35.8, they would not be able to build any taller than the Bella Grande across the street. At least that's my opinion. We'll leave it to lawyers and judges and everybody else, I guess, to figure out if that's right. I want to move on, though, and talk about the second part. And again, cups are not mandatory. These are discretionary decisions that if you meet the large resort district, if you first meet it, then you need to analyze a number of factors. And that's what I think everybody here has been arguing about. We submit that they haven't met even the purpose and intent from 35.1, and their application should be rejected because they're building you, as they said, their words, not mine, we're going to build you 3 hotels, 1 limited service and 1 full service, not a full service integrated resort. This isn't a resort anymore. But if we look at the more discretionary items, if they had met the 35.1 definition, we have a few items here we want to address. The Gulf and bay views being maintained, the decreased sunlight, increased shadowing, the interference with our telecom, the stormwater system, the negative traffic, and then some of the wind discussions that we previously had. If we look at 4.12, and I hear they're trying to argue that this means something that it doesn't say, but 4.12a talks about no unreasonable or disproportionately negative impacts on the adjacent or nearby properties. That's us. We are an adjacent property on the north side. It talks about maintenance of Gulf and bay views and vistas. Those are 3 separate things, at least from our read. The Gulf is one view that we have. The bay is another view that we have. And then the vistas, which I take to mean sort of the Gulf to the bay. It goes on, this is so important, the maintenance of the water views, that this one section, 4.12, it's mentioned not once, but at least twice. If we go on to 4.12, section 9, subsection B, the language is, quote, maintains an open view of the waterfront from neighboring properties. We're going to show you here in a minute how that would be affected negatively. It would take that away from so many of our units. We didn't do that with graphs. We didn't do that with charts, with mathematics from the back corner of a building. We did it with pictures because we're the folks living in that building right now. This is from Unit 808. Now, Unit 808 would be, that would be obviously facing toward the current Serrata. It would be down the building to the east. It would be, in this case, you can see, and these aren't the best pictures, and we're doing it through the laptop, but you can see from that unit looking off to the southeast, they have views of the bay. What happens when you build the building that they're proposing? And by the way, this is conservative. This is actually less tall than the building that they want to build as a JW Marriott as part of their 3 hotels that they're trying to pretend as a resort. It blocks that view. This is on the 8th floor. You can see the same thing on the 7th floor. It's even more pronounced. This is Unit 801. When I introduced myself, told you I'm from Unit 801. My favorite thing to do, go out on my balcony every morning, have my cup of coffee. I can see up and over the Serrata when I look straight to the south, and I can see over to the bays when I look to the east, and I can see the vistas in between. I don't get that anymore. This is not, whatever you want to pretend with a graphic or a chart, this is not an open water view. This building that they propose would block the views of my bay, and would block the views of the vista, and it would block the views, the open water views of the Gulf. That's my unit. From a few other perspectives, Unit 1110, this would be back also a few floors higher. You can see just how open that view is to the bay. And you can see what's taken away if they build this taller building. Unit 1101, again, this is one of the best views to that side of the building you could have. It's our top floor. What happens? It's blocked. And by the way, all the things that they want to put on their rooftop aren't calculated into this picture. Okay, that's going to be on top of this. That's going to block the view even more. 1101 to the south, you can see the bay. Off on the left side of the screen, you can see the Gulf, you can see the vistas in between. What happens? Nothing. You can't see anything. You're looking at a hotel. That does not maintain our open views, our open water views, our views of the Gulf, and our views of the bay. There's been some discussion, and again, I'll leave it to lawyers to hassle or argue that, on whether or not we consider what the Boca Sands has, but across the street, they look right now down into the Gulf. If they build this, I don't have the graphic, you can guess what would happen to their views. I want to talk, the next thing was about sunlight. We've been talking a little bit here, people have been talking about shadowing. There's all these graphs we've seen presented, but let's really think about sunlight, because that's one of the things, if they had met the definition of 35.1, that's one of the things they also have to prove, is that they're not negatively impacting the adjacent properties, our property's sunlight. Here's what they put together. Here's where I presume they have the sun. Here's what we put together. So this is CMARC, December 20th, 2023. This is where the sun line is at 10 a.m. Now, I want to be clear here. There is nothing blocking the sun. I watch the sunrise from my unit at 8:01 every single morning. I will not ever be able to see that again. But let's just talk about shading as the day goes on. By 10 o'clock, right now, the CMARC has, and again on one of the worst days, December 20th, all of the units, all the way to the bottom, get sunlight by 10 a.m. You can see sort of the angle here of the sunlight at 9:52, the shade at 9:52. And here are the actual 10 a.m. shadow lines at the CMARC. So if you look at the bottom, you'd see the current shade line. By 10 a.m. on December 20th, everybody has sunlight. If you look up, the Serrata new main building at 115.5 would still have shadow, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 floors up. And if you put the rooftop amenities on top, it's going to block all the way through the 8th. This is going to dramatically change the ability of our folks to enjoy their condos. It's going to affect our property values. And as contemplated by the code, these types of issues, these negative impacts, should be considered by this commission. There it is side by side, where the shade is now on the left-hand side, and then what it would look like if this is approved. Again, this is at 10 a.m. I have no shade issues on my condo at all right now, but now you can see the difference here. Talking about telecom, I mentioned that we have a couple of cell phone towers, and I talked to a consultant this morning and asked him about the degradation of cell phone. Their presentation said it won't hurt our cell coverage at the CMARC, and I heard that, and that's not the issue, really. The issue is the cell coverage for the entire community. That's the issue. When you build a hotel that blocks that cell tower, what happens, as I understand, it was explained to me, is that runs parallel to the ground. So you're building a building that's going to block it. There's going to be degradation of signal. That is going to negatively impact not just our building, but the other residents throughout the community. And if another one gets built to the north, it'll impact that as well. Another thing that happens there, and just this commission needs to know, our residents, some of which are living on fixed income, many of which are living on fixed income, rely on the revenue we get from that, which isn't a ton of money, but it is some money to help offset the costs of our HOA. I guarantee you, when there's two taller buildings, a taller building to our south, where those cell phone towers are going to go next. That's going to negatively impact us from a financial standpoint, as well as negatively impact the community as a whole with the cell towers. You can see the cell towers there on our building. I don't think we did a graphic that would show them blocked here. You can show we've got them at 109.3 feet. We know their proposal is 115.5 before the rooftop amenities. We did do, again, we're a bunch of residents trying to put this thing together, so we drew some pictures on paper. They now today have come in and admitted that it's actually a 13-story building. They were saying 10 at the last meeting. We've done a little graphic here that shows how our building compares. You've got the current Serrata, the proposed Serrata, and how that 127.5 is going to be much higher than the tops of our cell phone towers. And one of the questions then we have is, what effect will that have on EMS, police, fire, residents, vacationers? Most of us use our cell phones primarily for our communication. Stormwater, and there have been a lot of talk about stormwater, and God bless us, it sounds to me like no one really knows what's going to happen with it. The question was, what's going to happen with this fault? First answer was, it won't leak over to the sea mark. Second answer was, well, it probably won't leak over the sea mark, and then there were some other variations of that. There is a real big risk here. Now, I'm not a hydrological engineer or anything like that. We did pay particular attention last time we were here, their discussion about 40 feet per day and the leaching and where the water goes. Can we really be sure that with all the new structure there and them putting their vault right at the corner near our pool, that no water is going to come over? I mean, isn't that kind of what we thought when there was a horrible, horrible tragedy on the other side of Florida? When that building collapsed, it was all based on water. Water denigrated the foundation of that building. Well, let's take it a little bit differently. This is a picture we took January 6, 2023, this year. This is water from a rainstorm. This wasn't a very big rainstorm, but the water already gathers around our pool deck. So imagine the additional runoff, vault or no vault, that comes off of the JW Marriott Hotel onto our property. What impact will that have? Forget the foundation of the building for a minute. What impact would that have on our pool? Because if our pool gets destroyed, if it gets taken out, because water's leaching over from their proposal, we're not able to rebuild. We are grandfathered in by where we are built, and if we don't have a pool, that probably drops our land, our property values by 30% or more. One proposal, move the storm trap. Put your money where your mouth is, move your storm trap, move all that stuff to the center of this development so that you're the one taking the risk with your pool, not taking the risk with ours. Want to touch on traffic. I will be very brief with that. I think everybody here who's been in St. Pete very long knows traffic can be a real issue. I will just point out that you've got the trade winds cut-ins right to our north. You've got the Serratas already there to our south. We have two entrances. The more we compress that into that one area, the more dangerous, then the more we have queuing, it would seem, right around our building. That kind of also goes into section 4.1, which discusses nuisances, and this is part of the guidance I was bringing up. Certain uses are conditional rather than uses by right. That's important. What they're asking for here is not a matter of right. It's conditional if they had met the definitions from 35.1 and they haven't. But one of the things supposed to create or supposed to consider are nuisances. And their drawings, as commissioners pointed out, have their cars queuing up as close to our property as they can be. So all of those cars, all of those fumes, all of those noises, all of those horns, all of those engines are going to be directly adjacent to our property, causing a nuisance, which is one of the reasons this commission should reject their application. Wind. Mike drew this one up, so I got to give him credit. Another one of our low-door drawings. But you can see the cars then would be queued up very close to our building while on that property. Why not find a better design that gets them away from us? We go to wind. We hear this letter has been issued that the wind probably won't have a negative impact on our enjoyment. Well, why not do a full wind study? I mean, I'm not a wind engineer of any sort, But the wind tunnel effect is a real thing. We've all felt it. You don't have to be an engineer to feel a wind tunnel. We actually have one that feels like it goes through our building, where we have the turnaround lanes underneath our building. And we have this little graphic prepared. As wind goes through buildings that are taller, it can create a faster pace as it goes around them and cause destruction on the other side. And even minor windstorms have had problems. This one was 5/19/19. I think the wind that day or the day before was like 17 miles an hour. But the wind came through just wrong and caused damage to cars that are right up against the property line with the current strata. A number of insurance claims were made. This one, something blew off of a deck or something and crashed the back window of their car. So wind is a very big consideration for us. So I guess if we look at this, we don't believe that they met the purpose and intent of a large resort district, because they're not promising our community a large resort. They're promising our community they're going to build 3 separate hotels, and at least one of those is going to be a limited service. And the code itself says there has to be a full-service integrated resort, or we're not even making this application. But beyond that, even if they have met that, we believe that these different factors, these factors you consider and determine whether or not, from a matter of discretion, they have met their burden, they'll waive in favor of denying this thing. Our residents, particularly the residents at the CMARC, are going to be so negatively affected by this that it's going to completely change our lives and our enjoyment of our properties and our property values. This would create precedent. I'll just point that out. You get 75 at Serrata. You can believe we're going to see an application for 75 at other properties. This is a situation where it's a wrong way street. They're trying to do something. 3 hotels in a large resort district. They're not following what we want in our large resort districts. Now, we sent a letter to the commission calling ourselves the most affected party. I think it's hard not to see that. Like, see that in real life. If you stand at our building and you look out at what we have now and you just contemplate this building, which, by the way, again, is conservative because it doesn't take into account the height of the rooftop amenities that they want to build. I thank you guys for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we we beg you to deny this cup. Thank you.
Thank you. No. If we can please have order, I appreciate it.
Mayor, if I may, a motion was never made to continue the meeting after 10 p.m. Generally, we make a motion to continue the meeting after 10 p.m. is our cutoff time generally.
We can certainly have a motion. We had it on the schedule till 11. But I'll entertain a motion and then a few questions from Mr. Barnes. Shall we say 12?
Before we do that, I got a question for City Attorney. If the schedule says till 11, do we need to make the motion now?
I mean, it's noticed till 11, but I mean, if you want to be safe, you can go ahead and make the motion to move it. I mean, you're going to be here past 11, so.
Just curious of the procedure.
But I don't think procedurally, because your notice was till 11, but you're going to go past 11.
Let's wait until 10:50-ish, 10:55, see where we are, and then maybe have a better idea of when we need to continue till. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Barnes?
Could I ask one question?
Sure.
Because you mentioned the telecommunications.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you spoke with someone. Have you had any official report or evaluation to state whether the city overall is affected as well? Because you said the CMARC wouldn't be affected, but there's a potential of the city being affected.
Let me be clear on that. The CMARC might be affected. My point would be, we wouldn't be the only ones affected. If there's a degradation of cell service, then it would affect everybody in the city. I don't know if that's going to be equally or differently. And to your bigger question, I think, which is, do we have a report? No, we have not spent the money for that report. Our view would be, they ought to be showing us, the applicant, that it will not affect, since it's their burden to prove that they've met all of these and assured the city that they're not going to be negatively impacting the citizens of the city.
Mr. Barnes, we asked the applicant about what communications you might have had. How would you characterize that? What was communication like?
Yeah. I've had personally no communications with the applicant. We have had, as I know of, a meeting that he referenced with two of the members of our board who do not speak for our board, but had a meeting with him. That would be Tim Yarnell and Mike Gordon. The report back was it was fairly cordial. It was an initial meeting, but we had a lot of work to do. Then there was a subsequent Zoom meeting. And I was able to view the Zoom meeting, but I wasn't participating in the Zoom meeting. And the Zoom meeting went much like Mr. Young's testimony tonight. He considered most of the ideas crazy. He became somewhat irate, and he talked down to our residents. Beyond that, there's not been really substantive communication of which I am aware.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ed Stapor for Brightwater Estates.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
It's Stapor, 605 55th Avenue, St. Pete Beach.
Excuse me, Ed, before you get started, just because we have 30 minutes for the other individuals who are requesting longer than 3 minutes, just want to see about how long you think you'll need.
4 hours. No, seriously, 10 minutes.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, thank you. Yep, you guys want to stand up? Lawson, Melody, Betty, there we go. And plus a lot more. Tell me if you can see this on the screen. Does that work? All right, good evening, thank you. I'm just going to get right into it. So, what's interesting is we have a great opportunity for economic development, yet you have such an opposition to a plan, and I guess the question is, why is that the case? In my development, 102 homes, we have 94% of the people who are opposed to this. And you got to ask your simple question, why? Why would people be opposed to something that's supposed to be so good? And there are 3 reasons. I'm going to go through these 3 reasons with you here today. The first one, and we agree, and it was mentioned earlier today at the start of today's session, the legal, what you need to do in terms of follow the code, follow the LDC, we agree with that. However, our voices have not been heard. Now, I was pleasantly happy to hear Mr. Dickman at the beginning saying that the residents' participation is an important part of this. We don't believe we've been part of this whole process, even though we've been very vocal about it. For example, this is the timeline. And what's highlighted are where we as residents have an opportunity to participate and talk or provide. And if you go through these, and let's talk about the first session on April 13th and 20th, and particularly on the 20th. Here's why we've been ignored. So April 24th, we get a letter sent to the city, says there are no comment cards from the community session. Then 2.5 months later, the city gets another letter saying, oh, sorry, here you go. And not only were there comments in the sign-in sheet, there were just photocopies. No assessment, no commentary, no feedback, nothing. And it took 2.5 months. Now, no one's questioned, why did it take 2.5 months? Why was the first letter sent out saying it was wrong? How did that happen? No accountability. That's wrong. We're ignored. That's wrong. Second proof. Now, this screenshot comes from the planning board meeting last November. And if you look at the timestamp, and this is what was said, what we value what you say, but we're talking about the legal standard for competent substantial evidence. In essence, whatever we have to say as residents is emotional, doesn't matter, it's meaningless. That was the message that was delivered. And we heard that again today. That's the second reason why we've been ignored. And the third is we sent, and as you can see from the residents that are here today, and you see from the whole start of this process, residents have been very active, attending, sending emails, calling, talking. Today's the first time I hear the City Commission actually bring up the residents' point of view on a number of occasions. Thank you for that. We haven't heard it before. And here's the interesting thing, is a week in advance of the Planning Board meeting on November 6th, 185 pages went to the zoning department that Amber sent out to all the commissioner, or the Planning Board members. Guess what? No one read it. And in fact, Mr. Dickman remembers this, because there was discussion when someone said, geez, I just got this today, and then the discussion was, well, you know, if residents only send it a day before, we can't stop the process. No, the fact of the matter, this is factual, it was sent a week in advance. And the city clerk received numerous emails in April and May, and in October, also a lot of comments. No one's read them. So those are 3 facts that we've been ignored. Conclusion, as you go through, the comprehensive plan, I think, is pretty clear, and again, guess what? We need to follow the plan. That's what we understand. And if you look at the words that they use, and this is the input right at the beginning of the comprehensive plan, strong desire to protect the quiet character, blah, 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 improve safety, quality residential community where residents and visitors. So our input is in the comprehensive plan, but not only is it in there, if you look at the goals and the policies ensure that the residential character, not the hotel character, not the Serrata character, the resident character of the city is maintained and protected by residents and visitors alike. So it's very clear the comprehensive plan supports a very active participation of residents, which has not been shown thus far. On top of that, Florida statutes are also very clear about the due process and having residents have an active voice that is heard, has waited, and not just waited because we're just going through the process to make you feel good, waited so that we are actually listened to. Traffic study. I brought this up in December, and all I'm going to say is a few things, and I'm going to talk about the assumptions because I'm not a traffic expert, but I'm an expert in life, I'm an expert in common sense, I'm an expert in a lot of things. And I know data, but guess what? This is the reality that we're going to be living with. This was 2 weeks ago on a Saturday at 5:30, and look at the queue to turn left onto the Pinellas Bayway. This was from Pinellas Bayway all the way to almost the Undertow. Now, if you look closely, the other side of the road, there's no cars in the second lane. They're all waiting to queue. Now, is that going to be our reality that we're going to want? I don't think so. Now, the traffic folks here today, the experts, and by the way, experts, does anyone remember the financial crisis, 2007, December 2008? Experts, they predicted that, did they? No, they didn't. Do you think experts are always right? Don't we have a voice? And these are facts, fact-based, not making it up. These are the numbers from Appendix E. And they showed us here today that the growth rate was down 2.34%, and that's sad for us, oh my God. But why is Gulf Winds in there when it's just a small little road? Why does it get equal weighting to the Gulf Boulevard North and South? I don't understand that. I couldn't find anything in the data that they provided. 2020 was an anomaly. It should be excluded. It should not be included in the calculations. And as far as I understand, no negative growth rates are allowed. In fact, it's in the code that, not our code, but in Pinellas County, you cannot have that. So, and I'm just asking, is that true? If it is, when they say 2% exponential, and I have a different definition of exponential, 2% to me is not exponential, but is that true? So it's not like they're being nice to us to say, well, you went down, so we're going to give you some extra point. No, no, no. They're not being nice to us. But here's the interesting thing. And you could ask yourselves, and ask the folks behind me. I did a little survey and asked a very simple question. 90% of people said the traffic is getting worse. Now, I know what they're going to say. Oh, my God, you guys are emotional. That's anecdotal, all that. I get that. But then how do you reconcile what we live in as experts who live here to what their data they just showed us? Well, I went through their data in Appendix E, and it's all there in Appendix E, and say, well, why don't we go down 9 years instead of the 5 years, because you take out COVID, and if you take out Gulf Winds Drive, is that, I mean, come on, you got to be joking. Using Gulf Winds Drive, its volume is minuscule, and to be using it with equal weighting to Gulf Boulevard is, I don't know, there must be a reason, but I don't know what that reason is, but I couldn't find it in anything I've been researching. But when you look at their data from the FDOT, from 2012 to 2021, excluding COVID year, that's not decreasing to me, that graph. In fact, it's increasing. And that correlates to what the people think. So from a traffic standpoint, and from Pinellas County, they do talk about the truth in data in terms of what is the accurate representation, so you could make a better informed decision. Now, I don't know if I'm right or not, because I'm not an expert, but I know data, and I'm looking at data, and how you use data could tell you the story. You got to be complete about it. Trade winds, we talked about trade winds on page 40 of the agenda packet. It says the applicant had formally considered proposed trade winds, and now there's just a little discussion about it, but I still don't understand. It's like, my house is burning, I'm on this side, I can't walk over and put it out. Where's the common sense? That data is available. And that data, whether you like it or not, oh, sorry, what I was going to say here, despite these woes, have they showed you this data? Traffic with their own data, and she was very clear, their traffic expert, AM, PM, there you go, that's their chart that says the traffic doubles. Why haven't they showed you this chart? You have to find it. They want you to find it. They don't want to show it to you. Why is that? On top of that, when you add into trade winds, if you remember their little green bar, she said 258 cars, right, at the end for Gulf Boulevard. Right there, if you look at the trade winds data, 299, 384, we're past capacity. What happens when the other developments start growing? How are we going to be able to handle that? And so to me, it's irresponsible for the city and for the, and I know it's not their deal, it's trade winds, but you need to look at them together because it's properties that are so close to each other. You've got also the fact that they're evaluating the same road system. How can they not be? And they're so intertwined. You got to look at them, at least at the city, and that's the question. And someone of you asked that question earlier today. And the last thing I'm going to talk about, and there's some good points about Clearwater, but I want to bring up that with Clearwater, we're not going to be at the same magnitude. It's all relative. We're a small little town, 9,000 odd people who live here. But if the goal is simply to get more people, that's a dangerous cycle. And if you're going to try to pack people in because you got to maximize density, and read the article, that the link is there, and you could, and that's 8 years ago. Not only that, 8 years ago, people talking about in TripAdvisor about oh, okay, my time's up, but here's the last two slides. Basically, when we're talking about Clearwater, the issue you got to be wary about is that the residential character, because this is the domino effect of everyone else that's going to come up. On top of that, that's what I was referring to, the study that they showed. My last slide is this. This is where we are, folks. This is it. Serrata believes they met everything, everything's beautiful, they got all these experts, everyone's happy, let's go. Residents are saying, well, and we just heard Mr. Barnes, yeah, I'm not sure. I think there are some concerns that are very valid and fact-based. And in fact, the comp plan and the Florida statute support what we say. So I'm going to leave you with this thought. And I'm going to remind you what the Serrata team said earlier. The commission has a legal obligation, this is at 6 o'clock this evening, to follow the current comp plan and land development. We agree. The applicant must unequivocally demonstrate they've met all current conditions, all the unequivocally demonstrated. Now, if you were here on December 5th, you're here today, I have a hard time believing they've unequivocally demonstrated that they've delivered on all these conditions.
Thank you,
If that's
sir.
the case, it's clear that they have not met these conditions. You must deny, you must defer, you must delay, you must not approve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, I am only going to ask one more time that you please do not applaud. We're trying to get through everybody this evening, please.
Okay, Jane Graham
All
from
right,
Texas
if,
PB.
Vinny, before we, I think now might be appropriate time for a motion to extend.
Yes. And what, how much do you want to say?
I'd move to extend to 1 a.m.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Filtz.
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mayor, have you decided how much time you want to grant, or the commission, how much time you want to grant Ms. Graham representing, she's got two experts. I want to also remind the commission that they're not a party intervener.
I think the decision we had made earlier was to give each of the experts 10 minutes, providing that they have 4 people that will cede their time to them. Yes?
I believe Ms. Graham
This
wanted
is
10
30
minutes too.
Well, it's 10 per expert.
Well, this says 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 total, I thought we
Yeah,
agreed.
10 Graham, 10 Gauthier, 10 Bork.
We don't need that much.
That's only 3.
Yeah, it's 3 people.
10, 20, 30.
Yeah, 30
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
Total.
Yeah, yeah.
10,
Oh, yeah,
10
yeah,
per
yeah.
expert.
Sorry.
So that's
And-
20 minutes?
30.
30.
So 10 for the attorney and
30 minutes total, however they want to split it up, is what I would say. And just going on that point, I mean, on the sheet we have here, everyone else is 3 minutes time requested. We don't know about the cards that were submitted. I would say that's it as far as more than 3 minutes.
Concur.
Well, we cut off the time for submitting new cards anyway, at 4 p.m.
But, so, are there more people who are speaking?
There are more people, but no one else can sign up.
I understand, but the people speaking outside of the sheet, I don't know if it's...
This is what we had at noon.
Okay, but...
We have a whole bunch more cards on top of these.
Are they requesting
They're
30 minutes? Or
No, they're all 3 minutes.
Okay,
They're
understood.
They're all
Understood,
3
thank you.
minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my other question before we get started, can we take a recess between now and 1 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we can get through maybe around 11:30.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Is it possible that you can speed this up too? Because out of due respect, I mean, we didn't determine, I mean, I know we kind of said 10 and 10, I mean, breaks and everything, you know, kind of try to talk as fast as I think they did as well.
Absolutely, Commissioner, yes.
I mean, we did see a lot of I mean, at least I know I did. I don't know if it's the same thing. So that's why I say this, and for the audience, because the presentation we just watched, I had already watched it. So that's why I asked, just to respect you.
Absolutely, and one thing I would say is, oh my God, can you reset my time? Because I haven't even started talking. It just started going.
Jenny will start.
Okay.
Please, in the audience, we need to be able to hear them. And so, again, respectfully, I will ask that you be quiet and let us hear from the people at the podium. Thank you.
And actually, and one thing I would say is I'm going to go in the beginning about 5 minutes. I'd like the experts to speak and then come back for another 5 minutes.
Sure.
Good evening. My name is Jane Graham, attorney and founder of Sunshine City Law, 737 Main Street, Safety Harbor. I represent Protect St. Pete Beach Advocacy Group, a nonprofit dedicated to ensuring that development projects in St. Pete Beach beautify the community for the mutual benefit of residents and visitors alike, without increasing traffic, congestion, demands on infrastructure, or threatening natural resources. PSPB is composed of members who have a substantial interest over and above that of the general community, and membership is limited to residents of St. Pete Beach who live in close vicinity to Gulf Boulevard between 60th and 52nd Avenues, who are directly impacted by the potential transformation of the beauty hotelscape and infrastructure on Gulf Boulevard. Tonight, you will be hearing from land use expert Charles Gauthier, who is a AICP fellow with over 46 years of experience, and traffic engineer Drew Rourke, PE, with over 28 years of experience. As you know, there is ongoing litigation regarding the validity of the appointment process, but I want to make it clear that we are here tonight to only address the merits of the Serrata application. This is a critical decision which will shape the future of the character, scale, and neighborhood and compatibility within the city's large resort district. And your decision tonight on whether to grant a conditional use permit is under Section 4.1, which has already been mentioned, that these are conditional rather than uses by right. And they may have significant adverse effects on the environment and character, and the review is necessary to look at the impacts on the surrounding area and neighborhood. I want you to know that the applicant's burden to show with competent substantial evidence that they have complied with the city's Code and Comprehensive Plan is strict. And you have heard a lot about the developer's rights, but know that courts also recognize those who own property and live in a residential area have a legitimate and protectable interest in the preservation of the character of their neighborhood, which may not be infringed by the unreasonable or arbitrary act of the government. and zoning ordinances are enacted to protect citizens from losing their economic investments or comfort and enjoyment of their homes by unreasonable and arbitrary acts. This is Alvey v. City of North Miami Beach. You are under no requirement tonight to approve this project, even if it falls within the quantitative allowances of the code. This project's density is at the outer limits of what the comprehensive plan allows. And the Second District Court of Appeal explains that the comprehensive plan limits are a future ceiling and does not give the developer carte blanche to approach that ceiling immediately or on their own private timeline. Here, the maximum density, which you'll see, is 75 units per buildable acre, but that's exactly what they're asking for. The impervious surface area and height are also at the outer limits. In considering this request, also please take a special look at the location of this large resort district itself. The applicant must support their criteria under sections 4.4 and 412 with competent substantial evidence and has failed to do so. A number of you have had really excellent questions tonight, pointing out flaws and omissions in the plan and the application. And we'll talk about that more, and you'll hear from the experts. With that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Gauthier and reserve the rest of my time to add to the rest of my 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
If you'll please state your name.
Yes, my name is Charles Gauthier.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. I'm much better at 11 in the morning than 11 at night. I'll do my best to move very quickly. My name is Charles Gauthier. I'm a land use planner. I was engaged with Protect St. Pete Beach Advocacy Group to prepare an independent analysis. And that's what I've done. I did submit copies to you. I'd like to also provide a hard copy to you this evening and ask Ms. Graham to distribute those. I am familiar with the Serrata development request, having studied the application, the comp plan, the land development code, related materials. I have long-term knowledge of your community. My planning experience, I have 46 years of experience, has taught me balanced approaches to development, which respect and accommodate established community interests are essential. That is the way to move forward. This community has had conflict over redevelopment for 15 or 20 years now. And regrettably, I see it continuing now. So, my recommendation is this is not an application suitable for approval. It maximizes development to the top extent. It triggers issues. It's just not ready for approval. You've heard a lot of detailed information. I'm going to talk from a higher plane. And I also want to endorse the compatibility comments. We heard from the CMARC representatives. I think that was right on mark. The big picture here is that development of the site is being maximized to where it conflicts with the character of St. Pete Beach, and protection of St. Pete Beach's character is required by the comprehensive plan. And secondly, there are unreasonable compatibility impacts, adverse impacts on residential uses, in particular CMARC, right next door. There is a third issue, and that third issue is this is a site highly vulnerable to damage in a tropical storm or storm surge event, and your comprehensive plan calls upon you to limit development in vulnerable areas. I should share my qualifications very quickly. I have 46 years of experience. I've been a certified planner since 1988. I'm a fellow in the American Institute of Certified Planners. I served as a chief planner for Collier County, a zoning administrator for Lee County, a senior administrator at the Department of Community Affairs for 17 years. I've worked for 2 major consulting firms. For the last 10 years, I've worked on my own. I work independently and have been fortunate or honored to have a whole series of local government clients, industrial clients, home builders, private individuals, and public interest groups. So I have sort of a diverse portfolio, most of it for my Forest South. Let me talk for a minute about challenges of redevelopment in your large resort district. Redevelopment is very important. That's a very important goal. It's a question of how much, and is there too much redevelopment occurring in the Serrata proposal? And there are significant sort of geographic challenges and comprehensive plan challenges. Large resort is an intense land use category. It allows 75 transit units per acre. It allows heights of 116 feet. Impervious surface can be 85% of a development site. That's a heavy development footprint in a beachfront location. Taken to its extreme, it's a formula for tightly packed development, tall buildings, shoulder to shoulder. And this is what I see in the Serrata proposal, a compressed massing of development that's out of character with St. Pete Beach. A second big challenge, most of the large resort is along the stretch of Golf Boulevard, where golf is the only north-south roadway. There's no alternative. So impacts in terms of access and additional traffic, well, it affects everyone in the community. It'd be better if there were a traffic light. It'd be better if there were an intersection, but there's not. Thirdly, large resort includes residential uses. In this case, immediately next door, adjacent. And C-Mark, I mean, there's certainly residential uses across the street, several hundred of them that I identified in my report as being impacted. But I think it's C-Mark. It's C-Mark that has the unreasonable adverse impacts. And there's a litany of problems. You know, one problem is loss of water view. They are relegated to a narrow spectrum of view as opposed to more open water view. There's a loss of privacy. They will have a 10-story hotel very close to them, looking straight at them. In order to achieve that narrow water view, well, the North Hotel is sort of shimmied to the south. And because of that, well, the access to that hotel, the roadway, runs along that north property line. And so C-Mark is exposed to cars, noise, odor or fumes. So it's a very heavy impact, in my opinion, and not appropriate. A fourth challenge is what I mentioned earlier. All of this is in the coastal high hazard area, with the exception of a few high points. Coastal high hazard means that the area is subject to saltwater inundation or even surge in a tropical storm. And it's only going to get worse. Sea level is rising. It could be a foot and a half higher by 2050. We're in the era of more frequent, intense hurricanes and rapid intensification. So those are important issues. They tell me the level of development in Serrata is problematic. Looking at the site plan, well, there's the 10-story building right next to C-Mark. That's a big building. If you look at the dimensions, it's about 1.9 acres of footprint. That's a very significant building. The south end, 8 stories. You have the traditional Serrata in the middle. The parking garage would face Golf Boulevard on the north. And there'd be a 9-story parking garage that would serve what is anticipated to be a Hampton Inn. That's very startling to me. A standalone 9-story parking garage. In a sense, you know, the front and the aesthetics are very important. That's the front door to this development. And instead of a attractive, aesthetically pleasing front door, those parking garages turn their back on the community. So again, it's like too much development, trying to pack it together, and of course there's issues. As I mentioned, I mean, Serrata is maximizing their transit units. They're adding somewhat to their other square footage for restaurants, retail, and meeting space. There's enough other square footage to be equivalent to your public supermarket down Gulf Boulevard. It's evident in the hotel size and the planes of the buildings. So the footprint is just very large, very intense. You're going to have a view of several large buildings close together, and that's different for your community. Your plan, I mentioned, has a series of policies that are in my report that call for protection of community character. This is very different than your existing community character. You have a traditional beachfront residential community with low and mid-rise hotels, as well as a scattering, a separated scattering of taller buildings, not compressed together and concentrated. In my report, I said, this is a pathway to become Panama City Beach or Clearwater Beach. And I believe that's true. And I don't ultimately see the comprehensive plan as a barrier. You establish a precedent here. You can't say no to maximizing if that's what Tradewinds seeks, you know, in a couple of months, or if people seek to change the comprehensive plan. So this is a major precedent. There's just too much development on a single site. My time's up. I'll just conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Gautier? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Drew Rourke with Alex Rourke Engineering. I'm a Florida licensed professional engineer. I've been evaluating traffic impacts associated with development in Florida for over 28 years. I work for developers, the state of Florida, municipalities, citizens groups, local agencies, both providing the traffic impact analysis as well as reviewing them. I've also served as a board member on the Tampa Bay chapter of the Institute of Transportation Engineers. I've also served as a board member on the Tallahassee Economic Development Council. I also serve as an adjunct professor at the FAMU FSU College of Engineering, where I teach transportation engineering, which includes traffic impact analyses. I'm also fortunate currently to be providing services to the Florida Department of Transportation's Research Center, where we're evaluating specific high-generating land uses for trip generation, as well as some other aspects of traffic impacts. So we have reviewed the traffic study that was prepared for the subject proposed development, and flaws in the traffic analysis show that the applicant has failed to support the following criteria with competent and substantial evidence, specifically sections 4.12 and 4.4 of your city's criteria. You know, this is past my bedtime too, so I'm going to try my best to explain my analysis is going to be very detailed. I'm going to try to simplify it and be as quick as possible for you all, for us all. The first, and I'm just going to run through these, I apologize in advance. The FSU TMS, or the FSUTMS model, the TBRPM model that was used for distribution that was talked about, was used for both the weekday and the weekend, or Saturday analysis. The distribution percentages were identical in both of those analyses. However, the model itself is a peak season weekday average daily traffic model. So all of those terms are important. The purpose of analyzing the weekend versus the weekday is presumably because the traffic patterns are different on the weekend, particularly in this case. So because the model is a peak season weekday average daily traffic model, it should not be used for the weekend. Additionally, for both the weekend and the weekday analysis, the daily distribution percentages from the FSU TMS model were used for the peak hour periods. So the analysis, rightly so, evaluates the peak hours, but the distribution percentages are daily distributions. Those are different. So for the same, AM and PM, both of them use the same percentages as well. The TBRPM was updated recently to include a time of day modules. Those could be used, but they were not in this case. Also, traffic counts were already taken at many of these, at the driveways. So, and it has, in this case, you have an existing site that is the same land use in the same location. You don't need to use the model to come up with your distribution. And they already have the counts. They can use the counts from the existing site to know what percent go north-south. Now, extended past that, you would have to do an O&D study, which is a little more complicated, but it's not that complicated. So there's ways to do it without using the model. The actual distribution percentages from the existing site differ significantly from the estimated distribution percentages from the model, which is kind of the point. So the existing distribution percentages demonstrated in the study showed the existing hotel in the PM peak hour, 54% of the hotel traffic travel to and from the south, but the estimate in the analysis is 30% to and from the south, kind of to your point you were talking about. A little bit different numbers, but you're on the right track. The existing traffic is even more exaggerated with 61% to the south compared to 30% used in the analysis. So it's significant because the total traffic volumes, which are the sum of the background and the growth and the project traffic, will be inaccurate, and therefore the capacity analysis that was provided is also inaccurate. Finally, the vested trips, and this is finally on this one issue, the vested trips using calculations from the Miramar and Quarry Landings developments also use the FSUTMS model, so the same issue there. The second big comment is the peak hours were not analyzed in the analysis. The traffic impact analysis study, typically traffic impact analyses study the peak hours because it's the worst case scenario. So typical PM peak hours for most areas is 1 hour between 4 and 6 p.m. That's primarily due to work to home trips, for that trip purpose. That's the time period that was analyzed in this study. It's the standard way to do it for most studies. However, this area is on the beach, and land uses are more recreational and vacation related. Therefore, this area's peak hour occurs earlier in the day, somewhere between 1 and 3 p.m. This is also evidenced by the FDOT count station 155147, which is on Gulf Boulevard, south of this location. The study, recommend the study be revised to include the actual peak hour. Additionally, ITE trip generation that was used estimate trips from these sites also are likely inaccurate because they also use the peak hour of the adjacent street, which is typically the same issue, 4 to 6 p.m., which is not the case in this site. Third, and probably most important, or most critical, I guess, is the project driveway volumes that were used are incorrect. The existing site traffic was discounted from the analysis since it's assumed that this traffic is vested and the impacts are only to be evaluated for traffic above and beyond the existing vested traffic. However, that doesn't mean that the actual, I'm assuming that they're counting them as vested, is why they discounted it. I'm not sure exactly why they discounted it. However, it doesn't mean the actual traffic volumes utilizing the driveways, the turn lanes into and out of the site would be reduced by any existing traffic volumes. If you look at page, you look at their trip generation estimate on their page 6, they do the calculation for the trip generation of the 3 hotels, which include a 226-room hotel, 290-room, and a 130-room. Then they discount the 382-room existing site, but that site isn't going away completely. So they should use what's going to be left over, which is in the PM peak hour is 295. They did calculate the trip generation correctly. They just discounted incorrectly, and that's what they assigned to the driveways. So the volumes that they're using at their driveways are just not correct. I have some additional comments about capacity calculations. It's in my in this report, in this letter, which I think we're going to provide you hard copies of. I think you already have them anyway. I won't get into those. That gets into the very technical stuff, but that's my comments.
Any questions for Mr. Rourke? So I know at the previous meetings, we've had discussions about traffic patterns being different. I know every town likes to think we're different, but I think with our unique situation being on an island, 2 bridges.
That's right.
You know, we have, if I remember the numbers correctly, somewhere around 50,000 cars a day. We have 8,700 residents. There's not
right
8,000 of us going out 4 times a day, 5 times a day. And so how would you take that into consideration, our unique situation, if you were to do a traffic analysis for a project like this?
The basic steps that they followed were correct. So the first step is always trip generation. They did the trip generation calculation correct. They discounted some stuff wrong, so that those numbers are off. They should evaluate the actual peak hour on Gulf Boulevard, which is, it really doesn't have much of a peak. Typical peaks in the morning, spike, and then a little one in the midday, and then a big one in the evening. Gulf Boulevard is kind of like grows and this sort of comes down. But the peak, the actual peak, is a little earlier than what the normal is. So you got to look at the peak hour. I mean, the point is look at the worst case scenario. And if you're not doing that, you're not truly providing you all what the actual condition is going to be. So that's important. I know a lot of these comments are, very technical, but when it comes to traffic engineering, the devil's in the details. And so the net result, which is, they're saying there's no capacity issue, that actually may be correct, but you don't know that from the analysis that was done. You have to do the analysis correctly. Little changes in traffic engineering can change the net result answer to you all. So they're also using generalized capacity numbers, which are correct for a planning level study, but I think what you all have experienced just driving here, and what's actually out there all day long, and it was actually brought up by the applicant as well, the multiple crosswalks, mid-block crossings on Gulf Boulevard, that changes the capacity of the road. But the generalized capacities that you're using, they don't consider that. I mean, they don't know that they're there because it's a high-level planning number. It says a 4-lane, or with a 2-way left turn lane is the same as it is anywhere. And that's just not the case in this case because you have narrower lanes, you have multiple mid-block crossings, all of those things. When you get a detailed analysis, those capacity numbers will go down, and it's possible, I'm not saying it is, but it's possible that the level of services exceeds D, like the other studies may be showing. So it's important to get the details right, and that's my short answer to you.
Did you complete an analysis yourself?
Unfortunately, no. I do this type of work for citizens groups, and most of the time they don't have big budgets, so we do it. It's not pro bono. I do get paid, but there's not a large budget to be able to redo an entire analysis for them. So I just review the studies that have been submitted to you all to make sure they're technically accurate.
So the conclusions drawn from their traffic study, you're saying may or may not be correct?
That is correct. Okay. Yeah. What I'm telling you is the study that they propose and the conclusions that they're drawing are drawn from inaccurate analysis. So that you don't know is the answer. You can't make the determination unless you do the study right.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
All right.
Ms. Graham, if you would like to conclude. If you wouldn't mind restating your name for the record.
Yes, thank you. Again, my name is Jane Graham. As Mr. Gauthier testified, there are numerous inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan, as well as issues with massing and scale and incompatibility. As Mr. Rourke testified, he analyzed the traffic study and found significant flaws, which meant that it's not supported by competent substantial evidence. So I want to go through what competent substantial evidence actually means, just to kind of back up, because you are going to hear from a number of other people in the community now. And then I'm going to quickly go through some of the standards of review and highlight some information. So competent evidence must be credible and based on facts and can't be bare allegations. And a generalized statement or a flawed statement, even if it's from an expert, is not competent substantial evidence. And you must have your decision supported by this competent substantial evidence. Now, you might hear the credibility of layperson testimony dismissed as not competent substantial evidence, but I want you to know that it is, in as much as when the public is presenting actual and specific facts relevant to the quasi-judicial decision. And actually, your city attorney, Mr. Dickman, spoke about this as well, and he did say that well. And so, on top of that, if the testimony is on subjective matters that do not require expertise, such as the impact on the area's natural beauty, or as Mr. Barnes had those images of their view, that is also could be competent substantial evidence relevant to the legal inquiry. Going through section 4.4, standards of review, so A1 is about whether the conditional use is consistent with goals, objectives of the comprehensive plan. You already have too many to name, but one I'd like to really point out to you is future land use map policy 2.11.3, which says the city shall continue to administer land development regulations in a manner aimed at preserving the access to and view of the beach and other recreational facilities for all residents of and visitors to this community. And so this is especially relevant because you have somewhat been boxed in by saying, oh, you know, the views, it only applies to the section of 4.12, but 4.4 says you need to follow the comprehensive plan, and here it's a much more expansive look at that, where it's views not just for residents but also visitors. A picture that I'd like to show you is an example. Oh, it's kind of late and I'm a klutz. So this is a panoramic view that's taken right now. And as you can see, there are open areas. This is the rendering of what it looks like. And as you see, there are not open areas. This is just complete, almost wall of buildings that you see from a view of the beach. Now, a number of you had good questions about, hey, where is the full image of the frontal architectural renderings and where is the back? And you haven't been provided that. And the best you can do is something like this and looking to actually put that in context. So please take that into account. And if they haven't provided the competent substantial evidence, well, they haven't met the burden to show that they've met this. Now, another item under 4.4 that I'd like to mention is whether the application will preserve any city, state, or federally designated historic, scenic, archaeological, or cultural resources. Your staff report says that this doesn't apply. But in 2011, Governor Christ declared St. Pete Beach as the sunset capital of Florida. So you have a scenic and cultural resource right here. So the discussion of views is not to be taken lightly. It's not just a sunset anywhere. It's actually a sunset in the sunset capital of Florida. So please take that into account in looking at whether this is actually having an impact. There are other sections which speak to the transportation system under 3 and 2D, which Mr. Rourke cited, and we urge you to look at that. I see I'm out of time. If I may, one last thing. We do renew our objections that we had stated back in January 10th relating to both the lack of the issues with the appointed commission, but on top of that, the fact that there is new data and information that should have been subject to the same stages of review as the initial application, including updated renderings, a WINS consultation letter, bank credit letter, and applicant's response to criteria. I only mention this now because, you know, the renderings have come up a number of times tonight, and it's really something that you should consider. And I know that you had talked about, well, actually the developer's attorney had said, well, you know, if you tell us tonight what you like, we'll put it together. But it's not your role to design their project. They're supposed to come to you with the image, and you make your decision about character and compatibility and all of that. So thank you very much for indulging me over time. I really appreciate it. And we are available for questions if needed.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Graham? Thank you so much. Let's take an 8-minute recess.
I'm sorry, point of order. Cross-examination for witnesses, is that something
So,
before people leave?
Excuse me, hold on. We have not adjourned yet. If you can please take your seats.
as I stated earlier, I don't, they haven't been deemed an intervener party.
Sorry, I meant our ability to cross-examine witnesses that are in opposition. We do want to cross-examine, and we just didn't know if you wanted to do that now or wait till the very end of the community response and then do it all at once.
I'm just indicating that if they're not party, I'm looking at, sorry.
You had requested that all the audience comments go first.
We're fine with that as long as no one leaves so that we can cross-examine potential witnesses. I mean,
Okay.
particularly experts. And
If you want to cross-examine them, but I mean, keep in mind that typically under the Florida statute that I referenced at the beginning of this, when we're talking about quasi-judicial proceedings that the city also adopted, you know, the city is not, I mean, we're not reviewing them as party interveners, and they will not be, the statute says it's not to be subjected to cross-examination, but if you want to cross-examine them and the commission wants to allow that cross-examination, you know, in addition to that, the decision-making body shall assign a weight and credibility to such testimony as it deems appropriate. That's the testimony that you just heard.
If I may respond, Mr.
Your name?
My name is Jessica Eisterman. I'm an attorney with Stearns Weaver Miller. The applicant always has the right to cross-examine members of the public and experts in opposition. We respect and appreciate that they do not have party status. That means that they do not have the right to cross-examine. However, the applicant and the city do have the right to cross-examine every person that comes before them. So we only have very few questions, maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes worth of cross-examination of Mr. Gaudier. And when you feel that time is appropriate, we would like to take that opportunity to do so.
Yeah, it's not my decision. I mean, you all, for, you know, in the interest of fairness, if you want to allow them to cross-examine them, I'm just reading directly from the statute, but if you have, I haven't heard you just said,
It's
in
the
your
Jennings-
opinion, do you have a case on that?
Yes, the Jennings case and the Carillon case, which have been cited extensively, both of those give the parties the right to cross-examine. The applicant and the city are both parties
Okay.
per that case law.
All right, so I'm just looking at Florida Statute 286.0115.
Yes, it's not a right provided by statute, it's a right provided by Florida law and the U.S. Constitution Due Process Clause via 14th Amendment.
Okay. All right. At your own peril.
All right, I defer to Mr. Mayor when you would like us to do so.
Well, it's not my decision. It's the commission's decisions, and we're going to rely on our legal counsel to advise us.
I mean, if they desire to cross-examine them, those two individuals, that's fine. If that's what the commission wants, I'm just telling you that I don't want, I mean, again, I'm going to repeat it again. The city does not have any criteria to establish who is a party intervener or an affected party or a third party. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that we're by the fact that you would let them be cross-examined, that by virtue of that, you're not giving them party status.
We agree with that.
Okay.
If they're in agreement with it, if we're going to do this and we're all in agreement, I would rather you do it now, also out of respect of him. He did say a little while ago that he was tired, so I don't think he's going to want to wait another hour, 2 hours.
Mayor, if I may.
Certainly.
How many individuals would you be looking to?
Yeah, we are just looking to ask Mr. Gaudier a handful of questions, and that's it. This will literally be 2 to 3 minutes.
Do you want to ask you questions and then he can step up and answer them?
Yep, that's exactly what we are looking to do. Thank you.
So if you want to ask your 2 or 3 questions, and then he can come up and answer them.
Okay. So I have a series of questions, so it may be better for him to come answer, and then I can ask, and he can answer, and I can ask, and he can answer. They're yes or no questions. So, for example, I would like to ask him if he is a transportation engineer. I would like to ask him if he is a civil engineer. I would like to ask him if he is an environmental engineer or scientist.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Gauthier, would you like to answer those questions?
Yeah, I think you just asked those questions, so he can come up and answer.
I have a few more, but those are the types of questions I intend to ask.
So you've asked those questions. If you want to step aside, let him address the podium.
Exactly. So, Mr. Gaudier, thank you for coming up. Are you a transportation engineer?
I am not, no.
And you are not a civil engineer, correct?
Correct.
And you are not an environmental engineer or scientist, correct?
That's correct.
You're not a climatologist?
No.
Isn't it true that you've not performed any concurrency analysis for this project, such as water, sewer, fire, or EMS?
That's correct.
You have not performed any storm evacuation analysis for this project, correct?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Gaudier, has a Corps ever given your expert testimony minimal weight?
That has occurred.
All right, I'm actually going to grab something for you to read.
Yeah, this is what, you said a couple of questions of what, now it's,
This is my last series of questions.
sure, but I'm just trying to understand what you're,
Let her finish.
no,
Let her finish.
I just know, I don't know what it is. I'd like to know what we're looking at.
I have copies.
Okay.
She's going to do it.
All right, if you could go to paragraph 52 for me, please. Yes. All right, so I'm looking at page 11 on the document. And for the record, the document I have just passed out is a circuit court decision from Conservancy of Southwest Florida v. Collier County and Collier Enterprises Management. It was a decision decided in 2021. Yes. All right, Mr. Gaudier, can you read paragraph 52 for me?
In the end, Mr. Gautier's opinion rests upon the omission of key words from the growth management plan and the addition of words and requirements that do not exist in the GMP. Accordingly, the court gives his opinions minimum weight.
In the GMP in that case is referring to the county's comprehensive plan, correct?
That's correct.
And in that case, you opined about 3 or 4 comprehensive plan provisions, correct?
Many more than that.
And the court rejected your opinion on all of those provisions, correct?
That's correct. There's an explanation.
All right, thank you very much.
Certainly. Would you, well, so, no, I mean, we have, the city is a party, so we can cross. Okay, thank you. Would you care to elaborate and?
Yes, may I explain? This involved a very significant development approval of about 1,000 acres, 2,000 units, located somewhere south of Immokalee. The location was in a panther habitat. It was pursuant to the Rural Land Stewardship Program. Very complex litigation. heavily contested. I was there as a witness for the plaintiff. As we went along, the issues were narrowed and narrowed and narrowed through very effective motions by the opposing counsel. In the end, my focus was relegated to walkability of the community. Those were important policy requirements because of the remote location. The policies called for destinations in the form of a town center and called for walkability. I performed an elaborate analysis about walkability. The judge focused on a single policy that said walkability will be achieved through sidewalks. Now, my analysis looked at the policies as a whole, as you're supposed to. I pointed out absurd results that could occur, but obviously I wasn't persuasive. And that was that case. And I'll just add, it was appealed to district court. The district court remanded it for further evaluation and additional issues, and the parties settled.
Thank you.
I have a few follow-up questions.
Excuse me. Order in the room, please. We're going to have Commissioner ask the next question.
Sure. I apologize, I thought.
Okay. If you'll allow me to call on you, I would appreciate that. Commissioner?
I'd like to request a recess and move on from this.
Let me rephrase. I do not have any further questions. I just have a statement of you have been provided highlights, and you, at your discretion, can read those.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I agree. Let's finish up with one person at a time.
Thank you.
I agree on recess.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Mayor, quick question. Did they identify who was giving up their time in order to have them speak, as the other group said?
No, they did not.
Nope.
I don't know.
I think they need to identify who they're giving up.
Okay.
That's how you treated the others.
Yeah, no. City Clerk? City Clerk. If you'll please identify the people that gave up their time.
So previously, they stood up and identified themselves.
No, they didn't.
The other parties did stand up. So if I didn't see anyone's, okay.
I'm here too.
Yeah.
And I was told that if you have to, by the clerk, there are 4 of us, and by my count, there are more than 4. And there's 5 of them that just lying here.
Okay. I was just trying to treat them equally.
Yeah. Okay. Did we get 12 cards? Did we get 12 cards in the first place?
I have no cards.
Okay. We will take a 6-minute recess, back at 11:45. City Clerk, do we have any audience comments?
Yes, we do. The first, I'm going to call 5, Colonel Mike Greiger, Edna Hicks, Dana Richardson, Sandy Spolito, and Jody Powell.
I do not see Colonel Mike Greiger. Who was number 2?
Edna Hicks, Dana Richardson, Sandy Spolito, and
Okay,
Jody
thank you.
Powell.
Who is number 3? I'm sorry.
Dana Richardson.
Dana Richardson, if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
That, but okay, my name's Dana Richardson, and I live at 5830 Bahama Way South. I moved here in 2020 looking forward to the beach life. However, I soon realized biking isn't safe and jaywalkers are everywhere. We live off 59th where Snapper's Restaurant is. There is a traffic light there, which makes this a dangerous area to get in and out of, especially when there are visitors standing in the road waiting for a table. Multiple times I've almost been hit head on using the median lane to cross over Gulf Boulevard. After listening tonight, Serrata doesn't have any traffic lights, and I feel for the people that are going to have to cross over the Gulf Boulevard median. It is a very serious safety issue. It's not being discussed here tonight, even though safety is mentioned in 3 of the 7 LDC requirements for this CUP approval. Section 4.42D, 3 and 5. Here are some recent articles. 2021. Okay, that's not working either. Gulf Boulevard dangers remain despite years of promised action by leaders. I don't know why this isn't working. 2022, Pinellas most dangerous for walking, bicycling, and 2021 deaths, nearly double. 2023, St. Pete Beach hopes to improve Gulf Boulevard after deadly history. Transportation planners like Michelle Gonzalez, St. Pete Beach Community Development Director, told ABC News, "You know we have an existing roadway. We have buildings everywhere, limited space. What can we do?" Don't take my personal experience from this. FDOT and for Pinellas, safety needs identified by the city due to increase in recent crashes. 70-year-old dead, 4 other pedestrians injured in St. Pete Beach hit and run. Couple hit, killed by a car while crossing the boulevard. Density and safety go hand in hand. The higher the density, the less safe our streets will be. I ask that you not only look at the density of hotels present and future, but also the magnitude of developments nearby, as we know they are coming to our beaches too. St. Pete Rising shows over 3,000 units under construction. Skyway Marina is just a few minutes away. They're building out 3,000 units. How many people can our beach committee hold and keep safe? To sum it up, we have a serious safety issue now. We have density added from multiple sources, hotel expansions. Like Michelle Gonzalez says, we have limited space. What can we do? I'd also like to say that I've got something to hand to you. I am providing a checklist for their criteria under 4.4 and 4.12, which this application fails to be supported by competent substantial evidence and a draft motion for denial. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Yes. My name is Sandy Spolito, and I live at 5301 Gulf Boulevard in Boca Sands. I have a picture here. I don't know how to put it up, but directly, okay. Okay. There are a number of items in the special use permit document that I would like to address. On page 10, it states that the applicant met with the Florida Department of Transportation to coordinate access locations and minimize the impact to Gulf Boulevard. In the 4 years I have lived at Boca Sands, the drive that is directly across from the entrance to Boca Sands has been barricaded, and I was told it was for trucks only. I have been trying to find out how this could be changed to an entrance to a 321 parking space, 8-story public garage. It's directly across. That's what we see. You see the do not enter sign over here. Okay. I talked to Barry, and Barry said the applicant had been working with the Florida Department of Transportation on roadway connections, and all would go through their department. I then had the opportunity to speak with Donald Marco with the Florida Department of Transportation. He said they had not seen the final design plans of the developer and that they had only had 2 informal meetings with them, of which the last was in September. He further told me that he would get back to me when I asked him how the trucks only entrance could disappear. He said the owner said they took it away. And anyway, so now we are going to have across the street from us a public garage that's 8 or 9 stories tall with a 130-room motel in front of it who's going to park in this garage. And then on your lot 2 that you have here of the Sabata, they are going to park in this garage, and it's open to the public 24/7. So if you think it's going to hurt my property value, sure it's going to. If you think it's going to impact my view, sure it's going to. I'm going to get to go out on my balcony every day and look at an 8-story parking garage across the street. I was told by some, well, we need more beach parking. Okay, you think the people that go all and park 2 miles away down in front of your house are going to pay to park in that parking garage? I doubt it. I don't know. I wouldn't park in a parking garage. You know, you can drive from Corey Avenue all the way to the Bayway. You don't see one parking, individual parking, not under hotels, but a public parking garage. This will be a precedent that you will set. No doubt about it.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I also would like to state.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up, unfortunately.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jody Powell, Deborah Scheckner, Ted Teal are next.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hello. Good evening. I'm here about 4.4.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm sorry. Jody Powell, 5930 Bahama Way North, St. Pete Beach. I'm here about the historic and cultural area, promoting Gulf views, no walls across Gulf Boulevard. We're known as Sunset Capital with the historic charm of no high-rises. Residents choose to live in this community because of the quality of life due to the appeal of its beauty, tranquility, serenity, safety of our small island, the beautiful beach and abundance of wildlife, and we don't want that destroyed. We pay 80% of the taxes, and we live here year-round supporting the restaurants and bars. In the past, we had discounts. Now, they're charging us $25 parking fee to eat and supply business to their restaurants. My family has lived here on St. Pete Beach since the early 60s. My present home I've been in since 1973. My uncle was a captain of the St. Pete Beach Police Force. My cousin was a sergeant detective for the 1st K-9 here on the beach. My father, a World War II Marine veteran, was a Coast Guard auxiliary here, and he also was security of the Don Cesar Trade Winds and Three Palms Point. My brother, an Air Force veteran, was security at the Serrata Trade Winds and Three Palms Point. The hotels in this community are family-owned mom and pop. They're not high-rises. We all had a great relationship with them. The Nicholas family bought the Serrata in 1962, and they had Harry's. They happened to be friends of mine, and Harry's was named after the father and the grandfather. Well, we go there, we like to enjoy the beach, and we bring our family and friends. Historically, you will see in some of these, we have our historic community. In 1917, we have a historic museum. Women's Club in 1922. Don Cesar in 1928. We had Corey Avenue, 7 decades old. Woody's is 1945. And a lot of our hotels are from the 50s. The Alden, the Bon Air, Gale's Restaurant was 1954, and we have the historic golf trail, Polynesian Putter. Usually the Marriott, and I enjoy going to Marriott hotels, but what we need is for them to meet our community's culture. Come in and renovate and remodel and keep it within the guidelines of the 30 units and not go 75. We don't want walls across Gulf Boulevard blocking our views. The residents' use of the entire beach behind the hotels, you know, they pay taxes up to the end of their property line, and the rest of the beach belongs to we, the public. That's why we paid and pay the taxes that we do to live here. We, the residents, will appreciate your support to fight for us and the right to sustain our way of life on St. Pete Beach. We chose to live here because of the views and because of no high-rise hotels, no walls blocking our view. And as I always say, my grandmother used to say, you can have all the intelligence in the world, but if you don't have common sense, you have nothing at all. But we paid to be here, to have those beautiful views, and not have a Clearwater Beach, an Atlantic City, you know, a Daytona, a Miami Beach. We don't want that. We like the culture of St. Pete Beach. Please take that into consideration for we, the residents, who have been here for a long time, and that's why we're here. Thank you for your time, and we hope you'll consider this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing those photos. They're cool photos. They're cool photos.
We have a lot of historic history here, right? We'd like to keep it that way.
Good evening. Deborah Schechner, Bocaciega, Isle. I've lived here for over 2 decades. I've served on the St. Pete Beach Finance Board, served on the Pinellas County Transportation Board, and I was an interim mayor. For over 2 decades, the majority of residents have remained steadfast in not wanting tall buildings and higher density. Additional proof for me was when the recent election of our mayor, who ran on a strong residents first platform. We are a beach residential community with tourists. If the Serrata and the Trade Winds are approved, we will become a tourist community with residents. Both projects will bring 1,000 more rooms, times 4, some of them are suites, equals 4,000 new tourist accommodations, in addition to everything else that's sitting on the ground that is a tourist hotel. I mention both projects because they have an impact both in the number of rooms, the large increase in tourists, and just the beginning right now, we have a growth cycle. Wynwood Pass, PCI, possibly the Dolphin, and others close behind and wanting to redevelop. My history and experience includes participation in countless of meetings, visioning workshops, town halls, discussions with many residents and experts over the years. During the city-sponsored collaborative labs that were held in the early 2000s, hoteliers, commissioners, business owners, and residents dedicate time to state what city looks like now what we wanted to look in the future. Consensus vote during the labs was that we have a quaint, family-friendly, laid-back, and safe beach community with a good mix of restaurants and businesses. With natural resources and environment, easy access to the beach, fishing, swimming, and boating, we have a balanced community with the tourist. The consensus, by vote again, for the future vision, we wanted to remain a quaint, laid-back, and family-friendly community with tourists. Restaurants and businesses have access to our beaches, water activities, enjoy safe, good activities, be reasonably vibrant, which I thought was interesting, a complete town. We did not want, and again, large group of people, high-density buildings of any kind, and 55.5% of attendees agreed. Remember, hoteliers were part of that. Through the years, residents frequent in large numbers voiced their opposition to the tall buildings and higher density at numerous town halls over 20 years. City Commission meetings, this is our history. And as you hear from residents today, it is also a future the current residents' desire. I support reasonable and responsible development in character with our community and neighborhoods. I cannot support in good conscience the Serrata conditional use permit. It is not a right. I urge you to vote no. Please do not set a dangerous precedence for the trade winds and other developers as they come before you. Imagine crowded beaches, walls blocking views, breezes. Imagine a packed beach, traffic jams, and many years of construction, all beyond your control. My quality of life is at stake, and our constitutional right to the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you.
Many brought us here to this paradise.
Thank you. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
I am Ted Teal, 2871 Alton Drive on Vina Del Mar. I ask the commission to reject the CUP application because of the adverse effect of the high room density requested on traffic, safety, and the character of the city, and because of the precedent it would set. As protectors of the city, the commission has an obligation to use common sense in its decision-making. For example, it's common sense that approving the dramatically increased room density per acre proposed will lead virtually every property owner in the resort district to exploit the precedent set by this decision and submit CUP applications to increase their property density to the same level. It defies common sense for the commission not to consider the cumulative adverse effect of developers exploiting the precedent that this would set. But even if we consider just this application, which defies common sense since the trade winds application is waiting in the wings, there is reason to believe that this application would cause one or more of the adverse effects enumerated in the municipal code. Let's take traffic. Today, a Wednesday in February, not high season, at around noon, not on Saturday, I was driving north along Gulf Boulevard to my dentist in South Pasadena, just living my life. Traffic was backed up all the way down Gulf Boulevard to the Don Cesar. I was very late for my appointment. As Drew Rourke said, the Serrata study that he reviewed had significant errors and flaws which rendered it not competent substantial evidence. Based on my observations living here and going up and down Gulf Boulevard, even the 2,400 extra cars per day that the Serrata projects would make traffic untenable, not to mention the additional CUPs that are inevitably following. Please use common sense, reject this application, and ask the developer to come back with a new application with significantly lower room density per acre. This would reduce the adverse traffic and other effects and create a more livable precedent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next are Lisa Reich, Joanne Zavak, Ruta Hantz, and Mark Kavanaugh.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Lisa Reich, and I live on 78th Avenue. And I don't know how I follow through my slides. Just here? Okay. Okay, so I just press the button. So I have sent, what? Oh, the clock. Okay. Can she? You want to reset my timer? Yeah, I don't know why this isn't coming up. There it is. Okay. I'm ready. I sent an email earlier this week to detail a timeline, just so you guys get an idea. So I'm going to go really, really fast through my slides. Again, I'm a homeowner, business owner, local artist, and coastal wildlife conservationist. I've been patrolling the beaches for 13 years, not only here on St. Pete Beach, but in various beaches in Pinellas County. I have trained and attended most recently in 2023 the lighting workshop put on by Sea Turtle Conservancy and Clearwater Marine Aquarium. As of 2020, I went out last night and I conducted a lighting survey. And my results were that 95% of the property from the north building all the way down to Rum Runners was 95% non-compliant. And I was shocked. As you guys know, sea turtles are protected, and St. Pete Beach has a marine turtle protection ordinance in the Land Development Code, Division 44, Marine Turtle Protection. It's been in place since 2007. It needs to be updated. There are model ordinances out there, but I know we're in the middle of the beach ordinance debacle. But there is a city ordinance that does in fact exist. On December 5th, the staff report was revised to include conditions and criteria, and the staff modified the condition to require that all existing lighting, in addition to the new lighting, be compliant with local, county, and state requirements. That's down there in the red. Sorry, I keep forgetting to move it. Part of the timeline, I did multiple lighting surveys over time. Since December 5th, I did 2 and found that the property was non-compliant. I didn't do as an extensive lighting survey as I did last night. As of February 13th, it was before I emailed you guys. I sent an email to Serata, and this was the 3rd attempt to contact them since June of 2023 to try and see if we could go in and help them. At this point, you know, it's obvious that I don't know who's telling them what or who's gone in and done a lighting survey. I also did a public research or public record request, and as of I think it was December, there weren't any records of lighting surveys. I have 4 seconds left. This is the North End building, 100% non-compliant. All white lights. This was last night. This one is the middle main building along as well as Rum Runners. In the corner here, there's minimal compliance, but about 95% of this is non-compliant. This is compliant, and you can see the difference in the lighting. The pool has recessed lights.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Ray, did I hear the beeper go off?
Oh.
Did we extend time?
Sorry, did the timer go off?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry, too.
We're all getting tired.
Okay.
All right, if you wouldn't mind just wrapping it up.
Okay. Basically, the Serrata's existing property is not compliant with the St. Pete Beaches Marine Turtle Protection Ordinance and does not meet the conditions put forth by the Planning Board or the City Planner staff report as of December 5th.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Joanne Zavak, 225 South Tessier. Okay, there have been so many things brought up tonight. I have so much I want to say. I can't even fit it all in, so I'm going to probably talk fast. I apologize. But basically, I want to start saying that the city planners and the planning board are set up to ensure that regulations are met using quantitative analysis. And you guys get involved in the process kind of at the end to make sure residents are protected and considering things like public services, the character, the environment, and possible nuisances. And it states in 4.2 section that the commission can make a decision based on whether the permit plans may but do not necessarily have significant adverse effects, meaning that the potential for an adverse effect is sufficient grounds to deny or request modification. So two things, I'm probably going to babble here, but two things I really want to focus on that bother me the most. One is the character of the city, which is the essence of our city, basically. And the other is the density of our city. Obviously, we are pretty much at capacity for traffic. We all know that. There's not enough road space, I guess, to get down the road. So obviously, adding any more people, any more population is going to make it worse. And do we just keep adding people until we burst at the seams? In the traffic studies, there are two things that are definitely missing, and I think this is why everybody kind of laughs when you talk about the traffic studies. But the main components that add traffic to our streets are how sunny it is and how warm it is. I have not heard either of those mentioned in any of the traffic studies. On a weekend day, if it's a warm, sunny day, we have really heavy traffic. If it's not warm or sunny, we don't. Regarding public services, in the last couple of months, my family personally has had issues with transportation, taking 25 minutes to get a ride on the freebie. I ended up walking a mile and a half faster twice. Emergency services, my daughter called 911, nobody came. Law enforcement, we have a lot of discussion about minor things like dogs on the beach or people urinating in the dunes. Nobody responds to those at all. And if we add more people to hotels, they're obviously their calls are probably going to be of a more serious nature because they're not going to be concerned about the little things. So we're concerned that our smaller concerns are not going to get addressed. People love the character of St. Pete Beach. It's what brings people back here time and time again. I only have not much time left, so I don't know if this will show up. How do I get something to show up there? Okay, so here is a kindergarten sheet that we teach kindergartners to learn how to see what belongs and what doesn't. You can see what doesn't belong there easily. And as a kindergarten skill, here's buildings on St. Pete Beach. You can look at that, and I think the kindergartners could also easily pick out which one doesn't belong there. Thank you.
The next five will be Mark Kavanaugh, Pamela Harris, Susie Bogdan, Cindy Perry, and Julianne Causey.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Ruta Hance at 7711 Coquina Way. 30 years ago, I drove out of Bella Vista and down Gulf Boulevard crying. My father was in the car with me, and he was dying. I was frantic to make it to the hospital, yelling at drivers to get the hell out of my way. St. Pete Beach is an island. If I turned left, I would have been in the Gulf. If I turned right, I would have been in the bay. So I had no choice but to bypass traffic on Gulf Boulevard, keep going straight, driving over curbs, trying to get my father to the hospital. In addition to the hotel issue here right now, nobody is considering the thousands of high-rise apartments being built all over downtown St. Pete and Skyway Village. And yes, most of these residents will be coming to St. Pete Beach. Destination Analysis did a study showing over 1.3 million visitors in our area were local day trippers, and 92% of these visitors used personal or rental vehicles. Now, with all this new development, these day trippers' visits to our beach will increase exponentially, further exacerbating any traffic anybody's talking about with the hotels. And that is going to happen, with or without any additional hotels. We are not stupid. We all know these developers with deep pockets can afford attorneys to filibuster here late into the night, making statements that are not always true. And they can manipulate data for traffic and vehicle studies that will, of course, come out in their favor. We live here. We know what we see and what is true. The residents had already spoken when the comprehensive plan was made. Don't let these rich developers intimidate us into thinking we have to let them stray from the plan. No, we don't. You work for us, not them. Before I retired, I worked for the government as a public servant. I took my oath of office seriously, caring about how I affected people's lives and doing the right thing, following the laws in place, regardless of my opinion that our citizens had entrusted me to carry out, just as we are now entrusting you to do. Will you have a clean conscience, knowing you voted to stick with the comprehensive plan that your constituents had voted on and entrusted you to carry out on their behalf? Or will you side with developers and flippers, trading in our mid-sized retirement, family-friendly town with nationally recognized clean beaches and a sense of community to create something like the pictured Clearwater Beach that nobody wants to visit? Will you stand for limited but elegant developments similar to admired beaches such as Hilton Head, which has fewer rooms and the ability to charge higher rates? This is supply and demand economics 101.
Thank you. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Pamela Harris. I'm a resident of Boca Sands, 5301 Gulf Boulevard. I want to speak to you today about 4 specific criteria. I have handouts for each of you all in case you can't see them from the pictures and presentation I'm doing. I represent those residents of Boca Sands, and we feel that we are directly impacted by the Serrata development. First, I'd like to talk to you about the ingress and egress of Boca Sands. All owners in a condominium complex already have a very difficult and dangerous situation coming out of our driveway onto Gulf Boulevard, both going north and south. Making a left turn in high season is treacherous at best. With the addition of the 9-story parking garage the Serrata is proposing, it will not only be impossible for our residents to exit, but again, extremely dangerous. Be aware that the commercial business Beachmark also shares the tiny center turning lane, which if the CPU is granted as proposed, will also become the turning lane into the 9-story parking garage. Beachmark's entrance is 15 feet south of Boca Sands entrance. With 575 parking spaces, the proposed garage will make entering and exiting Boca Sands deadly. Please refer to the pictures I have, A, B, C, and D, and if I have time, I'll answer any questions about those. Photographs E and F are my current view of the Gulf. From the end of November approximately to the end of February, I'm able to watch the sunset from my balcony. If you grant permission of the CPU, I'm going to be looking at that 9-story parking garage. Finally, we contend that the application will have significant adverse effects on the livability of all residents at Boca Sands. Standards in review state in 4.4.2D, one must consider all adverse impacts on nearby lands. We are nearby lands within 500 feet. I urge you to pause and decline the CPU as residents of St. Pete Beach, and I ask you to find compromise. I also...
Thank you.
There are 2 other pictures, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about those if you so desire.
Thank you. I think we have them in the package. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Cindy Perry. I live at 1126 Boca Ciega Isle Drive. I am a retired project management professional certified by the Project Management Institute. However, I don't think it takes a PMP to recognize that this CUP has many incomplete components and is not even ready for City Commission review. One of the most troubling aspects is the economic impact analysis. I have requested in writing at more than one of these public meetings since April 2023 that the impact on resident city taxes be calculated and evaluated to assure consistency with the comprehensive plan and not result in increases for the residents' tax burden. This slide is from the economic impact analysis. The comprehensive plan calls for redevelopment in the large resort district to assist with shifting the city's tax burden from residents to businesses. The plan recommends 30% to 40% of local tax revenue be generated by commercial properties for the healthiest economy. This shows taxes collected at the city level in fiscal year 2023 where commercial properties contributed less than 20% of the tax burden. Further, the information that we have from the applicant states that their pro forma cannot be used for any kind of metric for this project. So there's no data. There's no multi-year financial analysis on the impact to resident city taxes. The city's comment in the planning board packet stating the project is likely to increase the commercial tax base only proves the city has not completed the analysis to actually know the impact. Not achieving the comprehensive plan goal to shift the city's tax burden would be a significant adverse impact. The city should not make such a large, consequential, irreversible, potentially precedent-setting decision before doing the math. We need to be sure that this CUP is consistent with the financial goals stated in the comprehensive plan. In summary, there are many items required for this CPU that have not been properly evaluated. The economic impact analysis is only one example. I am pro-redevelopment, but this entire proposed project has not been properly analyzed or approached as a win-win. The CUP should be denied. A new approach, which includes working with the city and residents for a mutually beneficial redevelopment, is required. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Julie Causey, 132 Punta Vista Drive. I can see Serrata from my backyard. I would love to see something with character and charm, like the Don or the Zamora, unlike the proposed block building structure, but that is not my highest priority. I am nervous every time I turn left out of my neighborhood. I'm uncomfortable crossing the street at the crosswalk, but mostly I am fearful of hitting someone when I drive down Gulf Boulevard. Tourists have no idea of the dangers of crossing the street, and many don't even use the crosswalk. Most drivers go over the posted 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. We need to have something intuitive that is in place, like censored red lights, before we add thousands of people to our area. Red lights and crosswalks, the drivers don't know what to do with the crosswalks, the tourists don't know what to do with the crosswalks. There needs to be a committee coordinating with our city, state, and the DOT to reduce the speed limit on Gulf Boulevard or put in censored red lights at every neighborhood. My neighborhood has a beach access right across the street. It would make sense to put a red light there. The Florida standard for business and residential areas is 30 miles per hour. Having more red lights would help reduce the speed on Gulf Boulevard. I understand this is a state issue, but it needs to be addressed before this project is approved. Land Development Code Section 4.4 includes neighborhood impacts and pedestrian safety, which are my two major concerns. Regarding Gulf Boulevard, the complexities of having one lane closed for road work over the last several years has only added to driver and pedestrian confusion. This is only going to increase with two major resorts under construction. How could we ease the stress of delivery and construction equipment? Possibly all work vehicles arrive via Pasadena and depart via the Bayway, thereby eliminating left turns? What about the safety of bicyclists with basically no bike lane? I ask that you postpone your vote until these issues are resolved for the safety of cyclists, pedestrians, as well as drivers, whose lives are changed forever, like Jenna, who is turning left on Gulf Boulevard at 7:18 p.m. A couple who had been drinking all day walked into her car in an unlit area. Nothing has been done to improve the safety since this tragic accident on January 23. It would be negligent to pass this right now until more work is done. Also, when we resolve pedestrian crossings by red lights or speed limits, it will affect the basis and outcomes of the existing traffic study, which looks to me like we're already at gridlock.
Thank you.
Next will be Steve Sanders, Carol Blair, Nancy Shannon, Wendy Fruland, and Claudine Reese.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Susie Bogdan. I live at 7912 Sailboat Key Boulevard South, number 603, and while I am actually a resident of South Pasadena, I consider St. Pete Beach my home. I certainly spend a lot of time and money and really enjoy this area very much. I'm fortunate to call it my home all year round. I was also born and raised here in St. Petersburg. And after a career in the military with very many moves, it's nice to come back home to care for my aging parents in such a lovely town. And I'm grateful to come back to the same natural beauty and character of a place where I grew up, and it helped me become the person that I am. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to volunteer with our local nonprofits to help protect our wildlife, including our sea turtles, our birds, and our coastal habitat. This is my hometown, and it currently retains the character and history that made St. Pete Beach a place that both tourists and local residents love. Please don't undo all this amazing progress, all the hard work and determination of residents and elected representatives before you who've done so much to preserve what we love about St. Pete Beach. This massive Serrata expansion just doesn't make sense to me or anybody I talk to about it, and it will ruin everything we love about this area. What the Serrata has planned is just too big, and it's too intrusive for our beach, and it harms our community. It will destroy the heart and soul of who we are. I didn't plan to stay in this area. I really want to go overseas, but I've kind of fallen in love with it all over again. And honestly, if this expansion goes forth in its current state, I don't think I want to live here. St. Pete Beach will lose its hometown charm. And I really don't think tourists will like it either. One of my military assignments was located in Miami, and I loved living there at the time, but I hate going back to Miami now. Its gross, out-of-control development has destroyed the enjoyment of even visiting there. So these are photos, a little crooked, sorry, and that's me at the bottom on the beach at Upham Beach, my family and friends, and just for y'all's sake, this is our student government class, 1985 at the steps of the Dawn. This is the St. Pete Beach we all know and love and want to preserve. And right now it's a pivotal moment for the future of St. Pete Beach and for all of us. And you have the power to make a positive difference and save our beach and our identity by not allowing the Serrata expansion and insisting upon responsible development. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Again, Steve Sanders, Carol Blair, Nancy Shannon, Wendy Fruland, or Claudine Reese, and then if not, numbers 1 through 10 on the cards.
Nancy left. I ceded my time. Excuse me.
Anybody numbers 1 through 10, just hand me your card when you come up.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Lisa Robinson, 7100 Bocasiega Drive.
Oh, turn to the left. Thank you.
I'm a 53-year beach resident. I grew up on Treasure Island. I'm a 35-year St. Pete Beach resident, and I'm a 33-year homeowner in St. Pete Beach, same house. My playground was Treasure Island Beach, St. Pete Beach, and Clearwater Beach. I know the beaches. I could probably say I'm an expert at that. I have witnessed both the good and bad changes that overdevelopment brings. I'm not against development. I'm against this project due to its massive size and scale. I've seen how massive development changes the character of a community. Just look at Sand Key, Clearwater, Miami, and their traffic level of service. Compare that to Treasure Island, where they have responsible development, and they're still developing. This is our beach right here. This project itself is massive. The average hotel size on this beach, if you take it together, the average hotel is 6 stories. This project is massive. Not alone does it block everybody's views, but it's massive. Serrata Development wants to double that 6 stories. But both the comp plan and the LDC specifically address this. Compatibility with character of existing structures, 4.4A2. Compatibility with the community, 4.11. Intensity and scale, 4.4A2A. Size, style, scale, 4.4A2C. Height and massing, 4.124. That's 5 times it's mentioned in the LDC, 5. This is just not the right development for us. This is massive. And the applicant can demonstrate otherwise, which is their requirement to do so. Your obligation is to not only consider the standard and to make sure it's demonstrated, but to also represent the will of the people in this community, which brings me to consistency with the comp plan, 4.4A1. This massive development does not address the comp plan's guiding principles: built-out community, citizens' objections to height and density, protection of character. We have a conflict here, not only with our own comp plan and LDC, but with vendors such as Kimley Horn working both sides of the fence with the city and with the developer. If there's a doubt, you should throw this out. Please vote no.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Wendy Frulin. I live at 6361 Third Palm Point. I am a lifelong resident of St. Pete Beach. I've been a resident for 50+ years. I am not anti-development. I'm definitely pro-development. I learned to swim in the Don Cesar's pool. I've worked at the hotels. My mom worked at the hotels. We've always had a relationship as a community with the hotels. They're an integral part of who we are. This, however, is so overwhelming. It's so encompassing of what we have as a beach to offer. This project is basically looking at the maximum density, the maximum that we can give. Our goal as a city is to redevelop all of this. If we allow a project like this to happen, we're not leaving room for any of the future projects that are coming when we start looking at things like the sewage, the infrastructure, the traffic. So I'm not against this project. I'm against this project being of this magnitude And I think as a responsible commission, what your job tonight is to go back to these people and tell them this is not acceptable, because we need to look at what the future holds for us. And if we allow this to happen, there is not going to be room in our city to redevelop these other properties that need to be redeveloped. The other thing, one other thing I wanted to mention tonight when I came in was I live 0.8 miles from the Toasted Monkey, and when I'm in my bathroom, I can sing along with the music that I'm hearing from that. It doesn't bother me. At 10 o'clock, they're good neighbors, they're good stewards. They shut down the music. It's never 10:01. It's never 10:02. But that is ground level venue that does everything that they can to mitigate that sound. They're courteous neighbors. My fear with this project's proposal, with the elevated venue that would allow live music, that even though it's facing the beach, it's also facing directly down the beach, unobstructed. That sound will carry, especially being elevated. It's going to be impactful to our residents, impactful to the other vacationers that we have here. And these are people with deep pockets, just like we're experiencing with an issue on Paso Grill. They continually disregard our ordinances. The city has proven itself powerless to enforce that, and that's a local business. My fear is with a large corporation coming in that there's never going to be a chance to put that back in its box, and we're going to be dealing with noise pollution that we're not going to be able to stop. So that's pretty much it. I'm not against the redevelopment. We just need to use common sense, and I'm just asking the commission to actually fight for our residents, not just take what this corporation is coming in and handing to us at face value, and to kind of give and take, and it has to be a working, not trust us relationship with the corporation. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I called card numbers 1 through 10 to come up. If there aren't any, 10 through 20, come up and give me your card.
Good evening, commissioners, or good morning.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Claudine Reese. I live on Vina Del Mar, and I've been a resident of St. Pete Beach for over 25 years. And the reason my husband and I chose to live here is because we loved the small beach town character, being slow-paced, a very nice beach vibe, and honestly, the real selling point was the Don Cesar. We still find the beauty enchanting, really. But over the 25 years, I've heard about debates about redevelopment from the sidelines, and like many residents, I was raising my family and I was working. I did become more familiar with the redevelopment issues within recent years, while the moratorium, now I realize, was coming to an end. So after much research, I realized there's been a clear battle for decades, actually, between the residents' vision versus developers' vision for our town. And I'm here tonight to ask that you look closely at the comp plan and ask that you listen to and consider our expert testimony on equal footing as the applicants, and to consider the layperson testimony as substantial evidence as cited in section 4.11. Which also, 4.11 states that such projects require higher than usual level of public scrutiny to ensure that such developments are in harmony with community character and consistent with the policies. Past litigation and moratoriums are the whole reason that we have this blank canvas, or diamond in the rough, with acres and acres of beachfront properties assembled over the years with corporate buyouts of family-owned hotels. We need redevelopment and we welcome it. However, we must be good stewards of our town by implementing quality control. Let's look to towns such as Hilton Head, Aspen, St. Augustine, Fort Lauderdale by the Sea for the way forward. Our comp plan has this protection in section 4.4. Standards for review include consistency with existing area and structures, building style and scale. Let's look to the best architecture we have here and have consistency with those buildings. Section 4.4 mandates preservation of state-designated scenic resources. St. Pete Beach has the wonderful designation, the state designation of Sunset Capital of Florida, which someone mentioned earlier. Our main thoroughfare, Gulf Boulevard, is about 2.5 miles long from one end to the other, and the large district resort is nearly a mile. If this permit is approved and others in the district follow suit, nearly half of our town's main pedestrian thoroughfare will be deprived of sunlight early in the day for a lot of the time of the year. So, and to sum it up, you are under no obligation to vote yes, as you already know. Your job, as you know, is not to bow to the whims of developers, but rather represent the residents. Please do not allow the subject to be muddied between the property rights versus entitlement to maximize profits. The residents have rights too. We have the rights to preserve the wildlife, history, natural beauty, character, and charm of our beach town.
Thank you.
Okay, any remaining card holders, come forward.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Linda Llewellyn, 2802 Pasagrille Way. My comments are directed directly to, unfortunately, I've forgotten your name, but your son has stepped out, so maybe you're going to be able to answer for him. Would have been so much better if he had come. He asked us to trust him this evening. We should trust him on water. On your water person, the water table's 15 feet down. How in the world do you think that vault is going to work? I think we've beat traffic to death. That one, you got more work to do. But the best slide tonight was the view. The view where you had that triangle in bright red. You'd have to be leaning out of the building to get the view that they're trying to pretend that you would have. You can't trust that, can you? Now, let's see. I'm going to direct my comments to you, sir. Sorry, I don't remember your name, Mr. Columbia.
Mayor,
Sussex.
that's improper. She has to address her.
Dr. Linda, if you
Well,
please.
tell me what his name is.
If you'll
That's
please
all I'm
just
lacking.
address.
I'm so sorry.
If you just address the commission, please.
Okay, but the comments are directed to the developer, because the developer's asking us, you personally have said, have you had any bad outcomes? Have you had any bankruptcies? Well, he himself mentioned this evening that he had built the Hilton up in Clearwater. And curiously, that contract somehow, some way, conveniently lacked the parking garage. Can you imagine what that did to the contract, to the cost of that project? And I think it's fair for him, I'm happy to cede my time, so that he can elaborate on his previous answer, because obviously the previous answer wasn't quite accurate. But he's not bad. Maybe Dad would like.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can we ask the father to
No, ma'am. If you'll please direct your questions to the commission.
Then I'll let you ask him. Can you ask the developer what happened on that particular contract? Because obviously he forgot to tell us about it. It was the Hilton. He mentioned the Hilton. I didn't mention it. He mentioned the Hilton this evening, that he had built that. And as luck would have it, I know the bankers.
All right.
That is where the information came from. They neglected to include the parking garage. If you're going to vote yes, I hope you've checked on the parking garage for this project, because that would be critical to this project. But I think it's fair to ask the developer. The city should do that. That is your responsibility to get all the information. What happened, and why did he forget to have the parking garage in that construction contract? Were you all aware of that? You were aware of it. I made you aware of it. Yes, I did.
No, I'm saying I wasn't aware of it, but
I made you aware of it at the Monday at the library.
thank you.
Well, I'm disappointed that City Council is not doing their job. This is your job, is to find out all the information, and you're not doing it. You're just stonewalling. That's not good.
Next person, please. If you'll state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Jolyn Lawson, 5407 Leilani Drive. And this is just real quick. I would like, and I'm the director of the Protect St. Pete Beach Advocacy Group. I just would like to submit for record the results of our online petitions. We've had 2,157 people sign one or both of the petitions. The first petition is against approving Serrata and Tradewinds conditional use permits as proposed, and the other was petition against overdevelopment in St. Pete Beach. And of those, 900 people are within 1 mile of Serrata, and 362 people are within half a mile. The names and addresses are in this folder. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
John Kurzman. Hopefully you can zoom in a little better on that. Bahia Honda Way. This ordinance was signed in 2005 by Ward Frislowski when he was mayor. So he was very familiar. This was the conditional use ordinance. So he understood that it was a subjective ordinance that helped you to decide what was could be done. And if you look at the different things that you could choose, there was a lot of subjectivity, but he actually at the last meeting said that he would have turned down the project based on, for instance, the way the parking garage looked. So you have that leeway. And if you look carefully, if you look at section 35 of our ordinances, it says that a large resort district is to encourage full-service integrated resort development if it's 3 acres of size or greater. And if you look at 35.3, it even starts saying that a secondary commercial use is if it's a non-residential use located within, that is not located within the principal building. So I suggest you really dive in and understand that there's a concept of a principal building. So which is the principal building in this project? Which is the principal building? Which is the secondary building? And also, there's, in a large resort, you're supposed to be trying to get in retail, in eating and drinking establishments, and all sorts of other things going on. And then in 35 says you should also be, the large resort ordinance says that you should start getting involved with section 39. And it says that you should make sure that your hedges allow an unobstructed view of the property from your public streets, and that you should have a 10-foot sidewalk and a flow for sidewalk cafes and outdoor eating areas. And look at this. There's walls. You're not supposed to have walls. And your parking garage is very specific. The ordinance says what a parking garage, there's no ambiguity. It tells you you're supposed to have a look that's specific. The ordinance tells you in section 39 what a parking garage should look like. It shouldn't be guesswork. And here's their slide. It says the Gulf Boulevard should attract people for living, employment, and recreation. And the city should encourage revitalization through commercial and temporary lodging will attract residents and visitors. Do you think that this attracts residents and visitors when there's a wall? Look at the size of that car. Look how high that wall is. And look how you don't see the front of the building. You don't have, you're supposed to have, every window is supposed to be visible. Only 10% of the windows are supposed to be opaque. Everything is supposed to be visible and open and inviting. So, and a definition of a resort is supposed to be that not just adding hotels. This is not at all the concept that it's supposed to be
Thank you, sir.
envisioned. So I'd be for this if this was actually a resort.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk, do we have any other audience comments?
I don't see any.
Okay. With that, we will close the audience comments time. And we are approaching 9 minutes to 1 a.m.
I'd motion to go, hopefully we don't go, but to go until 3 a.m.
I guess I would, everybody feeling pretty good about thinking things through logically, and we've heard what we need to hear? Everybody feeling good enough to make a decision tonight, or do we need to think about, I hate to move this another day. I'd like to get this over and done with one way or another. But everybody feeling clear-headed enough to keep going till 3?
Do you have another proposed option?
No, I'm just asking the question. I guess I was looking for nods or something, so. Yeah, I think we're all thinking.
It's, I don't think, well, one, if we go to 2 o'clock, we'll need a recess, which then means we have 50 minutes, which is not enough time for the applicant to do their rebuttal. And then for us to deliberate, ask any further questions. So it's either going to be 3 a.m. or later, or we adjourn.
That makes more sense, because I forgot that we have to have rebuttal time, so I would not want to put that off. So I'm good with 3 a.m.
We're waiting for a second, correct?
I mean, we can discuss it before we vote on the motion. Those are my thoughts.
Let's discuss it.
So,
I mean, I think that we've come this far. I would hate to postpone the applicant's opportunity to rebut and for us to finish any questioning we have of them. I would hate to postpone that to another day. You know, so if it is all possible to get through at bare minimum that tonight, I think that would be very valuable for the process to have gotten that all done in one sitting.
Yeah, I'd
can probably accomplish that by 2. That'd be fair.
So by 2, our discussions?
By 2 to have the applicant take a recess, have the applicant give them half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour for rebuttal, or however long they want to take. And then at 2 o'clock, we revisit, or we adjourn.
So I'm just trying to understand. So at 2 o'clock, if they do their rebuttal, let's say it's an hour, at 2 o'clock, what would our options be if no one wants to go any longer tonight?
We can adjourn.
And we'd have to pick a date certain?
You would.
What would be the earliest date certain we could do?
Tomorrow.
What was that?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Or actually today.
Just go home and nap and come back.
I can say right now I can't do tomorrow. I've got a full day of work tomorrow.
Yeah, I do too.
Friday.
We can talk about that. I'd have to look into it. We could talk about that.
I propose we kind of compromise in the middle. Let's go to 2 o'clock and revisit at 2 o'clock if we want to continue on to 3.
Do I need to remove my motion? Or is it dead? No, second? Okay.
Died for a second.
So are you amending the motion to 2 o'clock?
I'll
You can amend
You can do that.
Yes.
I'll amend the motion to 2 o'clock.
Seconded.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Filtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki? Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We will recess to 1:05 sharp.
That long.
Gotta wake him up. Good. Get your heart going.
That's okay. No, I want what's on the Elmo.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Hello again, Scott Gilner with Kimley Horn & Associates, civil engineer for the project. I just want to hit on a couple things in my court. So stormwater, I know folks were reaching out. I just want to put it back up on the screen. The stormwater vault is under the JW Marriott. It's under the foundation. There's a lot of space and distance to go before we ever get to the C mark. It percolates into the ground. It's a typical system we use with Swift Mud. There is no issues that are going to be affecting the pool or any of that. I understand what they're talking about with the issues that went down on Broward County. That's a much different engineering thing. But for the record, this stormwater vault is not going to affect the C mark in the pool as referenced. Second topic was telecom. So if everybody remembers the Verizon network, you know, can you hear me, or whatever, he walks around and can you hear me now, can you hear me now, or AT&T does it, it's a network. So I think the important thing to think about, one tower, one thing affected, it's actually all of these towers that work in a network system. Now, not every tower has T-Mobile or Metro PCS or Verizon or AT&T, but it is a network, and depending on which tower you're talking about, they have a network that coverage is covering from different areas. So these are actually towers we pulled from FCC and put them into a ring as you look at St. Pete Beach. But the point being is not one single tower actually affects, you know, the whole city. It is done with a network as we're showing here.
Can you tell me, excuse me, just in case you know, can you tell me where the tower on the middle, like by the Bayway, down, down the
by
green one?
the Bayway.
Yeah, you had your finger go
right here?
to the left,
To the
of,
left.
then
That's
there.
actually on
Yeah.
the Don Cesar.
It is on the Don.
Yeah. And then Isla del Sol, as you're going towards, I believe it's when you're going to, it's on your way to Fort DeSoto. You actually turn in one of the kind of the maintenance drives.
And is it okay that I ask a question, another question?
Sure.
Did you get this in consultation with someone, or you just pulled an image of where the signal is? And the reason why I'm asking is I see the Dons, and then I see where the C mark, I guess, possibly is, and the Trade Winds I know has one as well. But I mean, if you look at the circles and how they cross each other, there will be a section possibly that's dead, per se. With I don't know if I'm using the appropriate word, but that might not cover if there is some kind of barrier.
Right. I don't think the rings are intended to be coverage per se, because they have angles or sectors as you're looking at cell phone towers, and so different sectors are kind of put in different directions for coverage. But this was just generally, here's a ring, as you drop it, you start to see coverage as it overlaps.
And they may not be for the same provider, so
Right.
and if they
So
cross over.
one might have AT&T, and then you might skip 2 or 3 to get to the next AT&T as you go.
And they bounce off of other towers as well, right? Because I know
Right.
we've been seeing them pop up around the city, like the white, smaller towers.
Small cell that gets additional bandwidth, yep, exactly. But again, it's a network, it's not just one. I think that's the important point we're pointing out here. Oh, and I'm sorry, and the condition still stands, so we're in agreement with the condition as it exists. So there is already a condition written by staff regarding CMARC as part of that.
Regarding C-Mark,
Yeah, CMARC raised the concern, so there's a condition in there regarding
to
CMARC.
address the telecommunications, you mean, correct?
Specifically, it requires that we give a signed opinion of a telecommunications engineer pertaining to the signal quality. That's important at site plan approval because this can change over time, right?
So last piece again, I think is just referencing the sea turtles. So as we were having the discussion, a couple things came up. One, the conditions, I think, from December 5th, those are for conditions that if we get approved for sea turtles and how we'd had to go through the FDEP 3CL permit process, which includes an FWC review for sea turtles. When we first had a pre-app meeting, then when I got involved in the project, the city referenced that we had an issue that we were not compliant with the city ordinance right now. The owner immediately said, well, how do we get in compliance? And his staff has been working with the city on multiple occasions to go and do that. I don't think we're compliant right now. I don't think we're arguing that, but we're not necessarily sure how to get compliant. So in the last comment I made, I think in our original presentation, is we would like to meet with the city and also walk with, I believe the woman's last name was Reich, or Reich? Right? And walk through what we're missing and what we're not seeing. The couple things they have done is they've changed the lighting that was identified. The first time they did it, they lowered it to a wattage, but I don't believe it was the correct wattage. It wasn't amber. They went back and did it again. They also put film on the sliding glass doors. The sliding glass doors that were identified, I think 45% transmission light is allowable. I think they went to 27% is what they told me. So we're trying to do it, but it's going to be an iterative process, and we'd like to walk with them. Happy to have that as a condition. Thank you.
All right, Becca Bond with Kimley Horn, transportation engineer for this project. All right. So I want to start by reiterating that the city's traffic engineering consultant reviewed and approved our analysis and found that it met the requirements of the City of St. Pete Beach Code. I also have a document to submit into the record which responds to the comments made by Mr. Rourke regarding the Serrata traffic study. We weren't sure that this was necessary to submit into the record because it did not affect the outcome of our analysis, but we would like to respond to his testimony now that it has been given, and I will go through and address his comments in the following slides. So one of the first comments that he made was about our distribution and how it was related to the Fusudamus output. So I want to start by saying, as I mentioned earlier, in reality, the distribution does not matter in this case for the roadway capacity analysis. As shown on this slide, in the table, we distributed 100% of the project traffic along each of the study roadway segments, and all of them are still operating below capacity and at an acceptable level of service. Additionally, the Fusudamus model used was according to industry standards, and the distribution was utilized in the analysis was approved by the city's traffic engineer. Next, I want to jump into the peak hour comparisons. So we heard about how the city of St. Pete Beach is a little bit different than some other communities where the peak might not be that 7 to 9 or that 4 to 6 p.m. So I wanted to firstly address that we looked at FDOT count data. So they have count stations along Gulf Boulevard where they have 24-hour counts, and they do it for multiple days. When we reviewed this, the highest peak hour, which we seasonally adjusted, just to make it apples to apples, seasonally adjusted peak hour volume is still less than the MPO volumes from the tables that we used in our roadway capacity analysis. Therefore, the volumes that we used are the most conservative volumes that are present. So while the DOT peak hour was from, I'm looking at one of them, there was one that was at 3, there was one that was, I believe, closer to noon. It didn't matter what hour of the day it was, the MPO volumes were still higher, so we were still using the more conservative volumes. Therefore, the outcome of the analysis did not change. Additionally, the reason why we used the standard AM and PM peaks is because it's industry standard and because it's directly listed in the Ford Pinellas MPO traffic study methodology, which is what is referenced in the City of St. Pete Beach Code when it comes to doing traffic analysis. This is where Mr. Rourke said it was the most important comment that he provided, and he stated that the volumes used in our driveway analysis were not accurate. He stated that we only used the net new. That is not true. As you can see on this slide, I've provided a breakdown and circled all the inbound trips. How we did this was we had our net new trips, which was the trip generation from the additional hotel rooms that you'll see on the site. But we also collected those existing counts at the existing driveways, which capture the volumes that are currently utilizing the site. So what we did with those volumes was, based on the new site plan, we redistributed those existing counts to the most likely driveway that they would use in the ultimate condition and added those on top of our net new. So, as I stated, we did not just use the net new, we used the net new plus the existing, which is how the remainder of the study was analyzed and how that was approved by the city. Additionally, the outcome of that driveway analysis, he alluded to our turn lane evaluation being incorrect. So I want to also state that even if it did change, the volumes did change, it would not have affected our turn lane evaluation at our project driveways. One, because there's an existing center two-way left turn lane present along the front of our property. And additionally, according to FDOT's 2023 Access Management Guidebook, it states that exclusive right turn lanes should not be considered for C4 context classifications. Gulf Boulevard is a C4 context classification. So based on the characteristics of that roadway, FDOT does not want exclusive right turn lanes considered. Finally, I'm going to touch on the updated capacity calculations. So this is one of the comments that he did not address in his presentation today, but he did bring up in the formal comment letter. This is regarding the use of 2020 standard roadway volume tables from DOT versus the 2023 version. So there was a new 2023 document that I've referenced a few times in my presentation that was released in January of 2023. The reason that we utilized the 2020 in our analysis is that was because that is the standard that Ford Pinellas MPO used to create their report and their level of service volumes. So firstly, just to be conservative and to do a double check of the analysis, we did update using the 2023 to check, and they still do not exceed the service volumes on those roadway segments. Additionally, as we discussed earlier, we did reach out to the MPO regarding the discrepancy with Pasadena Avenue. They provided us with an updated service volume. So they provided us with now I'm just going to get a little into the weeds, a two-way service volume standard of 3,580 for the two-way traffic. However, for our analysis, based on the roadway tables they put together, we did directional. So if you were to compare it to what was in there before, this provided a lower service volume of 2,148. However, as I said, Ford Pinellas MPO is still using those 2020s tables from DOT as their standard reference. So in order to be additionally conservative, we updated it based on the new FDOT 2023 report, and it still does not exceed capacity. I also want to mention that Pasadena is not within the City of St. Pete Beach's city limits, so it is technically outside of the jurisdiction, but we wanted to provide this anyway because we knew there had been questions. Thank you.
Elise Batzel for the record. I want to commend the experts because both their experts and Ms. Graham did a really good job with the facts that they had in this particular situation. And what I mean by that is when you look at our code and our comp plan and hear what I'm about to say, I would have approached it if I was on the other side exactly the same way that they did. First of all, Ms. Graham talks about a case, and she says that the comp plan states that those regulations, your comp plan regulations, are about what to see in the future. She's right. That's what a comp plan does. But your large resort district regulations from the comp plan are also codified in your land development code. And those are what we have to consider today. So there's comp plan provisions that are now codified in your land development code. I want to make that clear. The second thing I'd like to say is, with respect to Mr. Gautier's testimony, is it's important to think about what he said, but it's also even more important to think about what he did not say. He didn't say that the project is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. He did not say that the project was not consistent with the land development code. He also did not state that we did not meet our burden with respect to the CUP criteria. He also did not say that the character does not fit within the character district of the large resort district. He carefully chose the words that he said. He's a licensed professional, and I think that's very important for us to all think about. There was also a reference to section 2.11.3, which relates to the city shall. Brandon Berry has already testified about the view issues in 2.11.3. They direct the city to make land development regulations. They're not for the commission to impose on specific projects. If you read those in totality, it's what does the city look at when they're making and administering land development regulations? Completely different. Can I have the overhead, please? Just really quickly with respect to community engagement, the community involvement under your code says that we have to hold a community meeting 30 days before an administrative approval. That's site plan approval. You heard this in the last hearing. We had two community meetings already before the CUP. The city asked us to have one. We had two. So I just wanted to put that out there. I also had a voluntary Zoom. I had phone conferences with several members that called me after these meetings. I sent emails with specific responses to specific questions, which are in your record. And I also sent a second follow-up because I said I would on the first, and sent the updated site plan to the neighbors who asked. So there has been community engagement, and we were very available for anyone that wanted to ask questions, and some people did. I want to speak really quickly about Mr. Barnes' comments. I would not want anything to change next to my house either, next to my condominium. I think we all understand where all these emotions are coming from both sides, both from the community, from the developer. This has been a really hard process. With respect to the, with respect to full integration, I want to hit that one more time. There is absolutely no question this is a fully integrated site. Under your code, under the hotel industry standards, this is how sites function. Your code talks about the fact that one of the folks actually said, when these are subdivided, they can be considered an integrated plan as long as you have an integrated site plan. Your code talks about that. We're doing a unified site plan. We're doing pedestrian connectivity. We're having a master landscape plan. And all of those are shared amenities. That is what a fully integrated resort is, whether it's in 3 buildings, 1 building, or 7 buildings. It doesn't change based on the number of buildings or the number of hotels. One last comment about views. If you agree with how the CMARC has presented the views, I want to just tell you again, no one could redevelop in the community redevelopment district without the exact same footprint at the exact same height. All of those other regulations would be meaningless, and it's really important that you think about that. We know some people's views are going to be impacted. It's contemplated that it's impacted because your own code says you gotta look at proximity, you gotta look at coastal construction control line. Those are the things that you know are gonna happen when there's new development, and your code thinks about how do you do that. All right, 2 or 3 of you ask at our meetings, I think, I don't remember who asked what questions, but what happens if we're not approved tonight? One of the commissioners said, are you going to make smaller hotels? The other commissioner said, are you going to eliminate a hotel? There is too much economic investment with this particular property for the developer to go back and start from ground zero and do a new plan. When they bought this property, they looked at the land development regulations. They looked at your large resort district, the roadmap that we've been talking about from the very beginning of this process. And they said, man, the city wants me to come. They want me to build this here. They had meetings with the city. They got, great feedback from the city manager at the time, and they moved forward with this project. We even had meetings with all the commissioners to begin with, and overall at that time had really good feedback from that commission. There is a huge economic issue here, and if this CUP does not go forward, the plan B is to develop under the Live Local Act. The Live Local Act, from an economic standpoint, makes the second most sense other than this CUP. That is not a plan A, and that is not what they want to do. But it's important for you to understand the effect of your vote on what will go there if this isn't approved. Really quickly, if you look at, well, let me explain, because I'm not sure everybody understands the Live Local. If you don't mind, just so that everybody can hear me. The Live Local Act was passed in 2023. It's really sweeping affordable housing legislation that was sponsored and led by Senator Pasadomo out of Naples. And the idea was there were so many jurisdictions that did not want apartments and did not want a lot of residential coming into existing neighborhoods. And so the cost and the affordability of homes has shot up all over the state of Florida. We know that. And the idea was we have to get these apartments and this additional housing in now. So what the law says is that a local government, if it's a qualifying project, I'll tell you what that is in a minute, that the local government must administratively approve the project if it is a qualifying project. That means no city commission hearings, no variances, no comp plans, no rezonings required. It means the city has, this is a preemption at the state level. Just generally, you are permitted to develop at the highest intensity within the jurisdiction. So that would be the large resort district at 2.6 FAR. That's what you see here. So right now, our current proposal is 574,000 take or minus square feet. The Live Local Act would permit 975,000 square feet of development. Obviously, this site has not been designed, so we're going to have to figure out how that fits. We did do some preliminary massing studies, which if you want to see them, we can certainly show them. But the setbacks, these additional setbacks that we're providing, I mean, none of that is required as part of a Live Local Act. As long as we check the boxes under the act, we go and the city is required to issue us a permit. Setbacks to the CCCL, could potentially be 0. I'm not saying they would design it that way, but I'm saying that is absolutely permitted under the Live Local Act today. I do want to show this for the CMARC's perspective. If you look at the building, this just shows what the massing of this next to the CMARC would be without the additional setbacks at 30 feet up to 130 feet. Just putting that in perspective as you consider your decision, it's important. You have to have all the facts.
Before you move on, I just want to make sure, because I've heard the term Live Local Act, but I don't have much background on it. So are you saying that would be open up to, instead of hotel patrons?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to describe qualifying project.
Yeah, please.
So there's 2 ways to develop under Live Local. You could do completely residential, or you could do mixed use. We would do mixed use here. I mean, we're far enough along that we know that we would choose a mixed use development. It makes more economic sense for this particular property. It says that if you're developing a mixed use project, 65% of your square footage has to be devoted towards residential. The other 35% can be commercial or whatever else qualifies as mixed use, right? And mixed use is a pretty broad term. So we would contemplate doing hotel, retail. I mean, that isn't all worked out yet, but you have to have 65% residential. Now, of that 65% that is designated space towards residential, 40% has to be affordable housing. And when I say affordable, I don't mean Section 8 housing, so I want to make that clear. The statute basically defines affordability as 120% AMI or less. So it could be affordable, but it also can be what we consider workforce housing, a little more attainable housing. Now, the law requires that you keep that affordable for 30 years. So part of the reason you have to add more units is more units and more square footage is because you've got to restrict those units over the course of 40 years, and therefore you've got to make that amount up in rent, market rent, in other ways in the project. So that's kind of how the economics work. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Just to be fair, the city has not analyzed whether or not, I mean, they did their own numbers. Those are their numbers. The city has not evaluated how the Live Local Act would apply to the site. Those are theirs. That's their analysis.
We are currently
and it's really not a criteria for evaluating the CUP. She's just basically giving you a list of one horrible.
Well, it does affect the decision because when you're talking about whether to approve this or not having this information that directly affects the decisions that you're making, I think is important information to have before you.
Then maybe, yeah, you should continue everything and then let staff work out the numbers.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, staff has not, evaluated whether or not, what the impact is of the Live Local on this site.
If there is one.
I'm just letting you know those are hers.
Shall I continue?
Please.
So we know sort of the box, right? The parameters that we're in with respect to what to consider. Someone talked about an economic benefit. Your consideration tonight is not to make a decision about what kind of economic benefit this project will have on the community. We provided that information. There's information in the record, but that's not part of the criteria. And if there's a desire for us to submit economic studies or tax studies, you can go in and change your regulations again to sort of require those. But those things aren't required, which is why we haven't provided them. Your consideration tonight is also not to determine whether this project is sensible based on sea level projections. I know that Mr. Gauthier was very concerned about sea level rise. Again, that's more of a citywide study that you would look at to say, hey, do we need to change our regulations to figure out if our regulations really consider sea level rise? Again, another legislative decision. We've really made extraordinary efforts to get people off the road. But again, the question becomes from a transportation system perspective and public health, safety, and welfare perspective, have we gone above and beyond? And we believe that through site planning and all of the other public benefits, the monetary contributions that we make, we believe that we have met that criteria. So St. Pete Beach is a very special place. I think all of you understand that. You live here. I've said this before in other public hearings. I own a small piece of a business here, and that's a purposeful investment. And so much of the economy, at least for our small businesses, really does rely on the tourism industry. That revitalization of this large resort district, we need the tourists to come in. But the facts before you tonight are really simple. The land development regulations provide a roadmap for property owners developing within the large resort district, setting forth setbacks, heights, and intensities and parameters for development. The land development regulations clearly define the character of each of the districts within the Gulf Boulevard redevelopment district, including including Large Resort. It's getting late. The Serrata redevelopment proposal is not the tallest, and it's not the most intense development that exists today in the Large Resort District. You've heard expert testimony from our expert team and the city's experts, including architects, planners, civil engineers, traffic engineers, that the proposed project, in their expert opinion, meets the criteria in 4.4 and 4.12 as applicable. Fact, the applicant has agreed to a number of additional conditions requested by the city that provide a multitude of benefits, not just financial benefits, but also benefits to the community through additional public beach access, additional payments, and et cetera. You saw the community benefit list. Our experts provided testimony that the public health, safety, and welfare is actually going to be approved in a number of ways after this development, including beach access, significant stormwater benefits, complete restoration of the dune system, and aligned access points, to name a few. We have clearly demonstrated that St. Pete Beach simply cannot turn into Clearwater or Marco Island or Panama City Beach, as suggested by the opposition. The Young family develops and owns hotels throughout the world. They also see St. Pete Beach as a place for investment and a crown jewel, so to speak. I think someone used those words. They want to revitalize the Serrata development in a way that continues to invest in the community. That's real. I've talked to them. I mean, you hear their frustration tonight, but I have talked to them over the past year and a half, and they believe this is a great place to reinvest. They believe in this community, and they really think that the Serrata redevelopment can be great, not just for them, but for the community and for their neighbors. I think what we can all agree is that the Large Resort needs a little bit of TLC, particularly these older rundown hotels, and we would really like to be the first project to come in and show you what that TLC looks like. Thank you for listening so intensely for so many hours and asking so many important questions. We are absolutely available to answer any additional questions that you have in case anything comes up. Thank you so much for your time. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to read something. We talked about an architectural condition, which we drafted for your consideration. We did ask Brandon if this was implementable, right? Because we want something that's objective, that staff can look at and say, yes, this meets the criteria, or it doesn't. This is just for your consideration. We did the best we could. Proposed condition to address building style and flow between the three hotels. It's a requirement to incorporate a consistent design theme, which may include but not limited to exterior paint color schemes or similar complementary elements on Hotel 1, the Serrata Hotel, and Hotel 3. That was an effort to tie this together from a visual perspective. To modernize the architecture of the Serrata by updating the current trim, removal of mansards, and other roof details to create a cleaner and more moderate appearance, including the proposed porte-cochere. Again, different styles. These are more modern, so the idea would be to do as much as you can with an old building to make it look more modern and tie it in more consistently. And number 3, to require planters in front of Hotel 3 garage kind of match Hotel 1. That was one of the things that one of the renderings that we showed you with sides that had screening. But again, we can tweak this in any way that you want, but, and so that would be the proposed condition. Thank you, I forgot about that. And we'll email this to the clerk so that she has copies. We just type this. Do you want me to leave this up?
That is already a requirement.
Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. City Attorney, does that conclude the quasi-judicial aspect of this meeting, or?
Yes, at this point, your options are to deliberate. amongst yourself. If you have other questions, you can ask them of, staff or their experts. But this would be where you basically, talk amongst yourselves about what it is you want to do with this application.
Mayor, if I may, in the spirit of managing expectations here, I still have a number of things I'd like to talk about, ask questions to, that this alone would go well past 2 o'clock. So.
Okay.
And that's just what I have.
Okay.
I'm sure I do too.
I'm sure we all do.
Should we start and stop?
I don't think there's any point in starting and stopping. It's we either keep going until 4, 5, 6 a.m. or we adjourn. I think those are our options.
If I may, are there, and I may have misunderstood Commissioner Filtz's statement, do you have questions for the applicant that you think will go well beyond 2 a.m.?
Yes.
Yes,
and
okay.
that will lead to conversations, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are probably questions some of you have,
So just to clarify, so you still have questions for the applicants?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think if that's the case, we need to get them out. I almost said tonight, this morning. Because otherwise it's going to extend to another day and we're going to have to drag everybody out here again to get the whole group together. So if you got questions, I don't have many more questions personally. So I've got all my questions answered. I've got a lot of thoughts to share. So I don't know, the other commissioners, if you have a lot of questions time-wise, but I'd say let's get rolling with them, if that's the case.
I wouldn't say I have questions to experts, but it's more, for the owner, I guess, could make the decisions.
Same.
For the owner.
So maybe let's roll till 3. Keep it rolling.
I'm inclined to adjourn. It's been 10 hours. It's getting to the point where,
Just a thought. I've already stated I don't have any more questions. Maybe we go down each commissioner and say,
I don't have any more questions for the applicant. I have plenty of thoughts to share for the commission, but I don't have any further questions.
All right, I'll start.
Sorry to interrupt. Almost all of our experts, not all, but many people have flown in from out of town. So if there would be any way possible to finish the questions of the development team and the experts, we would greatly appreciate it. We've been here multiple times and we would greatly appreciate it.
okay. Ask away.
Yeah, and I think most of my questions are for the owner, to be fair.
If he's willing,
the owner?
if they're willing, would you please come forward?
Sure. Go. All right. Residents parking, allowing residents to park in the garage during storms. Not to get too far into it, but I know there's some issue with some neighborhoods here that flood, and residents have nowhere to park their car.
No, we discussed that. No, we already said it was fine.
Okay.
But let me take that back. I think we discussed it the last meeting where you weren't here. So
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I saw
okay.
it,
Sorry about that. Yep.
But in the form of a condition, would it be, or?
I'm sorry. Yep. For the record,
How dare you?
it's hard to do that without water.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't mind if it's a condition. But, I mean, we're up to 40 conditions. I mean, at some point, I think, yeah, I better let her talk.
Just so this is included, the city actually asked for the same thing. So for emergency vehicles, so if you're going to condition this, we should include that as there's going to be some reserved space for the city and the city emergency vehicles. We've already agreed to that. But obviously we want to put those needs, because they're fire, rescue, and
Sure.
just want to put that on the record.
I know of residents who go downtown St. Pete to park their cars during storm
discussed
threats, so. I'm assuming you have a generator for the hotel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, so I know during Hurricane Irma, some residents lost power in their houses, and, I'm not sure how to ask this question, but will the hotel, if, it's a question of the hotel being open, I guess, during a storm, what that would look like, and, because Elise, you commented on with storms having somewhere to come back to, so I'm trying to piece that together, what that means exactly.
So we can talk through this, but one of their county requirements and then city requirements that we have to put together a plan, and there's mandatory evacuation and closure requirements. Brandon probably remembers those exactly better than I do, but I think that the countywide plan requires us to close completely to get people out. I'm telling you that from memory. And then there's sort of the condition that we have to comply with that. So just want to keep that in mind as we have that discussion too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and practically speaking, what happens is everybody leaves but about 4 of our people. And we've been through probably 10 hurricanes at various hotels in the Caribbean, Florida, up the East Coast. So everybody leaves, and it's usually the Weather Channel and my people. The next day, we start sending people back. FEMA starts sending people down. They stay with us typically because we have a full generator, we have power. So FEMA will come in, and then as soon as people are allowed to come in, assuming there's no damage to the hotel, they can come in. They can stay.
Okay. And then again, the remodeling plan for current Serrata to blend in, the condition touched on that a little bit.
Yes.
Beach toys on the beach, are there plans there for, like, the Tradewinds has a slide outside?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not my customer. No.
Okay.
I'm happy to, have a condition that says I can't have that.
Okay, what about transportation? I'll call them toys, scooters, electric scooter rentals, that type of thing.
To be honest with you, I think they're kind of losing favor right now. I think people have found that they're very dangerous. They end up scattered all over the place. So I'm pretty happy to ban them if that's what you're asking me to do. Or you might be asking me to have them.
No.
Yeah.
Personally, I'd be against them. I think they're very dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, so I'm happy to say that they won't be rented from my facility. I can't guarantee they won't come there, but they won't start there.
Okay, thanks. So a portion of the garage will be available for public parking? Or no?
During a storm?
No, just in general.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Is there somewhere?
Generally, all those garages, right, they're for the facility, but people come to all the amenities. They might come to dinner or lunch or so. Yeah, it's in public garage.
Okay. Resident discount program, I didn't know if we locked something in as far as a percentage and a form of that.
So the way I've answered that in the past is there are times when I am happy to get very aggressive on a discount to get people to come in. There are other times when I'm not as aggressive with that. So just to say that there is this discount would kind of be a disservice to the potential local customers. But what we've been talking about this for a year and a half. You have to define to me what a resident is, because anybody who comes in who just says, I live here, well, I can't leave it up to bartenders to give them a discount because now all of a sudden everybody lives here, right? So, we've asked the city to define what is a resident.
Driver's license is what I would say, but I understand.
I'm happy to define it as somebody who has a local driver's license. I think there's some people here who live here part of the year who don't have a local driver's license who may not be happy with that.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
it gets to be kind of a...
And then as far as the discount program itself, I mean, can we put in a range of percentage? I mean, on the condition?
Yeah, I'm happy to say something between 5 and 25%, saying, during time periods. Yeah, look, it'd be food and beverage, beach rentals, things that locals would use at the property.
Okay. Another thing, I don't know if it's been brought up to you or not, I don't think in the last meeting it was, but we have had, this year we had it, it's my understanding it was the last year, the St. Pete Beach Classic, which is a race out here.
I'm sorry, I forgot to talk to him about that.
Is this with Mr. Johnson?
And you have to win. Start training.
That's with Mr. Johnson?
I believe he was the chairman of it, yep. So.
Yeah, so I talked to him. He actually told me this was the last year he was going to do it. Happy to cooperate on that however we can.
Okay.
Yep.
And from what I've heard...
I comped all his liquor this year.
From what I've...
Well, everybody, yeah.
Okay. From what I've heard, the two reasons it's not going on is, one, the loss of a big corporate sponsor. I don't know with your relationship with Marriott, if that's a possibility.
Maybe, yeah.
And then the other piece was a place to have it. So.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to, obviously during construction, things get a little, tight, but we're happy to be part of that. Yeah.
Okay. And I bring up these things, is if this does get passed, you're going to be a part of a community where these hotels, as people have mentioned, were largely owned by people who live in the community or who have been a part of the community.
Sure.
Then the other question mentioned walking with Lisa Wright to get compliant with the sea turtles. I mean, can we make that a condition?
So here's what I don't understand, because in the year I've been here, we have been dealing with Pete Dewar on this issue. And then she came up, and I don't understand the relationship there, because we thought we were doing everything right with him. And then I was forwarded a report today that came from last night that says, oh, no, you're not in compliance. So we thought we were doing everything right with him. I don't know how she relates to the city.
I deferred to the city on that, I suppose. I think it's an important thing.
Yeah, we do too.
If we talk about setting precedents, I think that's
and
important.
We thought we were, we filmed all the glasses, and I think she contended that we didn't. But our general manager's here. He can tell you everything that we've done in the last, say, 8 months on that with Pete.
Okay. And then
Nick, just because you're mentioning that, I just want to say, because I was trying to do a little bit of research on the process that the city currently, and maybe Mr. Sanders could explain it, but has a process in place. So I wouldn't want to set a condition when the city already has a process in place. I'm not going to say whether it's a great process or not a great process, and maybe we got to tweak something and involve others. But in conversation with Pete, I know there's a process.
Okay. And then the planters, are these real plants on the garages? Because my concerns with the upkeep.
Yeah, absolutely.
My concerns would be with the upkeep, but.
I mean, you plumb irrigation to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's actually a condition, sorry.
Right, I saw it. Yeah, I know the condition.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. There's actually a condition regarding the maintenance. So we are required to keep those maintained and or replace them if they die.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep, good.
We've got 5 minutes till 2.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I mean, I have questions. To me, this is a real important thing for the city overall. And I've read the comp plan, I've gone through land development code, participated in many different things in the city overall. And this is a feeling and observation that you're not aware of, but I participated in the Don Cesar ballroom expansion from, I'm in the neighborhood for the Don Cesar subdivision. And I could honestly say that the experience I had working with the Don was very different. And I'm not saying what's right or what's wrong, but hearing so many residents and so much discourse makes me feel something went wrong along the way, right? We argued, I'm not gonna say everything was great with the Don. We didn't agree with everything, but at the end, we came to a compromise, right? There'll be people out there that say, well, I still don't want it, I didn't want it, it blocked my view. We had the same discussions, but there was a compromise. So I'm hoping to talk a little bit to see overall the feel, but this is, I want you to go with that frame of mind. It's to come to a compromise, because this is the large resort district, right? And we have a character district. And when you read the comp plan and what the planning of the city was, we want to create something that says, and I used the word wow earlier, that says wow, right? That we're doing everything possible to help the city in many ways, right? We know there's going to be problems. We know there's traffic. We want solutions for mitigation to that. We want, on a vision of green, right? I personally would like more of that in the hotel. You have opportunities, right? You have a rooftop on the garage that has mechanical, let's just say, things, making it green. There's a lot of hotels that are doing this now, and I feel like it helps you all overall too with certification, right?
When you say green, do you mean color or making it more environmental?
Landscape to
okay.
reduce the hot spot.
Yep.
In the what do they call it? The heat.
Heat island or something.
Heat
yeah.
island. That's the correct word. Because it's an opportunity. Because you're going to set a mark on any future development, right? I mentioned connectivity in the hotel because even though I saw the sidewalks and I appreciate the different colors and everything, but we have a great opportunity in the back. I think it's a big plus that we're willing to bring back the dunes, because obviously we're taking out some, because you're building to the coastal construction line. Let's just be on, we're getting close.
Yes.
We're getting close, okay, but we're not where we are today. So with that, I saw the plan that you had up a little while ago. I think it said 15-foot walkover. So, but I wanted specifics on the plan, because I don't see the specifics on the depth of the dune, the protection of the dune, the structure, because I know we focused on the fire, for fire vehicles, to go over. But then knowing too that the city has a vision of a boardwalk, again, to helping residents for safety, right? If I had the opportunity to walk along the shore in a protected environment away from Gulf Boulevard, what great opportunity for you as an owner of a hotel to show what it would look like.
We think that's a great idea. We recommended it with staff. And to that point, I think we have dedicated 15 feet or...
Yeah, I know you, and I think to my point is, I know you're dedicating it, but to my point is to invest in it. Because...
I'm willing to build mine. It's got to connect to somewhere, I think.
It's got to connect to somewhere, but I lived in a city, in a beach town, that it had to start somewhere, right? Because there are potential other build-outs that are coming out. Again, trying to improve what the vision of the city was, right? Safety, views. I mean, who wouldn't want to walk along the shore?
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, Mayor, if I may, but it's 1:59. I'll motion to extend to 2:30 a.m.
I'll second.
City Clerk?
Commissioner Reznicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Filtz?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
I'm
So
willing to build mine.
Another thing that I was saying too is, again, we talk about permeability of the ground. There's materials that can be used, like in the walkways that we're talking about, all the connectivity within, less concrete, less asphalt, semi-permeable, I mean, there's a lot of other options that can be used, again, to reduce that heat island, make it more permeable, improving stormwater. These are the things the city overall has to be thinking about, because we all know, and I know, I live in a neighborhood that floods, needs to have more resiliency, right? And we're hearing that word a lot. You know, so I wish there was more, you know, because I wanted that wow. You know, I am still, I still don't want 3 curb cuts. I'm super concerned about that, because for a long time, we didn't have 3 usable, let's say daily usable. You know, we had some discussions about, well, make one auxiliary so that you could come in.
I think you would hear from the fire department if you didn't have 3.
Well, I mean, the 15-foot, you know, for them and the access, I mean, that could still be there. I mean, I'm not here to design it for you, obviously, but what I'm saying is I want to minimize the impact to the neighbor. Is it possible, you know, and even if we had that condition, to look back again about the architecture, can the entrance be moved interiorly? I'm saying, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not telling you I'm not telling you what to do.
I did not determine where the entrances were.
No, I know, but you would have to have this discussion. I know you won't be able to do this tonight.
Right.
You know, and also having that the 30-foot buffer. You know, if you were able to redesign this to, and I hate to say redesign because it makes it sound like the whole building, but the entrance, then the neighbor again help minimize what they see, right? We all know they're going to see a building if this were to be approved.
They see one now.
They see one now, but not at the intensity that they will see if it was built. So to reduce as much as possible. The concern for wind, I was there one day, and by coincidence, it was pretty bad. And I myself, if I was the owner, I probably would want to think of, can my guests actually open the door? It was hard for me when I went there to go visit. I was like, wow, they weren't kidding. You know, there is strong breeze. To complete that study, just to alleviate, let me just finish a second so that you can kind of hear what I'm trying to say. Is trying to really listen to what people are concerned about. The telecommunications, I think the one thing that they, you know, we can say that it will work maybe, but the concern of their income that they're receiving on a monthly basis that subsidize whatever it may be at CMARC. You know, those things are important to them, and those, you know, it's some things that I think that maybe we could do better.
So if I can answer the wind study, I called the same people that did the wind study. Surprisingly, I think they're in Denver, Colorado, but that did the wind study for the trade winds, because they said, just use them. Everybody was happy with that study. I called them. When I gave them the situation, they started laughing. They said, you got to be kidding me. People really think that adding 3 floors to this building is going to create an effect that's not there right now. And they did all their analysis on a desktop, and they wrote me that letter at a high price. So look, I'm not willing to build boxes, put them in a air tunnel, and then analyze the smoke that goes through there. I think because one person asked for it, it doesn't become gospel. I have an engineer that has said it's not an issue. You have a resident who says, I think it might be. So, yeah, I'm just not willing to do that. As far as the cell tower, never had this come up before. I mean, and I probably have 30 hotels that have cell towers on them. Like they say, it's a network. They all work together. Nobody's taken their their tower off their building because I'm next to them. They haven't evidenced that to you. They haven't even called their supplier and said, if they build this building, will you tell us that yours isn't going to work as well? That wouldn't have cost them anything. So, yeah, I know they don't want it there, but this is what your plan says. And I've tried to work with them. They were the first meeting I had down here. And like I said, up until tonight, I thought we had a good relationship. So, yeah, they're, whatever you do, I don't think they're satisfied. They don't want anything there. They want to look all the way over my site so they can see the sunset. But that's not what you get.
Do you want to discuss whether we're going to keep discussing or not? I don't.
Do you have any further questions for the applicants?
Yeah.
Did you have one?
No, the mayor hit it on the head.
If we don't have any further questions for the applicant, I think we should reconvene to next Tuesday. I think we've got a light schedule.
You just don't want to decide, do you? I mean, you're the only one who voted no on extending this. I've got a fortune sitting here, and this is the second time I've had a fortune sitting
Sir,
here.
I said if they have no more questions for you, because the next part doesn't actually include you. It's a deliberation between the commission.
But it's a public deliberation, right?
Of course it is.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. It is, but no one's going to be asking questions, so none of your experts have to be here. So it was actually done with you in mind. And then we can also get an answer on the live
local. I think
we can look into that as well.
Yeah.
Get answers on that.
Work with Brandon and the rest of the team over there to verify the numbers.
I want to clear, I'm not sure where I'm at right now in this thing, or not me, where we're at. So are we saying as a group of commissioners that we're done asking questions and now we're moving into the deliberation phase? Or are we asking staff to do more studies where we have to bring everybody back again?
No, they're just verifying they're just verifying the act.
Okay, so we're not requesting everybody to come back if this gets not continued. Yeah, if we continue just the deliberation part, adjourn, exactly, thank you.
That's it.
All right. So if I'm understanding correctly, Mayor, you want confirmation from city staff on the possibility of the Live Local Act?
Well, I think.
And then we'll talk.
Well, I don't necessarily want information or need information on the Live Local Act, but I think if we are going to adjourn, it would be prudent to get that information if we can.
Yeah, the only reason I brought it up is because they brought it up, and they're saying that if we don't get approved, this is what we may do. And I don't know why that had to become part of the conversation, but I guess that's their choice. But I would like at least staff to be able to confirm what they put in the record, because they clearly have presented that to you as the option B.
Does anybody else have any availability to meet prior to next Tuesday, just while things are all very fresh in our minds?
I'm available tomorrow afternoon, Friday afternoon,
I am as well.
Monday afternoon.
I'll be totally transparent. I have a full day of work tomorrow. I cannot do tomorrow. Friday, I have to contact people to not get too much into my personal business. I have to contact people, rearrange stuff. It's possible I could do Friday. Maybe I was looking at my schedule during the last break, maybe between 9 and 11 a.m. If not, after that, I'm going out of town to visit my father-in-law for the weekend, and I won't be back until Tuesday right before the commission meeting. Full transparency.
Yeah, and I personally can't be here. I mean, and I don't think that we could get any, I don't want to promise any analysis of the Live Local Act between now and tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I don't think a lot hinges on that. I'm kind of thinking that's just, to me, that's a small issue that somebody could research. Well, okay, it's not small in its potential impact, but I don't think, well, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I don't think a lot of us are sitting here going, if we don't have the answers to that, we can't continue. I mean, that could be a staff report, look into it and email us. Do we have to have a hearing?
Before, that's.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, in other words, they could do the staff report and email it to us.
Right now.
And question for the city attorney, just so I understand, we're making a decision based on the criteria that a potential Plan B is not part of.
That was my point, is I don't, they chose to bring it up as for some reason. It's not part of the criteria, but, I'm just telling you, I just wanted to make it clear that, as far as I know, staff has not evaluated what they put up on the screen as, here's what you're going to get if we don't get approved.
Mayor, if I could add to that, I don't think that issue should even be considered in considering your conditional use permit. We don't know if it's possible, just like city attorney has stated. I looked at it as a threat, which I don't think y'all should even consider. You need to consider what's requested in front of you, which is this conditional use permit, and make your decisions based on the criteria in our codes, not something that may happen or may not happen in the future.
I agree. All right, so that puts us the point, do we want to do deliberations now and take a vote, or are we going to punt to another day? That's where we're at, isn't it?
That is exactly where we're at. And we have 19 minutes in which we could determine anything we think we can determine.
Let me ask two questions before, because I remembered, because I spoke with Brendan, and maybe you could help me too, Andrew, on this. On the words that you used in the staff report that says, or said, request, and I can't remember which ones we specifically were going over, but that I would prefer that it said required, because it's some of them when I was reading them with you, and it's semantics for me as a teacher, but request to me doesn't mean to require to do it. So, and they, I think most of them say it that way. And then the other thing that maybe someone else could just, because I know I mentioned or asked this in a conversation, I think it was with the architect about, and I don't want to call it phasing, because we know we're not saying it's phasing, everything is going to come, but kind of like the order, just so that we all know and understand, like Hotel 1 or Serrata's being worked on right now. I think that's what you all had told me. Then we're going into the dunes, because we're getting just like that breakdown that you guys gave me, because I thought that was pretty good to hear.
We did submit a construction phasing plan into the record. We have that, and it shows exactly what goes first, just for that reason.
Okay, thank you.
I do remember us discussing the difference between request and shall and will, and the way that terms are usually written in the resolution. I don't recall anything specifically in the resolution that if you give me a minute or two, I can look through just to make sure.
Yeah,
okay.
We can look at it while we're deciding the next few minutes here.
While we're sitting here thinking about it, I've got a quick question that you may be able to answer, Wayne. In respect to the impact fees that the applicant pays, and the particularly for sewer, stormwater, and water, and the impact fees, the hookup fees, and then the increase to the city, or the income to the city that comes, into the city budget from taxes and fees on those services, the portion that comes to the city, versus the cost to the city of whatever increased strain on those services. In your experience as a city manager and with dealing with budgets of those sorts of things, is that something that typically, like, those pay for themselves? I mean, does the city come out net ahead, net behind, or net even on that sort of thing?
That's a difficult question. I mean, it's for years and years, that question, does growth pay for itself is always an issue. This is a little different because it's redevelopment. Impact fees have to be very specific, and there's studies that have to be done that determines what what different impacts are on whatever it is, whether it's your sewer or water or whatever. So there's very specific studies done on those to determine different types of impacts, whether it's a single family home or a restaurant or a hotel, and your impact fees then are adopted based on those impact fees and the theory, and in most cases, in my experience of practice, is that those impact fees are pretty accurate as far as what the impact is, paying for the impact that is produced by that project. So, based on the impact fees, I think usually those cover your costs, because you're looking at very specific things. If it's sewer, okay, what are they going to impact? How are they going to impact your? We don't have a treatment plant, but we have collection lines, transmission lines, pump stations. And that's very specific, and they determine the flows. They determine the percentage of the flows, and you just do the math. So those impact fees, I think, are pretty accurate as far as covering their cost. As far as general fund services, I know we're 4 over your new, and we're just going to be getting into our budget season soon, but you'll see that we have our general fund that handles things like our police and fire, roads, recreation, things like that. And the main support for that is ad valorem tax. I don't have a specific number of what the new assessment would be for this project. The city's ad valorem rate is 3.15. So I can give you an example based on that. I was just looking at that earlier. For every $100 million of assessment, that's $315,000 in taxes every year that the city would receive. So I don't know what the new assessment would be for the improvements that they would be putting into this project, but the ad valorem taxes would be significant on an annual basis to cover those general fund type. And I think Brandon's got some specific numbers on specific impact fees. I don't know if you did any projections on taxes or not, Brandon.
Taxes was very general. It was really at the level of analysis that the city manager just gave it for, based on $100,000, this is what we would expect to collect in terms of assessed value. I did want to say that the city did just very recently update its sewer connection fee, its sewer impact fee, so to speak. That was updated, I believe, 2 years ago. So the numbers are very good, and they were performed by a firm with the intent of making sure that they met the connection fees that needed to be in place. We do collect on behalf of the county for the multimodal fee. It has been some time since they've updated that. I know we've talked about that they're looking to update that fee at some point in the future for the multimodal, but the sewer is very current. And Commissioner Resnicki, I believe that request had to do with, it was in the staff report, something that we asked the applicant to provide about the fountain, using the water saving features and all with that, just to support the grant.
Okay. And just for you all, it's because, again, focusing on making it green, right? That certification, it's something that I think as a city we want to promote all future development to do the same thing, right? And that's why we had quite a big discussion about upping, I think it was a 35%, and I forgot, that was the one for the water, wasn't that? Like, why was it 35%? Why can't we go more? Again, it just helps with whichever certification you all are going for you as a hotel or resort, and as well as for the city, meets our plan as well. Which reminded me another one that, since Brendan came up, and I remember talking about this when we were talking about landscaping before, and knowing that we couldn't get enough shade on the sidewalk on the front end because of utilities that will possibly be still close within that 10-foot sidewalk. But when I was talking with the staff, we came up with like, well, there's other alternatives, right? We can use planters with, palm trees or artificial canopies, right? I've seen them in other cities. Again, this is all part of that, how it will look, so I'd have to see it, but that there were other options, because if we want to promote people to walk safely, protected from weather, from sun, again, being that big example to everybody else, what we would want the city to look like. And again, I don't know how we would work through that, but that's kind of the stuff that we were all talking about.
Mayor, if I could add one more comment to Commissioner Marriott's question. I don't think I directly answered your question, but in my experience, you asking my experience, and I have worked in very rapid developing areas, and in my experience, especially large developments, large projects have contributed their share of the cost and actually provided more than their share of additional cost to provide the services in many cases.
Thank you.
Commissioner Resnick, I just wanted to say with the canopies next to the sidewalk, there's a requirement the applicant provide public-facing amenities. I believe currently they're showing trash cans and benches to meet that qualification, but
Could they be changed, like
Correct.
altered to something else? Because who's going to sit on a bench if you don't have no shade, right?
a cover from the elements is one of the options, so that could just be directed based on the city's code.
Well, team, I think we're rapidly approaching our 2:30 target. Is maybe it's a good time to decide if we're done with questions and if we're going to move into deliberation phase now, or reschedule, or adjourn and reschedule it.
I've got a question. Commissioner Resnicki brought up earlier regarding the 100,000 per year for 5 years and about potentially increasing it. Could it be increased to 10 years?
Well, we can.
That was a number that we, I don't want to say negotiated. It wasn't a negotiated number. The original request by the previous administration was, I think, about a third of that, if I remember correctly. And we just thought there should be more. But just keep in mind, this is in additional to the transportation impact fees that they're paying. And this can be used, initially it was said to help fund freebie, but we restructured that. It could be used for any multimodal type issue that we may have, which is a very broad range of things. And so just keep in mind that, that's $500,000 in addition to the impact fees, but that number could be changed. And that was a number that we discussed with the applicant, and they were willing to place. I think originally it was 2 years, $125,000 for 2 years. But to answer your question, that could certainly could be considered to be changed.
So I think the question is if we are all prepared to deliberate amongst ourselves without any requirement on the applicant that they be available to respond to questions. Do we all feel like our questions have been adequately answered so that we won't be depriving them of any ability to respond?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
So if that's the case, I think I understand from the mayor that you're done with this.
You guys.
For this evening,
You want to
this
vote?
morning.
I'll stay until you all vote. So, I think it's been 10 and a half hours. I think we would be much better served to approach this fresh with adequate time. I know You have limitations to how late you can stay today? This morning?
I have to work when I get back this morning, so I'm not going to bed. So I have to make up time.
Yeah.
And I do have to wake up early to take my daughter to school, so.
Yep.
So,
Mayor, could I add something? I think it's going to take you some time. I mean, obviously your deliberation, but from what I've heard, there's probably some changes to some of the conditions, or maybe some additional conditions that I've heard some of you make. And so that will take some time. Once we hear that, and the staff hears that, we'll have to have some, a recess for a few minutes to come up with the exact language to bring back to you. So it is going to take some time once y'all deliberate, unless you're just ready to say, yes, we'll go forward exactly how the conditions are written. But, that's not what I heard. I heard there may be some changes to the conditions. So it is going to take you some time to get through this next deliberation process to get to the point of a motion. I just want to make y'all aware of that. So we are talking about some time.
So what's our schedule look like?
We do have a very light meeting next Tuesday. We only have one action item.
Oh, wow.
And there's a couple of discussion items that are minor, so that's a very short agenda for next Tuesday night. We could meet earlier. We could meet at 4 and have a couple of hours. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm traveling that day, and I've left a buffer, but I want to be here. I don't want, if I miss a flight, because I have a layover. And
well, we could add that to the next Tuesday's agenda, if that's what you'd like to do, or we could move to another night that next week. It'd be up to you, Commissioner.
I think we're already all planning on being there on Tuesday.
Well, that would,
and
if
Commissioner's
everyone's
not
here,
available before Tuesday, so it doesn't.
we can certainly just add that to next Tuesday night's agenda.
Mayor, I've got a question for council, applicants' council. If we adjourn and it's added to our agenda, who will be here from your side?
I will.
Add that as a
Don't
action
know
to our agenda.
on Tuesday. I guess the question is, it sounds like you're crafting conditions. If there's going to be requests for things that need ownership approval, we'll need to coordinate with their schedule as well. I mean, I think
Is Zoom okay for you? Like if you're not able to travel, that you can come on, because we've done it before here at meetings.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like you're not going to need our experts. You're just going to need ownership.
Mm-hmm.
And then us to craft.
I'm sure you'll need the experts later, but, I don't think for questions.
We'll make the Tuesday work.
So
Can I ask a question about the meeting itself for next week on Tuesday? Does that, we add it to the agenda, or can we have you said it was light, can we have the commission meeting, end the commission meeting, and then start this? Because you know how people wait to the end? I mean, maybe people will stay, we have public comments, or, is there a break and a stop? Like, do we end one meeting before going to the other, just so that the public knows how it would?
I mean, you've closed the public hearing portion of this particular,
Right.
yeah.
I'm just saying for the commission meeting.
can we just make it the meeting? Is a single issue for Tuesday transferable? Can we push it back?
Yeah, we can set the meeting, and we could make this the first action item on Tuesday night's agenda. And because the other item, I believe, is an internal item for next Tuesday, that we could probably push it. If I remember correctly what that item is for next Tuesday, oh, that's right. But I was looking at it today, but I'm pretty sure we could have this continued as the first action item next Tuesday, if that's what you'd like.
And just to clarify, that would be deliberation, not another couple hours of questions, right? We're not
Correct.
bringing everybody back in again?
No.
Okay, great.
We've got 1 minute, by the
There's
way.
no public comments. There won't be anything else.
We need to motion for 5 minutes more?
But no questions from the commission to their experts?
No.
Okay.
We can just have a motion to adjourn to say date certain.
Just 6 p.m. on Tuesday.
Would you like to make a motion?
Motion to adjourn. I'll motion to adjourn.
Second.
Tuesday.
Wait,
At
to
6 p.m.
continue this item,
Continue this item on Tuesday, 6 p.m.
right.
Seconded.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
A roll call. I motion for a first to continue this till, see, I'm like.
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. I don't know the date, so I don't.
27th.
The 27th.
At 6 p.m.
6 p.m. And Lorenzen second, and then we just need a roll call.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. No, it's like,
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Mayor Petrillo?
yes,
Motion carries.
we are adjourned.